Chapter 22:16. They realized that there were more than a dozen figures lying in a pool of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed? They couldn't believe it. When they saw those youths, their scalps went numb. What's going on? That's their young master. He's also lying on the ground? Could it be that he's also killed? When they saw that the youth was still breathing, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions were also gloomy. These people actually dared to attack the young master of the general's residence. They were really courting death. Men, kill him for me. At this moment, an elder shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In the sky, 4 figures quickly descended. They were like lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. These were 4 peak 6-star kings, and each of them had an aura that was even stronger than that of the previous team. They were like killing gods as they charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. 6-star kings? Hee, they're courting death. The dark red divine dragon sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying dragon flames instantly surged out and enveloped the 4 6-star kings in front. Miserable screams could be heard. The 4 of them were ignited by the flames. They were like burning men. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Damn it! Behind them, the elder's expression became extremely gloomy when he saw this scene. Attack! Next to him, another 3 cultivators walked out. They quickly formed hand seals and spat out seawater. Boom, boom, boom. The seawater surged and instantly enveloped the 4 6-star kings. They wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the flames. However, these people's expressions became extremely ugly. This was because the flames weren't extinguished at all. Instead, all the seawater near the flames evaporated and burned, forming clouds of white mist that enveloped the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Even their figures couldn't be seen clearly. As for the 4 6-star kings, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. Looking at this scene, the cultivators in the general's residence at the back were extremely gloomy. That was because they didn't expect their opponent's methods to be so bizarre. That monstrous fire was not afraid of the seawater at all. It was impossible to extinguish it. One had to know that this seawater was no ordinary seawater. It was some kind of great divine ability. This was a type of deep-sea Xian water mystical ability. Once unleashed, ordinary flames were no match for it. Even the most powerful flames would be extinguished. However, not only was their opponent's flame completely fine, but it had also completely refined their deep-sea profound water. This was truly shocking. Damn it, who the hell are you? The old man asked coldly. He realized that these 2 people were not simple. Perhaps they had some background. However, when Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What? Only now do you remember to ask about our identities? But it was too late. That's right. We're here to get rid of your general's residence. The dark red divine dragon roared from the side. What? Get rid of our general's residence? Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Then, they sneered disdainfully. Brat, I have to say, you guys are really idiots. Do you think that just the 2 of you can destroy the general's residence? The 2 of you do have some means, but you're too ignorant. Do you know where this place is? General Xian Ying's residence. There are many experts inside, and the array formations are exquisite. Even if a peerless mighty figure comes, they'll be killed. Do you think that just the 2 of you can contend against them? Isn't it just a general's residence? Why are you making it sound so powerful? Those who don't know might think that it's a palace. The dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully. Show me whatever means you have. Let's see if you can stump me today. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In front, a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a gloomy face. There was a biting, cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Someone actually dared to behave atrociously in front of the general's residence. He was courting death. The murderous intent on his body was soaring to the sky and directly shattered the void. A terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. He could no longer hold it in and wanted to kill the other party. Mighty figure. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He still had no intention of making a move. At the side, the dark red divine dragon revealed a look of disdain. You're just a mighty figure. You don't have the right to clamor in front of us. I advise you to hurry up and attack together. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. You're courting death. Hearing that, the middle-aged mighty figure was enraged. He couldn't take it anymore. The other party was too arrogant and didn't even take him seriously. He was a mighty figure. The two of them looked extremely strange, but thinking about it, it was definitely impossible for them to be mighty figures. Did they think that mighty figures were cabbages? He had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years before he became a mighty figure. In the next moment, he laughed. You're courting death. With a wave of his arm, his green Taoist robe suddenly expanded, especially his sleeves, which turned into a monstrous green river that swept over. Boom! The void instantly shattered, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions. The resplendent light filled the sky. How dare you behave atrociously in front of me with such petty tricks? The dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain. He raised his dragon claws and directly grabbed over. He was very bold and didn't dodge at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance sneered in disdain. A snake actually dares to resist the attack of a mighty figure with his bare hands? Isn't that courting death? However, they were soon stunned, because in front of them, the dark red divine dragon's dragon claws collided with the green energy, and a violent explosion immediately sounded. The void exploded in an instant as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, the green robe was instantly torn apart. Bang! The expression of the middle-aged mighty figure changed. His robe was directly shattered, revealing a section of his arm. Damn it! How is this possible? The middle-aged mighty figure was extremely shocked. That wasn't an ordinary sleeve. That attack was called the Heaven and Earth sleeve. It was a great ability that could store mountains and rivers with a raise of one's hand. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one could store an entire world. Now that he had used such a great ability to fight against a snake, not only did it not have any effect, but his Heaven and Earth sleeve was also broken by the other party. This really shocked him to the core. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. The middle-aged mighty figure roared angrily, and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, he reached out his large hand and grabbed over again. Demonic flame hand. When he reached out his palm, a green light flickered on it, turning into a strange green flame that burned strangely. An incomparably mysterious power burst out. The void in the sky was instantly shattered, and a terrifying green light covered the entire space. Chapter 22:17. The people from the general's residence sneered again. They were also stunned when they saw the universe in the sleeve being broken. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. But now, they saw the middle-aged man using the demonic flame hand. They became ferocious again. That was because the demonic flame hand was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. Especially the green flames that could burn everything. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Seeing this, the dark red dragon sneered. The dark red dragon sneered in disdain because his dragon flames were extremely terrifying. The other party was courting death by comparing the power of his flames with him. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out clouds of dragon flames. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dragon flames emitted light and surged forward. The entire void was trembling as the space was ignited in an instant because the power of the dragon flames was too terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, it collided with the demonic flame hand, producing a shocking collision sound. A scream was heard, and everyone was stunned. The green light on the demonic flame hand was instantly extinguished. Not only that, but cracks also began to appear on the dark green palm. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. The middle-aged man frantically retreated, holding his bleeding arm with a ferocious expression. Horror, extreme horror. He stared at the dark red dragon in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The people behind were also stunned. How is this possible? That was the demonic flame hand, a great ability that was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. The demonic flame hand could burn everything. In their opinion, they could instantly kill the other party. But now, the situation was beyond their expectations. Such a terrifying demonic flame hand was shattered by the other party in an instant. They couldn't believe it at all. On the other side, the dark red dragon sneered. I told you, you're courting death by playing with fire in front of me. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. This grab brought with it a domineering and powerful energy. It covered the entire sky as it surged forward, wanting to envelop the middle-aged almighty. Damn it! This is too much. The middle-aged man roared angrily. The other party had underestimated him and dared to treat him like this. He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, he roared and the inner strength in his body surged out crazily. Demonic flame slash, extinguish. Countless green flames jumped out of his body and turned into a green flaming saber that slashed down from the sky. Die for me. The flaming saber was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void and crashed onto the dragon claw. Seeing this, the middle-aged mighty figure sneered. He was going to chop off the other party's hand to avenge himself. However, a moment later, he was scared out of his wits. What revenge? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because his jade-green flaming saber had directly broken through the opponent's dragon claw and smashed it into pieces. Not only that, the red claw descended from the sky. With an indomitable aura, it enveloped him. It was as if a red mountain was pressing down on him. No, save me. Unable to hold it in any longer, the middle-aged mighty figure shrieked in terror. This was because he realized that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't withstand this claw attack at all. Therefore, he sent out a cry for help. Behind him, the warriors of the general's residence roared when they saw this scene. They shot out beams of light in an attempt to save the middle-aged mighty figure. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasted onto the dragon claw, but it was useless. The dark red divine dragon's red claw was very stable and impregnable. It blocked all the attacks. In the next moment, it mercilessly descended. Boom. With a slap of the claw, the illusory technique shattered and countless cracks spread in all directions. The middle-aged mighty figure screamed in agony as he was smashed into pieces. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the warriors of the general's residence had ugly expressions and their eyelids were twitching wildly. They couldn't believe that a mighty figure had been killed with a single slap. Who the hell was this person? What kind of energy would be able to do this? Damn it, how could this be? The pupils of the old man who was leading the group also constricted. He realized that he had indeed underestimated the other party. Originally, he thought that the two of them couldn't be mighty figures and couldn't block the attack of a mighty figure. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. The other party's power was far above his. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to act cool anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a bronze shield, then slammed his palm on it. Clang, 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 clang. Sound waves spread out in all directions. Obviously, this was a kind of alarm. The old man was asking for help from the general's residence. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon soared into the sky and spat out balls of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward like waves. Run quickly. In front, the people of the general's residence were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This flame was something that could even burn a mighty figure to death. How could they resist it? So in the next moment, they quickly fled. Puff, 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 puff. But at this moment, flaming spears appeared in the flames that filled the sky. They pierced through the void and pierced through all the warriors. Those people were pierced through and nailed to death in the void. Then, they were wrapped in flames and burned to ashes one by one. Screams were heard one after another as those warriors fell in droves. But at this moment, dozens of lights rushed out from the general's residence. Each of them emitted a powerful aura like a god fiend as they soared into the sky. At the same time, angry roars were heard. Damn it! Stop it! Boom! A large blue palm slammed down from the sky and extinguished many of the flames. Buzz! A sharp saber light emitted a shocking light and slashed through the dragon flames, splitting the sea of flames in the sky. Boom! A bronze bell descended from the sky like a green mountain. It covered the remaining survivors and blocked the sea of flames in the sky. They were saved. The old man who led the group heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the bronze shield in front of him to block the flames. He knew that the mighty figures of the general's residence had arrived. That's right. The ones who came this time were indeed the mighty figures of the general's residence. All of them were mighty figures. Other than the ordinary lords, there were also elite mighty figures, and even a top mighty figure holding the fort. The arrival of such a group of mighty figures caused the void to collapse. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as it couldn't withstand their aura at all. However, these mighty figures were like killing gods as they stared coldly in front of them. What was going on? Among them, one of the elite mighty figures frowned. The scene in front of him was really terrible. The door of the general's residence had been smashed by someone. Deep pits and cracks appeared on the ground below. The surrounding mountains and trees were completely burned. Even the green lake was evaporated. Corpses were everywhere as blood flowed wildly. In the distance, the few young masters of the general's residence were also knocked to the ground as they twitched and screamed. Chapter 22:18. Damn it! Were the two of them the ones who did it? Without waiting for the surviving warriors to respond, the faces of the mighty figures all darkened and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it! They really deserved to die. These people actually dared to cause trouble in the general's mansion. They deserved to die. They were very strange. Although they couldn't sense a powerful aura, they could actually kill mighty figures. Especially that snake. It could spit out a type of flame that was very terrifying. The old man hurriedly told everyone what he knew about the situation so that he could remind them. Could kill mighty figures and had a strange flame? Hearing this, the newly arrived almighties all frowned. No wonder. They had some tricks up their sleeves. But do you think you can behave atrociously in the general's mansion like this? You really don't know what death is. At this moment, the elite mighty figure walked out. He had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the general's mansion. The elite mighty figure exploded with a terrifying aura. His body shone brightly and a terrifying red fist flew over. Boom! The fist blasted out with a metallic sound. The terrifying fist was like a meteorite that pierced through the void. This attack was simply too sharp and unstoppable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! Looking at this terrifying fist, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. What? He actually dared to take the elite mighty figure's attack with his bare hands. He was really courting death. Was this kid crazy or an idiot? In the distance, the people from the general's mansion sneered when they saw this. The surviving warriors also had a ferocious look on their faces. They knew that the dark red divine dragon was powerful, but they had never seen Lin Xian in action. In their opinion, Lin Xian shouldn't be that strong. Now that he dared to take the elite mighty figure's attack with his bare hands, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. The elite mighty figure also sneered disdainfully. No one had ever dared to take his attack like this, not even a warrior of the same level. The other party was just a kid, but he dared to be so arrogant. He was definitely dead. Boom! The next moment, a low voice sounded. Lin Xian grabbed his opponent's fist with his palm. However, the expected shattering scene did not happen. Lin Xian's palm was incomparably simple and unadorned. There were no cracks at all. He wasn't injured either. However, in the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the elite supreme being screamed in pain. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his glowing fist and were spreading rapidly. By the end, his entire arm was cracked. Crack. Then, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm, and tore off the elite almighty's hand. Blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. That elite supreme expert screamed crazily. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. The cultivators in the distance were all stunned and terrified. Heavens, what happened? The arm of an elite mighty figure was torn off by someone else? How did he do it? Was he even human? That elite supreme expert's expression became even more distorted. He didn't expect that his arm would be crippled as soon as he started fighting. That was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily and pulled out an incomparably terrifying spear with his left hand. He quickly stabbed it out. Boom. This attack was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the void and instantly pierced through the space in front of him. Lin Xian was also pierced through by this spear. When the cultivators behind saw this scene, they all cheered. That's great. We finally killed that kid. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they discovered that the figure that was pierced turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Damn it, it was an afterimage. Many people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the elite supreme expert who attacked shrank. That was because he felt an incomparably terrifying murderous intent behind him. Damn it! The elite supreme expert roared angrily and swept out the spear in his hand, cutting off the entire space. However, it didn't hurt the other party at all. However, at this moment, a palm grabbed his head. Boom! In the next moment, a huge force came from the palm. Immediately, the elite supreme expert screamed in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Not only that, but his body also fell like a meteor. Then, he landed on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and countless deep pits appeared. The elite supreme expert's body smashed into the ground. He struggled crazily, causing the cracks around him to become even more terrifying. However, a hand firmly grabbed his head, making it impossible for him to break free. This pair of hands naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He grabbed the other party's head with a disdainful smile. Elite Supreme Expert? In my eyes, you're just trash. As he said that, he exerted force with his palm. Immediately, a terrifying force surged out from his palm and poured into the elite Supreme Expert's body. In an instant, the elite Supreme Expert's flesh and internal organs were destroyed. With a bang, the elite Supreme Expert turned into a snow mist. What? He was killed. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was an elite Supreme Expert. He was killed so easily just like that? It made them feel like they were dreaming. Especially those cultivators who had survived earlier. They were all trembling. Heavens, this young man was even more terrifying. Previously, they already thought that the dark red divine dragon was very terrifying. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be even more terrifying. He killed an elite supreme expert with a raise of his hand. Damn it! Who are they? Could they be top supreme experts? For a moment, everyone trembled and kept retreating. At the same time, they all looked at a figure in the field. This figure was the top supreme expert. The top supreme expert's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to have such power. To be honest, only top supreme experts could kill elite supreme experts in an instant. The other party had done it. It was obvious that he had also entered the ranks. However, he found it hard to believe that the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. He didn't know. But now, he didn't have time to think. He had to attack and kill the other party. Boom. In the next moment, the top supreme expert attacked. His strength was several times stronger than the elite supreme expert. Therefore, the moment he appeared, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Boom. This pinnacle mighty being wielded a long black spear and stabbed out rapidly. Thousands of rays of light shot out in a row, piercing through the void and heading towards Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he dodged all the attacks like a flickering shadow. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. They couldn't withstand this power at all. How terrifying! The cultivators watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Chapter 22:19. As expected of a pinnacle mighty figure. His strength definitely exceeded that of an elite mighty figure. Probably no one below the level of a peerless mighty figure could contend against him. Great, that kid can't fight back at all. He can only dodge. It seems like he's no match for a pinnacle mighty figure. That's right, I must tear him into pieces when I catch him. I'll pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'll make him wish he was dead. I must let him know the consequences of offending the general's residence. Cold laughter could be heard. To them, the battle was already over. A pinnacle mighty figure could definitely suppress everything. That kid won't be able to escape either. In the sky, the terrifying spear radiance was like a galaxy. It was extremely dazzling as it chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames appeared on his body and burned fiercely. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward. Hellfire spread out and surged forward, colliding with the spear radiance. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the spear radiance that filled the sky shattered. Those dazzling attacks were all burning. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that a young man could be so terrifying. No wonder those mighty figures were all killed. It seems that the kid is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He gripped the black spear tightly with both hands and his aura erupted again. Sea of the Serpent. He stabbed out with his spear. Energy surged and roared. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. He did not waste any more time with his opponent. He directly drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly slashed down. Boom! The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The surrounding void trembled. The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut apart by the sword. Not only that, but countless cracks also appeared on the black spear. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with fear. If the kid was able to contend with him before, he would be surprised. But now, his opponent had shattered all of his attacks and even shattered his weapon. That was not just a surprise. He did not expect the kid to be so powerful. Damn it, attack together. In the next moment, he roared. He wanted to gather all the mighty figures and attack together. He realized that the young man before him was unimaginably terrifying. However, as soon as his roar was heard, countless sharp sword lights appeared in the sky. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and they instantly enveloped him. Damn it, block it for me. Upon seeing such a terrifying sword beam, the pinnacle mighty figure wanted to flee. However, his escape route had already been sealed, so he could only launch an attack to block it. The black spear in his hand was like a black river, sweeping out horizontally. At the same time, a layer of armor appeared on his body, and 3 black shields appeared around him. Between the shields, blue lightning interweaved. The Supreme Being still had Dharma treasures that he had yet to use. However, it was already too late. That torrential sword light had already slashed down. Clang! A sword chi slashed at the black spear. The black spear, which was originally full of cracks, was shattered into pieces. Pong! The other sword chi struck the black shield and split the lightning apart. Among them, 2 of the shields were sent flying, and one of the shields was split in half. Puff! In an instant, the defense that the pinnacle mighty figure had created was gone, leaving only the armor on his body. However, his armor could not withstand such a terrifying sword chi and soon caved in. Puff! The pinnacle mighty figure spat out blood. Countless ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept retreating, his body covered in blood. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let him go. Demon Seal. With one ultimate move, the terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and instantly enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The powerful figures who wanted to charge forward were all stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in surprise. That was because the sword chi in front of them was too terrifying. When the sword chi disappeared, they all screamed in horror. That was because the pinnacle mighty figure had been killed. Damn it, how is that possible? Those people were crazy. That was a pinnacle mighty figure. That was right, he was the most powerful among them. Even so, he was still killed. The other party's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Damn it, hurry up and inform them. There's an expert attacking. At the same time, activate the array formation, an old man exclaimed, his face full of fear. He knew that the current situation was still beyond what they could bear. They were not a match for the other party at all. They had to activate the array formation and let a peerless mighty figure take action to suppress the other party. Boom, boom, boom. Countless rays of light lit up in the surroundings as array formations quickly formed. A defensive array formation that was like a black tortoise completely enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the formation of the black tortoise defensive array, the mighty figures of the general's residence all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked forward with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you today. With the defensive array formation, they regained their confidence. At least the array formation was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to break in for a while. Besides the defensive array formation, they also had an extremely terrifying offensive array formation in their hands. Now, they had to activate the offensive array formation to kill the other party. Buzz. The moment the array formation was activated, the 5 or 6 crippled young masters of the general's residence were also wrapped up by the array formation and sent to the other lords safely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw that. However, he did not stop them. In the next moment, he looked at the powerful figures in the sky and sneered. Why? Do you think you're safe with the array formation? In my opinion, you still can't escape death. Cut the crap. Die. On the other side, the powerful figures roared angrily as they activated the array formation. The offensive array formation quickly formed, but it disappeared halfway through its formation. The energy in the surroundings retreated like the tide. How could this be? What happened? All the King Realm Almighties were stunned. How did their offensive array disappear? This shouldn't be. These people had blank looks on their faces. Many of them quickly performed hand seals, wanting to activate it again. However, they could not succeed at all. Damn it, what happened? These people were almost stunned, and their faces were extremely dark. However, that was not the most despairing thing. In the next moment, they experienced what true despair was. That was because Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's figures flashed and directly entered the array formation. Damn it! How did you get in? These people screamed crazily with faces full of fear. That was the black tortoise defensive array formation that could block all the powerhouses outside. However, the two of them had entered in an instant. How did they break the array formation? The kings swallowed their saliva and looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon as if they had seen a demon. They were extremely terrified. Chapter 22:20. The other party had already ignored the black tortoise defense formation. With the other party's combat strength, it would be very easy for him to kill them. Run! These people screamed and ran in all directions. More people fled into the depths of the general's mansion. That was because their true powerhouses were there. You want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The demon-slaying sword formation quickly formed under his feet, and streaks of blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Some of the stronger powerhouses were sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. The weaker ones were directly pierced by the sword chi. Blood splattered in the air, dyeing the general's mansion red. Damn it! At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard. It directly shattered the void and blocked all the sword chi. This voice was too terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than the previous top powerhouses. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The kings of the general's mansion were all ecstatic. A peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse is here. We're saved. These people cheered wildly. That's right, it was indeed a peerless powerhouse. That terrifying aura crushed the 9 heavens. A figure descended from the sky like an immortal king, suppressing a part of the world. As soon as he appeared, he slapped out a large palm and sent all the blood-red sword chi flying. Immediately, the sky became clear again. A peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not attack again. Instead, he stood in the void and looked ahead. The person in front looked to be in his 30s. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was solemn. He emitted a terrifying aura as if he had merged with the entire world. This aura made one's heart tremble. Indeed, it was a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also had solemn expressions. A peerless powerhouse had surpassed the top powerhouses and had already entered the realm of an 8-star king. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. An 8-star king could become a peerless powerhouse. However, if it was broken down, there were 4 small stages of an 8-star king: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The peerless powerhouse in front of them was an 8-star beginner. However, this was also very terrifying. He could suppress a top powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Are the 2 of you the ones causing trouble in the general's mansion? Killed many martial artists from the general's mansion? The peerless Almighty said coldly as he stared coldly at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. That's right, it was us. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Why? Do you think you can scare us just because you're a peerless Almighty? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Today, everyone make way for me. We are going to take over the general's residence. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. That peerless Almighty's face also turned gloomy, and an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that a storm was coming. Daring to behave atrociously in front of a peerless Almighty was definitely courting death. As expected, the peerless Almighty was enraged. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying purple flame gushed out, instantly enveloping half of the sky. The terrifying temperature burned fiercely as it charged towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The flame's aura was terrifying, and this energy made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frown. As expected of a peerless Almighty, he was indeed terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. Lin Xian let out a long roar. "Just nice, I've broken through, and I haven't fought with a true peerless Almighty yet. Today, I'll use you as an offering to my sword." As he spoke, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword with a clang. With a slash of the sword, a biting cold sword light tore through heaven and earth as it slashed forward. What? He's going to attack a peerless Almighty? Is this kid crazy? When everyone saw this scene, their mouths were agape, and they could not believe it. That was a peerless Almighty, a true powerhouse who could suppress a top-notch Almighty with a raise of his hand. It was extremely terrifying. This kid in front of them actually dared to attack such an existence? Humph, he doesn't know what's good for him. Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Of course, no one dared to provoke a peerless Almighty. He's overestimating himself. Cold laughter could be heard. Those people from the general's residence did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against a peerless Almighty. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was floating in the sky. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots, what do you know? You'll definitely be shocked to the point where your jaws drop." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations came from the general's residence. That was because in the sky, the biting cold sword light tore through the purple flames, forming a vacuum zone. What? The flames were torn apart? That's impossible. That was an attack from a peerless Almighty. How could he possibly fight against it? Those people from the general's residence went crazy. This was completely different from what they knew. That peerless Almighty was also stunned. He did not expect that Lin Xian could tear apart his purple flames. It was indeed a surprise. But soon, his face turned gloomy, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and swept across heaven and earth. Boom! The purple flames in the sky surged and turned into shocking killing intent. It surged in the sky, trying to destroy Lin Xian. Not only that, countless purple flames in the sky condensed and formed mysterious runes. They carried monstrous killing intent as they flickered in the sky. That was a terrifying superpower. Coupled with the power of the purple flames, it could definitely kill everything. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against it. He could tell that Lin Xian was a young genius, but so what? No matter how talented he was too young. His foundation was too weak. There was no way Lin Xian could fight against an expert who had lived for thousands of years. But this time, the peerless Almighty was wrong. That was because he did not know that although Lin Xian was young, the trump cards in his hands were extremely terrifying. Any one of them would be able to shock the world. Buzz. As expected, when he saw the mysterious purple runes flickering in the sky, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. However, he didn't move. He stopped moving, and a terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. He swung the Dragon Source Ancient Sword. Terrifying chaotic sword chi surged out and swept across the sky. Every ray was extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword light appeared, heaven and earth lost their color. The martial artists from the general's residence were also terrified. Boom, boom, boom. The purple flame runes flickered in the sky and collided with the sword chi. They were pierced through each time. However, those purple runes were not ordinary superpowers. The monstrous energy was also from the chaotic lotus sword chi. The two of them clashed in the sky and were evenly matched. A draw. How could that be? Could that kid be a peerless almighty too? Everyone went crazy. What did they just see? A young kid was actually tied with a peerless almighty who had lived for thousands of years. Chapter 22-21. Who is this kid? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he an old monster that has lived for countless years? They were more willing to believe the latter. Hell's Ice Lotus. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a Hell's Ice Lotus quickly formed and floated in the sky. The terrifying power of ice and fire blended, shattering all the purple runes in the sky. Damn it, this kid actually has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. When the peerless Almighty saw that his opponent had actually suppressed him, his face became extremely gloomy. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz. Countless purple auras intertwined and condensed above his head. An extremely ancient pagoda formed above him, emitting a mysterious aura. The runes surrounded it, and the moment it appeared, it crushed the void like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 4 Symbols Pagoda. It's actually such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the people of the general's residence exclaimed. Then, they all cheered. This is a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. This kid is definitely dead. That's right. The 4 Symbols Pagoda was extremely powerful and difficult to refine. It was a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. Buzz. In the next moment, the peerless Almighty activated the 4 Symbols Pagoda, and 4 different types of power surged out. The power was too terrifying, and it was indestructible. It was going to destroy heaven and earth. It was too terrifying, and no one below the peerless Almighty could block it. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but he was fearless. So what if it's a top-tier treasure? I have a heaven-grade treasure sword. Therefore, in the next moment, he took a step forward, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. An even more terrifying sword intent surged out from his body. Demon Seal. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying sword light tore through heaven and earth and collided with the 4 types of energy. Boom, boom. The void instantly exploded, and terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding ground and mountains quickly shattered, and the kings kept retreating. Below, the general's residence trembled, but at this moment, countless arrays appeared and enveloped the general's residence. This prevented the risk of being destroyed. Obviously, other than the outermost array that was destroyed by the dark red divine dragon, the array in the depths of the general's residence still existed. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying, and it blocked the violent energy. Boom. The terrifying 4 types of energy were split apart. The terrifying sword light slashed forward, almost hitting that peerless almighty being. Fortunately, the peerless almighty dodged quickly. However, he retreated to the side with a bewildered expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could this be? What kind of swordsmanship was he using? The peerless almighty was completely stunned. He, a dignified peerless almighty, had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by a brat. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. Brat, you've successfully angered me. The powerful being shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. I will let you know the true power of a powerful being. Boom. In the next moment, the four symbols pagoda above his head emitted a dazzling light before fusing into his body. Wong. The two merged into one, becoming one. A metallic luster appeared on that peerless Almighty's body. His terrifying aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force surged out of his body. Brat, be careful. He actually fused with the treasure chi in his hand. At the side, the dark red divine dragon quickly reminded with a grave expression. Lin Xian also frowned. One with the pagoda. He didn't expect this peerless Almighty to be able to cultivate to such a level. And from the looks of it, the other party was really angry. However, so what? He was no longer the same person as before. Now that his strength had increased tremendously, he didn't fear early-stage 8-star powerful beings at all. Boom. Die, brat. That peerless Almighty attacked again. With a wave of his palm, terrifying energy surged and the void exploded instantly. This palm contained the terrifying energy of the four symbols pagoda. It transformed into a dragon that roared in the void. Lin Xian quickly brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword to contend with it. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed the sky like lightning and collided with the other party's fist. Boom, boom, boom. There was a burst of dazzling light, and the entire sky was filled with clanging sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. However, after more than 10 exchanges, that peerless Almighty screamed in agony. The reason for that was because his fist had directly split open. Several cracks had appeared on it. In fact, even his white bones were exposed. Blood instantly dyed the void red. Damn it! How was this possible? The peerless Almighty's expression was extremely ugly. In the distance, those people from the general's residence were all stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't even believe it. Damn brat, who exactly are you? That peerless mighty figure's gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a peerless Almighty. His body was extremely strong, and ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, now that he had merged with the four symbols pagoda, his defense had greatly increased. Even a peerless Almighty of the same level would find it difficult to injure him. But now, after exchanging dozens of blows with the other party had actually shattered his fist. This was simply too unbelievable. He didn't know that the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had terrifying attack power. Such attack power was definitely beyond the imagination of a peerless Almighty. Brat, do you know that this is General Xianying's residence? General Xianying is the younger brother of the current empress. He's the uncle of the current first prince. If you offend such a person, you'll never have a foothold in the Tai dynasty. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end. Why? You can't beat me, so now you want to use the name of the empress and the first prince to suppress me? But it's a pity that these titles are of no use to me. Today, I'm here to take over General Xianying's residence. So, hurry up and kneel in the void to welcome me. Otherwise, if you anger me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Blood stains the general's residence. After hearing Lin Xian's words, these people's minds went blank. What was going on? Was he really going to fight the general's residence to the end? Thinking of this, the peerless Almighties behind them couldn't hold back anymore. They said, Elder, let's attack together and kill this brat. Although he's powerful, there are only two of us. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Yes, that's right. Kill him. The other Almighties also shouted angrily, because previously, they were too aggrieved and scared out of their wits by a young man. If word of this got out, how could they live in the future? Therefore, they decided to get rid of this brat. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would join forces to kill him. Chapter 22:22 They decided to get rid of that kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would work together to kill him. Attack. The peerless mighty figure's eyes flickered. He did not refuse. The kid in front of him was too strange. Next to him was a snake. He did not know how strong it was. He had to get rid of the other party quickly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more the general's residence would lose face. Go to hell, kid. Behind him, the mighty figures were also shocked when they heard that. Although they were no match for the other party in a one-on-one battle. But now, with a group of people attacking together, they would definitely kill the other party. Boom. Among them, 3 top mighty figures joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. 5 elite mighty figures joined forces and attacked the dark red divine dragon. The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy surged out. Why, you want to join forces? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The dark red divine dragon roared. He had already recovered to the realm of a mighty figure and could use the divine powers of dragons. Why would he be afraid of these elite mighty figures? In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Then, his dragon tail rolled forward like a river and blasted in front of him. Boom! Those elite mighty figures vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it! A dragon! He's a dragon! Those elite mighty figures were filled with fear. They originally thought that the other party was a snake or a loach. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. However, someone shook his head. Impossible! How could there be a real dragon? At most, he has the bloodline of dragons. Perhaps he's a flood dragon. Legend had it that a real flood dragon was full of treasures. Capture him, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, eat his flesh. That will help us break through. Those elite mighty figures stared at the dark red divine dragon with bloodshot eyes, as if they had heard a treasure. They thought that it was a flood dragon. If they knew that the dark red divine dragon was a real dragon, they would probably go crazy. What? How dare you have designs on me? You're courting death. The dark red divine dragon was also furious. These guys actually want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? They really don't know what's good for them. The next moment, he sneered. Let me send you on your way first. Soon, the dark red divine dragon spat out streaks of dragon flames. At the same time, it brandished its dragon claws and charged forward. On the other side, the 3 pinnacle almighties were also charging towards Lin Xian. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Moreover, there was a peerless almighty at the side who was eyeing them covetously. He was ready to strike at any moment. It could be said that Lin Xian's current situation was even more dangerous than the dark red divine dragon. Wang. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the dragon sword domain to cover the surroundings. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, forming a screen of light that protected him. At the same time, his body swayed and he instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 top almighties. The 3 peak powerhouses missed their target, but they didn't give up. Instead, they sneered. Kid, you can't escape. Today is the day you die. As they spoke, they attacked even more ferociously. In the sky, afterimages were torn apart one after another as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was also activated. Terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, transforming into the phantoms of heavenly rocks, cheilants, true dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts. That terrifying power made the hearts of these top almighties tremble. As a result, these top almighties had no choice but to activate their king domains to resist. Damn it! How could this kid be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the 3 top almighties had the urge to curse. At this moment, the peerless almighty also made his move. Originally, he was disdainful of being surrounded. After all, he had a noble status. But now, seeing that the 3 top almighties couldn't even take down the other party, he was furious. The peerless almighty's face was gloomy. In the next moment, he decisively made his move. The peerless almighty's attack greatly increased the pressure on Lin Xian. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by the palm. Fortunately, He was fast enough and was only grazed by the palm wind. Even so, he still kept retreating, the blood in his body churning. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul began to circulate wildly. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in his body. Demon Seal. Battle Song. Lin Xian suddenly unleashed two powerful attacks towards the Peerless Almighty. Boom! The Peerless Almighty was sent flying. At the same time, he charged towards the three top Almighties. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon sword domain completely erupted, and countless sword chi descended, forcing the three top Almighties to separate. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sea gods' ice erupted, forming a terrifying world of ice that enveloped two of the top Almighties. Only one was left. Go to hell. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body erupted, and the dragon source ancient sword mercilessly slashed down. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Even the top Almighties would feel their scalps go numb if they saw it, let alone the top Almighties. Therefore, this pinnacle mighty figure screamed as he was split in half. The armor on his body was also split open by the sword. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the two top Almighties broke through the ice wall and charged out. But soon, they were stunned, because their companion had been killed by the other party. Instantly, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. Buzz. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced into their souls, and they seemed to have lost control of their souls and fell into a momentary daze. Poof! When they recovered, two heads had already flown into the air. Damn it! How could this be? The Almighties who were watching the battle from afar were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Three top Almighties were killed just like that. This kid was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. It could be said that it was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps no one below the top Almighties was a match for this kid. They were terrified and did not dare to attack him again. However, at this moment, the top Almighty charged over again. Previously, he was sent flying by two sword chi and was injured. However, he was still a top Almighty after all. Although the two sword chi had injured him, it was not fatal. Therefore, he charged over again. The battle erupted again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had also finished off 5 elite Almighties. However, at this moment, another top Almighty charged up from below. He fought with the dark red divine dragon, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although the dark red divine dragon had just entered the almighty realm like Lin Xian, he was a dragon and had the dragon divine ability. Therefore, he was able to fight evenly with the top Almighties for a while. Buzz. At this moment, the top Almighty who was fighting with Lin Xian, the Four Symbols King, roared. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light, accompanied by countless lightning bolts that descended around him. Four Symbols Divine Lightning. Chapter 22-23. This lightning was too terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of a peerless Almighty, but it also contained the power of the Four Symbols Pagoda. The two combined into one, forming a monstrous attack. Lin Xian naturally felt threatened. He instantly activated the ice shield, and the terrifying ice goddess statue formed. Its huge wings enveloped him. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly shrunk, completely enveloping him. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword Dao world. Boom, boom. The thunder that filled the sky blasted on the ice goddess statue, producing violent sounds. Then, the ice goddess statue was penetrated. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying ice aura dimmed the power of the thunder. In fact, many of them were even frozen. However, the Four Symbols Divine Thunder still passed through the ice aura and attacked Lin Xian again. Clang! The sword chi around Lin Xian was extremely sharp. It destroyed all the lightning, and none of them could get close to him. Seeing this scene, the kings of the general's residence were all stunned. Their scalps went numb. Although they knew that the other party was very powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond their imagination. The other party was only a young man in his 20s, but he actually had the battle strength of a peerless Almighty. It was simply too shocking. Kill. Kill quickly. Form a formation. Cooperate with the killing formation and attack together. Kill him for me. The peerless Almighty in front roared. Kill. Soon, the almighty kings from the general's mansion rushed over. Some of them joined forces, some formed a formation, and some directly controlled the killing formation to attack Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy burst out, but the result left them extremely shocked. This was because the young man in front of them was ridiculously powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. A casual sword chi from the other party was like the Milky Way, crushing the surroundings and shattering all of their attacks. How was he human? He was simply like a sword god that had descended into the mortal world. Poof! An elite almighty wielded a long saber and attacked together with the formation. However, he was directly cut in half by the other party's sword chi. Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Damn it, he was too powerful. The others were pale and trembling. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. For elite powerhouses had joined forces to form a killing formation. They descended from the sky, wanting to envelop him. This killing formation was incomparably terrifying. It carried with it a shocking killing aura that pierced through the void. However, it was still useless. After being sliced apart by the other party's sword, it turned into spiritual energy that filled the air and scattered in all directions. As for the four elite almighties, they spat out blood and flew backwards. Damn it, impossible. Who are you? Who are you? These people were all crazy, screaming nonstop. They simply couldn't believe that a young man could be so powerful. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Lin Xian sneered. Meanwhile, the more these people looked, the more shocked they became. Damn it, could it be someone from the War Clan? After thinking about it, they realized that only the legendary war race could produce such a young genius. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else to do so. However, why did the battle race want to take action against their general manor? This shouldn't be the case. Thus, he shouldn't be someone from the War Clan. However, if it wasn't the war race, then who could it be? Which young man could be so heaven-defying? They really couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why, don't you recognize me? Your general manor sent so many almighties to hunt me down, and now you don't recognize me? What? Hunt you down? These almighties were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, could it be you? They were extremely shocked because they thought of a person. A young demon king, a person who was wanted by the Tai dynasty, a person who killed the Golden Lion King. Thinking of this, they came to a realization. Perhaps only such a demon king would have such terrifying strength. The other party could even kill a peerless genius of the War Clan. One could imagine how terrifying he was. However, wasn't this kid being hunted down? Why would he appear here? And he wanted to cause trouble in their general manor? Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge? It seems that you have recognized who I am. Since you know who I am, then you should know what will happen to you. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for massacring the general manor. What? You really suppressed the general manor. Hearing that, these people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. That was the general manor. General Xin Ying's manor was not inferior to the king's manor. However, a young man had come knocking on their door and threatened to suppress them. If news of this spread, how would the general manor survive in the future? However, the other party was too powerful. Even the peerless almighties could not kill him. He was definitely a murderous fiend. Therefore, they really could not do anything to him for a while. Could it be that the general manor was really going to be suppressed? Damn it. Impossible. Kill him for me. Someone roared angrily, and his body emitted a terrifying light. Many kings' domains soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, more than 10 kings' domains flickered in the sky, and light danced in the sky, completely sealing the entire space. Use your king's domains. Use your cultivation base to suppress. Although his combat strength was powerful, his cultivation base was not high. The king's domains crazily charged toward Lin Xian. In fact, the peerless Almighty also activated a king's domain and flew over quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His body flickered, and he was the first to dodge the Almighty's domain. However, he could not be bothered to dodge the other king's domains. Buzz. The dragon's source ancient sword was swung, and the void was cut in half. Then, the king's domain of an Almighty was directly split apart. Not only that, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and at the same time, a scream was heard. That elite Almighty was also slashed into a bloody mist by the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Some of the ordinary Almighties even began to flee into the distance. The other party was too terrifying. Killing Almighties was like cutting grass. How would they dare to stay here? However, in the next moment, they screamed. That was because they realized that they could only escape a few thousand miles away. They could not go any further. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious array completely enveloped the entire general manor. It cut off all their escape routes. What? The general manor was completely sealed. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Almighty's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and completely seal the entire general manor. When did the other party make a move? How could there be such an exquisite array? They did not dare to imagine. Chapter 22-24. Seeing this, even the faces of the two Almighties turned gloomy. Ruffian Dragon, attack? Use the killing formation and kill them all. Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his dragon sword domain surged out and collided with the other domains in the sky. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard. Countless king domains were instantly shattered. The dragon sword domain was too powerful. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out from within. It contained the power of the dragon sword soul and had the power to split the heavens and earth. The king domains of the Almighties could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian charged forward like a god of death as he chased after the Almighties. Damn it! Stop it! At the sight of this, the four symbols kings let out a furious roar. He quickly chased after Lin Xian, but Lin Xian was too fast. He could not catch up to him for a while. This made him go crazy. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one in the sky. On the other side, the dark red dragon also made its move. It opened its mouth and spat out killing formations one after another. These slaughtering formations were all prepared by it beforehand. Now that it was unleashed, it was extremely terrifying. The other supreme being, the demonic crystal guru, roared furiously as well as he launched an attack. He wanted to destroy these killing formations. However, as soon as these killing formations appeared, they covered all directions. Even though he destroyed some of them, more of them surrounded the remaining Almighties. Ah! 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 Miserable screams could be heard one after another. It was extremely miserable. Soon, countless people were pierced by these killing formations, and blood flowed out profusely. A rain of blood fell from the sky above the general's residence. It was unusually bloody and carried a monstrous pungent smell. Boom! The commotion here finally alarmed the general's residence below. Countless martial artists rushed over, but the weaker ones were directly killed by the energy that filled the sky. However, this was the mysterious general's residence after all. Its status was comparable to that of a king's residence. There were still many experts here. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over from the depths of the general's residence. They were murderous like gods of war as they surged over. Boom! 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 As soon as they appeared, these people attacked and shattered all the killing formations in the surroundings. The energy in the sky was torn apart, and the terrifying light disappeared. The sky regained its clarity once again. However, when they saw the scene in the sky, their expressions all changed. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those King Realm Almighties from before were all killed, their corpses turning into blood mist. Other than Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, there were only two Almighties left in the general's residence. Damn it! Who are you, kid? How dare he be so cruel? The warriors who came later roared crazily. Up ahead, Master Magic Crystal said coldly. He is the one we are looking for. Capture him. Then we will have made a great contribution. What? It was actually that brat? He actually dared to come here. When those people heard this, they were also extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was great. They had long known that capturing this brat would bring them great benefits. Therefore, at this moment, they were all extremely excited. However, at this moment, Master Magic Crystal said coldly again, "Don't act rashly. He is not simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Don't worry, Elder. We won't be careless." Formation. Behind him, a middle-aged man and woman walked out. One was wearing a white robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Both of their auras were extremely powerful. They were top almighties. Among them, the man held the thunder hammer while the woman held the gale sword. Their king domains instantly rushed out and enveloped the entire sky. Wind and thunder formation. The terrifying power of wind and thunder flew out in an instant, whistling as it shot towards Lin Xian. Clouds and rain. However, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Countless white mists surged out of his body and slowly rose into the sky. Immediately, the power of wind and thunder that filled the sky was completely absorbed. What was going on? Those clouds could absorb the power of wind and thunder? How was that possible? The other party's top almighties were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The others were also extremely shocked. When they saw the true body of the dark red divine dragon, they all exclaimed, "Flood dragon! Flood dragon, my ass! Die for me!" The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. The absorbed lightning was released again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power pierced through the void and surged forward. Boom! 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 The two top almighties were sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were filled with shock. Attack together, don't hesitate anymore. The four kings also roared angrily. Beside them, Venerable Magic Crystal's body was filled with killing intent. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Both of them were peerless almighties. Their cultivation was at the early 8-star almighties. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even top almighties couldn't withstand a single blow from them. But now, the two of them couldn't do anything to each other. This man and dragon were simply too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying it was, they had to attack and kill each other. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the dragon sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. It caused the power of the dragon sword domain to skyrocket again. Streaks of sword chi soared into the sky, each of them able to pierce through Almighty. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also going all out now. Hellfire, Sea God Ice, terrifying energy surged out and swept in all directions. Not only that, the demon-slaying sword array formed under his feet. One after another, primordial shadows filled the sky. Terrifying power whistled. On the other side, the dark red divine dragons were even more powerful. He repeatedly used the dragon's abilities, causing Venerable Magic Crystal to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 5 almighties were killed by Lin Xian. Their corpses fell to the ground. As for the others, they were all extremely terrified. They originally wanted to capture the other party and obtain battle merits. But now, it seemed impossible. The other party was like a demon king, causing them to feel despair. Blade Group, send them over. The 4 kings roared. Boom. Below, a torrent rushed out. 6 black-robed men appeared. The 6 of them had a biting cold aura. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and there was no emotion on their faces. They carried long sabers on their backs and were like killing gods. Clang. The 6 black-robed men pulled out their long sabers. Saber light instantly erupted. The 6 of them merged into one and instantly charged forward. Every member of the Blade Group was an extremely terrifying Saber King. At this moment, the 6 of them even used the 6 directions saber technique. When the 6 of them merged into one, their strength was countless times stronger than before. Buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand instantly expanded, turning into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed down crazily. Clang, clang. The sabers in the six people's hands collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and were all broken. Puff. The six black-robed swordsmen also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their expressions finally changed. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 22-25. One had to know that each of them had an upper-grade Earth-class artifact in their hands. However, at this moment, they were like pieces of paper that were shattered. However, this was not the end. The ancient dragon abyss sword roared as if it had turned into a giant dragon. It transformed into six dragon-shaped sword auras that instantly split the bodies of the six men apart. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the six men in black fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Blood dyed the ground red. The people around him went crazy. These six men were extremely terrifying Saber Kings. They were extremely powerful. This was the killing move of the Wong residents. However, it had been easily broken by someone else. In front of that giant sword, any treasured weapon or saber technique would be useless. It was a direct suppression. Nothing could stop it. Damn brat, the general's residence will not let you off. An elite powerhouse saw this scene and roared crazily. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. Buzz. A sword wave flew out. Puff. That elite powerhouse's eyebrow blood splattered as he fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian strode forward as if he wanted to enter the general's residence. Damn it, stop him. Angry roars could be heard as the four symbols kings stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky, trying to imprison Lin Xian in the void. Boom. Whoosh. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He only left behind an afterimage as his real body had already entered the general's residence. Boom. Sword auras flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom. 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 The surrounding buildings, pavilions, and halls of the general's residence were split into pieces. Huge rocks rolled and the terrifying ground cracked open. The terrifying sound shocked everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. Was this guy really trying to tear down the general's residence? Damn it, he really deserved to die. Kill. Kill him for me. More experts rushed out from the general's residence. They saw this scene and roared crazily. Countless arrays lit up in the surroundings. Some were defensive, some were offensive. The sky was filled with runes that flashed with terrifying power. However, all of this could not stop Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, everything that got close to him was split apart. Not only that, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly split apart. Buzz. Lin Xian's hands. The terrifying eyes were very illusory, but when he appeared, it still caused fear in the people of the general's residence. Everyone looked. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was forming seals with his hands. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. This illusory eye was the illusion of the heavenly secrets Abhijna. It was imprinted in the void. His goal was naturally to find that super teleportation array. As expected, Lin Xian soon found it. The illusory eye in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Ruffian dragon, over here. Lin Xian called out as he flew. The dark red dragon swung his tail and sent more than 10 people flying. At the same time, his dragon claws tore through the void and quickly followed. Damn it! Stop them! We must stop them! The experts from the general's residence roared crazily. They did not know what those two fellows were trying to do. However, they knew that they could not let those two fellows enter the depths of the general's residence. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the void. On the other side, a sea of fire surged into the sky. Behind them, hundreds of saber lights mercilessly slashed down like the Milky Way. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once, and all the terrifying energy in the world was destroyed. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and spread into the distance. A few cultivators were even swallowed by the cracks. How terrifying! The cultivators from the general's residence were terrified. However, This time, they did not escape. They still wanted to stop them. The godly spear team. More than 10 figures soared into the sky. They were tall and held red spears in their hands. Their auras were like demonic beasts that shot into the sky. The spears in their hands were like dragons that pierced through the void. In an instant, dazzling spear lights covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red Shenlong. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent all the spear lights on his side flying. On the other side, Lin Xian formed a seal and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate the war tribe's seal of fearless lion. A golden lion flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and roared in all directions. The terrifying sound waves turned into golden waves that surged in all directions. Boom! The spear lights that filled the sky turned into countless fragments and dissipated. Puff, puff, puff. More than 10 godly generals spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, brat, you're too arrogant. Behind them, the four symbols king roared angrily. His body suddenly exploded with light, and his speed instantly increased. He must have used some kind of secret technique to catch up to Lin Xian. Soon, he blocked the path. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable also appeared in front of the dark red dragon. These two peerless almighties were really angry now. The four symbols king unleashed the four symbols pagoda. It floated in the palace and emitted a shocking murderous aura. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable took out a black bottle. The black bottle was engraved with runes and had an extremely cold aura. In the next moment, the demonic crystal venerable opened the bottle and injected power into it. Buzz! The bottle emitted light, and a black poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bottle. The scorpion was extremely black and crystal clear like black jade. It was only the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, its eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The tail behind his back was also raised high, and his body was emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was an extremely terrifying scorpion. It could even threaten the peerless almighties. Go, kill him. The demonic crystal venerable waved his finger, and the black scorpion flew out. It quickly charged towards the dark red dragon. On the other side, the four symbols king activated the four symbols pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda rapidly expanded. It was 100,000 feet tall and was like an ancient demon mountain. It pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded into a 100 feet long giant sword. He held it and slashed it towards the sky. Crack! This slash was extremely powerful. It was like a divine light with a monstrous murderous aura that split the void. Then, it collided with the terrifying four symbols pagoda. Boom! Boom! Chapter 22-26. Boom! 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 There was a huge explosion of energy, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The two collided, and a blast of air swept out in all directions. Although the general's residence was protected by a defensive array formation, the buildings still collapsed. It couldn't be helped. This was the attack of a peerless almighty, and it was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the people in the general's residence screamed. All of them were terrified. Even the four symbols king's face darkened. That was because he realized that his four symbols pagoda had been sent flying, and it crashed into the void, creating a terrifying black hole. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The four symbols king's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't suppress the other party. Lin Xian was also surprised. The four symbols pagoda was definitely a top-notch treasure. His Dragon Abyss Valley ancient sword had only sent it flying, and there were no cracks on it at all. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of a peerless almighty's treasure, it was indeed much more powerful than ordinary top-notch almighties. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Since you're courting death by blocking my path, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was about to use his ultimate move, but at that moment, his heart thumped wildly, and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, He immediately left his original spot without hesitation and dodged to the side. Buzz. Boom. Just as he was about to move, a black bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the void he was in. The armor on his body was also grazed by the black lightning, and countless cracks immediately appeared. Fortunately, he had more than one defense. Although his armor was shattered, the sword chi on the surface of his body blocked the black energy. Even so, Lin Xian was still frightened. That was because it was too dangerous. If he was any slower, he would have been hit by the black flash, and he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even pierce through his body. Damn it, what the hell is that? Lin Xian was bewildered and looked at the place where he was originally standing. In the next moment, he was stunned. It was because he discovered that it was a black scorpion. It was the size of a palm and looked like black jade. Wasn't this the scorpion released by that peerless almighty earlier? Damn it, he had originally thought that he would attack the dark red divine dragon. Who would have thought that this fellow's target would actually be him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red divine dragon was taken aback as well. Then, it cursed, "Holy *T, how shameless. 2 against 1. He did not expect these two peerless almighties to join forces to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the faces of the two peerless mighty figures were dark. Previously, when they had made their move, they had secretly communicated with one another and decided that the two of them would work together to eliminate one of them first. This way, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they set their sights on Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so sharp and quick. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the sure kill attack. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill him. Venerable Magic Crystal roared angrily as he formed hand seals with his palms. The black scorpion once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. On the other side, the Four Symbols Kings activated the Four Symbols Pagoda and launched 4 terrifying attacks. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was really angry. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly launched it. Buzz! With a slash of the sword, the terrifying chaotic sword chi slashed forward like the Milky Way and blocked the attack of the Four Symbols Pagoda. That was not the end. Lin Xian quickly waved his arm. 8 streaks of sword chi flew over quickly one after another. The sword light was like a stormy sea, bringing with it endless air waves that tore the void apart. Clang! Boom! 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 One sword fell, and another rose. Each streak of sword chi was even more powerful than the previous one. It was like a wave that appeared one after another. Damn it! On the other side, the Four Symbols King's face darkened, and he was extremely shocked. That was because he had suffered a great impact. The other party's sword light was continuous. After the first sword strike, the second sword strike soon fell. Moreover, the power of the second sword strike was even more violent than the previous one. In that case, he could not block the 9th sword strike at all. Not only him, but Magic Crystal Venerable's face also darkened. That was because the other party had launched 9 streaks of sword chi in a row. It was like a wave that suppressed the entire space. His black scorpion was also under great threat. It could not break through, let alone kill the other party. Humph! 2 shameless old men. You want to fight me together? Impossible. I'll kill you. The dark red divine dragon also flew over. It raised its huge head and roared. Roar! 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 The terrifying dragon's roar was earth-shattering. It shook the surrounding warriors and made their blood boil. Their faces were extremely pale. In the sky, the black scorpion also stopped moving. It no longer flew quickly and even began to tremble. It looked as if it was kneeling before its king. Damn it! How is that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable's face changed drastically when he saw that. The black scorpion was called the Ink Jade Scorpion. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was highly poisonous. Even a powerful being would die from the poison if they were hit. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient mutated species that had the power of bloodline. Even a powerful being would not be able to make it tremble. However, the other party's roar made his scorpion tremble. It could not help but kneel. This was simply too shocking and unbelievable. Boom. It made the other party reveal its true form and make it tremble. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon laughed. He slapped the scorpion away with his claw. Countless cracks had appeared on his black body, and black blood was even flowing out from them. As soon as it landed, it corroded the entire ground. All the trees and plants in the surroundings withered. Damn it! Run! It's highly poisonous. The surrounding martial artists fled frantically. A few of them who were too slow were covered by the black aura. Their bodies quickly decayed. In the end, not even their bones were left. They turned into a pool of black blood. Seeing that, everyone was terrified and did not dare to approach. Damn it! Magic Crystal Venerable roared when he saw that the inked jade scorpion was injured. He waved his arm. He made use of the black liquid that dripped down. It turned into black poisonous needles and flew towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be pierced, and black holes would appear one after another. From this, one could imagine how potent the toxicity of the black blood was. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. He was a dragon. So what if the other party was strong? Could it be that the power of the bloodline was more powerful than his? He did not believe it. The dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of the black poison. It instantly burned the black blood. Damn it! How is that possible? Chapter 22-27. He realized that this dark red flood dragon was simply too strange. It's ridiculously powerful. Could it be an ancient mutant too? He could not figure it out. But soon, he exclaimed again. Not only the dark red dragon, but Lin Xian's sword chi had also destroyed the black blood. Damn it! How did he do it? The venerable magic crystal was going crazy. If the dark red dragon could do it, he could accept it. He felt that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background and was very likely an ancient mutant beast. But how did this brat do it? He's just a human. How can he have such a powerful sword chi? He could not believe it. However, he did not have time to think, because Lin Xian's ultimate move was coming at him again. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly emitted a sharp light as if a peerless beast had awakened. The sharpness of the sword instantly increased. Damn it! There's something wrong with this sword. The venerable magic crystal and the four symbols kings immediately changed their expressions. They felt a chill down their spines and a deathly threat. They did not know what the sword in Lin Xian's hand was, but their instincts told them not to take it head-on. Buzz! 9 runes appeared on the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand, and one of them quickly disappeared. The aura on the sword had also reached its peak. Oh no, dodge! The two supreme beings' expressions changed when they felt the aura on Lin Xian's longsword suddenly increase. That was because they felt a deathly threat. That feeling was too creepy. They had not felt it for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to sense it from a junior? Buzz! The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, shattering the void. The four symbols king screamed. The four symbols pagoda beside him was instantly blasted away, and a crack appeared on it. Not only that, but he was also in a miserable state. The armor on his body was dented, and more than half of his bones were broken. He crashed into more than 10 palaces. What? A supreme being was sent flying. How is that possible? They were going crazy. They could not believe it. However, the venerable magic crystal also roared and turned to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He held the dragon abyss in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword chi flew out. Damn it, block for me. Magic Crystal Guru roared and released his king's domain in front of him. His king's domain was a wave of violet gold crystals, and each of them was like a demonic pillar that spun in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, this time, it was unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. This was because Lin Xian had unlocked the first seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the demonic crystal guru's king's domain cracked. As for the magic crystal guru, he spat out mouthfuls of blood and cut a sorry figure. Boom! In the next moment, He was also sent flying backwards, smashing into a dozen pavilions. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, countless rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The terrifying sound caused everyone to fall into a daze. This was because they did not dare to imagine that two peerless almighties would be sent flying by two swords. What kind of method was this? To be able to do that? Who was the other party? That was too terrifying. At the side, dark red Shenhong sneered. The general's residence was just so. Today, I'll wash your general's residence with blood. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. As he spoke, he swung his dragon tail, which was like a river that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked, and the arrays in the sky were all shattered. Nothing could withstand the impact. Buzz. Who was it? How dare you cause trouble in my general's residence? In the sky, there was an angry roar. Following that, dozens of figures appeared. This time, after the dozens of figures appeared, hundreds of figures flashed rapidly in the general's residence below. More and more experts moved out, and the first person to roar was a middle-aged man. His face was pale and beardless, and his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The aura on his body was monstrous, piercing through the void. If one looked closely, one would realize that his appearance was very similar to General Xian Ying. This was because he was General Xian Ying's younger brother, Xian Feng. After Xian Feng came out, he looked around with a gloomy face. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xian and dark red Shenhong. Attack. Kill them for me. I want to use their souls and flesh as a sacrifice to my dead clansmen. Kid, go to hell. Beside him, the void split open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. He was holding a 5-colored feather fan in his hand, which was emitting a terrifying force. Buzz. As the feather fan waved, a strong wind blew. Sand and stones flew, and the mountains and palaces in the sky were all blown away. The terrifying force of the wind surged in the air, and the strong wind turned into wind blades, slashing towards Lin Xian and dark red Shenhong. This scene was too terrifying, as though it was the end of the world. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. He waved his ancient sword, and the terrifying sword chi tore all the wind blades apart. On the other hand, he and dark red Shenhong moved forward quickly. Kid, you hold them off first. Xiaobai and I will go and collect some things, dark red Shenhong said. He then waved his hand and grabbed Snow White Monkey from the black earth. Xiaobai yawned and was very dissatisfied. However, after hearing dark red Shenhong's plan, Xiaobai's gem-like eyes flashed with a sneaky light. Roar! The dark red dragon roared and flew downwards. The little white monkey rode on his back and cheered. Damn it, stop him for me. That middle-aged man, Xin Feng, roared. Immediately, hundreds of martial artists rushed out of the cave, trying to stop dark red Shenhong. Some of them joined hands, and some of them formed formations. In any case, they would not let dark red Shenhong pass. Unfortunately, dark red Shenhong roared and tore the void apart. At the same time, he spewed out dragon flames, which spread in all directions. The terrifying flame aura made the hundreds of martial artists cry out in pain. Whitey was also constantly swaying its body. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Anyone who got close to it would be knocked unconscious with a single slap. Damn it! When the man in white saw this, he quickly waved his feather fan, trying to attack dark red Shenhong. However, he was blocked by Lin Xian's sword light. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Your opponent is me. He naturally would not let these people touch dark red Shenhong because he knew that dark red Shenhong and Xiaobai were probably going to rob the general's mansion. How could he let others destroy such a good thing? Damn it! Half of you go and kill those two demonic beasts. The rest of you, kill this kid here. Xian Feng stood in the void and roared crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 10 figures blocked Lin Xian. Among them, the man in white quickly waved his wind blades. Chapter 22-28. Crack, crack, crack. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. A hole seemed to have been torn in the sky. Thunder and rain fell from the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. The power of thunder and lightning was all directed at Lin Xian. On the left, there was a burly man in yellow. He was 3 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like a dragon. His hands kept dancing in the air. Suddenly, yellow mountains appeared in the sky. They were like Mount Tai, tens of thousands of feet tall. They quickly fell and instantly exploded the void, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. The person on the right was even more strange. It was a black-robed man with a red ghost mask on his face and a white soul-summoning banner in his hand. He waved it gently and thousands of vengeful spirits roared, emitting a cold aura, wanting to tear Lin Xian apart. "You want to compete with me? Go to hell." Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly. He was like a god of death. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand kept slashing out. The dragon sword domain on his body quickly cooperated. Boom! With a swing of the sword chi intertwined and turned into a black tortoise. It burned fiercely and instantly knocked away the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only that, the black tortoise slapped down. Terrifying black flames pierced through the void and directly smashed the burly man in yellow into ashes. Buzz! The sword moved horizontally, forming an icy wind in the sky. It spread out in all directions, and the terrifying power of ice froze the storm that filled the sky. With another swing of the sword, the terrifying sword light formed a dragon phoenix fire furnace. Black flames spread and burned all the vengeful spirits to death. In the face of the terrifying thunder above his head, Lin Xian's body swayed and directly rushed over. The dragon sword domain swayed beside him and turned into an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it surged and roared. Boom! The azure dragon's shadow was angry and tore all the thunder apart. Not only that, millions of sword lights flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Puff, 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 puff. The dozen or so experts in the surroundings screamed. They were hit by hundreds of thousands of sword chi and were directly cut into a bloody mist. Damn it! How can he be so strong? I don't believe it. Many people roared madly. However, at this moment, an old man walked out. He held a purple pagoda and said coldly, "Everyone, help me." The king realm mighty figures of the general's mansion all turned around in shock. This was the demon ceiling pagoda. Everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that he would even take out such a treasure? The demon ceiling pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure. Since it was able to seal experts, it contained terrifying Tao patterns. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that it could seal peerless almighties. Now that he had taken it out, the people from the general's residence regained their confidence. Charge! Another dozen or so almighties quickly came to the old man's side. They kept waving their palms, sending streams of spiritual energy into the demon ceiling pagoda. Wong! The demon ceiling pagoda shone with boundless light, and mysterious runes appeared on it. Whoosh! It shot out a purple ray of light, which instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger and wanted to use the demigods and semi-devils. However, a terrifying power instantly sucked him into the demon ceiling pagoda. Boom! The demon ceiling pagoda rotated in the air and landed on the ground. The Tao patterns on it shone even brighter. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence finally laughed wildly. Their bodies were stained with blood, but at this moment, they were cheering. That was because they had finally captured the young demon king. As expected of the demon ceiling pagoda, a legendary treasure. It was indeed terrifying. Humph! I'll be able to completely refine that kid in less than half an hour. At that time, we'll seal that dragon. I want to extract their souls from their bodies. I'll burn them with endless flames. I'll let them suffer for thousands of years. I'll let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. These people looked ferocious. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the demon ceiling pagoda. What demon ceiling pagoda? In my opinion, it's just a broken pagoda. Do you really think you can seal me? What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid still speak? They were terrified because legend had it that after entering the demon ceiling pagoda, Even peerless almighties would be sealed by a terrifying power. In the end, they would turn into a pool of blood. However, the other party could still speak, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. What was going on? Could it be that the energy in the demon sealing pagoda was useless against this kid? Impossible. They were about to go crazy. This kid was too strange. The old man's face was even gloomier. He roared angrily, "Everyone, let's work together and quickly refine this kid." Okay. The dozen or so almighties nodded. They quickly activated their spiritual power and poured it into the demon sealing pagoda. Immediately, terrifying Tao patterns flickered, and the demon sealing pagoda shone brightly. It was like a peerless treasure that kept spinning. Boom. However, at this moment, the demon sealing pagoda began to tremble violently, and a terrifying sound that sounded like thunder could be heard. The dozen or so almighties' faces turned pale. Damn it, what was going on? These almighties were terrified, while the old man's face was gloomy. Oh no, that kid is trying to break through. Hurry up and suppress him. Don't let him out. Hurry up, everyone come over. Another 20 or so figures came over. Among them were a dozen or so kings, although they were quite weak. Although they were weak, they couldn't care less now. It was always good to be able to add a bit of strength. Immediately, the dozen or so kings joined forces and frantically poured their power into the demon sealing pagoda, wanting to seal Lin Xian. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, it was several times stronger than before. Boom. The shockwaves caused the King Realm experts to continuously retreat. Some of the kings even vomited blood. They were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and prepared to use their powers again. Boom, boom, boom. Another earth-shattering explosion sounded in front of them. Following that, the incomparably terrifying demon sealing pagoda exploded into pieces, and from inside, a figure rushed out. That person was Lin Xian. As soon as he appeared, he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. The terrifying sword technique pierced through all directions. He killed all 30 or so almighties. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. He was like a god of death. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword, and dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded his body as he strode forward. The demon sealing pagoda was indeed powerful, but Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was even more terrifying. The moment he entered the demon sealing pagoda, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the ancient dragon abyss sword, the power was absolutely shocking. Therefore, although the demon sealing pagoda was powerful, it couldn't resist at all and was directly blown apart. That was why the previous scene happened. Chapter 22-29. Around them, countless figures moved quickly. They did not dare to get close at all. That was because the scene from before had truly shocked them to the core. In the air, Xian Feng looked at the other party with a gloomy face. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Could it be that the other party could really massacre the general's mansion? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and he looked to the other side. There, a dark red figure and a white figure were moving freely. The terrifying power also blasted all the martial artists in the general's mansion away. Not only that, the dragon and monkey specifically picked the secret chamber of the general's mansion and robbed many treasures. Seeing this scene, Xian Feng's face became even gloomier. Two beasts actually dared to rob the general's mansion? If this spread out, no one would believe it. However, at this moment, there was another exclamation from below. Not good. Damn it. This kid's target was actually there. Hearing this, Xian Feng also looked down. In the next moment, his pupil shrank, because he also discovered Lin Xian's intention. Damn it, this kid's target was actually the super teleportation portal. Could it be that he wanted to escape? Xian Feng's face was gloomy. He naturally knew that the entire Tai dynasty was looking for the other party, and the one who presided over this matter was his elder brother. In addition to the tempting rewards issued by the imperial edict, It could be said that all the experts in the entire Tai dynasty were looking for the other party. Not only that, it was said that the experts from the war tribe were also there. Moreover, these people also knew that the other party was very likely to use the super teleportation portal to escape. Therefore, the 12 main cities were heavily guarded with countless almighties guarding them. As long as the other party dared to enter, they would definitely capture him. However, they did not expect that the other party did not enter the 12 main cities, but came to their general's mansion instead. Other than the 12 main cities, there were super teleportation portals in the Duke's mansions. Of course, there was another place, which was their general's mansion. Whether it was the Duke's mansion or the general's mansion, they were heavily guarded and had many experts. Moreover, they did not think that the other party would dare to come. However, they did not expect the other party to really come. Damn it, this is too much. Does he really think that there is no one in the general's mansion? Xian Feng's face was gloomy and his eyes were red. His body emitted a biting, cold, murderous intent. The other party actually wanted to use the super teleportation portal to escape. How could he let him succeed? Min, set up the 10-direction killing formation. He absolutely could not let that brat escape. His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the general's residence. In an instant, countless figures soared into the air and converged in this direction. They quickly took their positions below. Inscriptions lit up under their feet and intertwined on the ground. It formed an incomparably profound array. There were hundreds of people in this formation, and all of them were King Realm experts. At this moment, they had formed a terrifying killing formation together. The energy was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 10-direction killing formation was a formation passed down from ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that once it was used, it could wipe out the 9 heavens, 10 earths, no one able to escape. At this moment, seeing that Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation formation, Xian Feng could no longer hold it in. He displayed the incomparably terrifying Great Sand Town. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sounds rang out one after another as terrifying radiance pierced through heaven and earth. These were all formed from murderous energy. As soon as they came out, they tore apart the sky and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. This was the murderous aura formed by the ancient array. It was extremely terrifying. When Lin Xian saw the array and felt the murderous aura, his face changed. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the 10-direction killing formation had sealed off the entire space. Terrifying murderous aura was everywhere, piercing through the void and making it impossible for him to dodge. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Since he could not dodge, he could only use all his strength to block it. He formed a seal with his palms, and the sea god's ice spread rapidly on his body. The ice goddess appeared, and the terrifying power of ice resisted the murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the sea god's ice was extremely terrifying as it instantly froze the surroundings. The murderous aura in the sky was completely frozen. At a glance, it was a world of ice and frost. In fact, even the King Almighties below were trembling. Because of this cold aura, their faces turned pale and the blood in their bodies was about to be frozen. Damn it! This guy has such a strong power of ice. He actually blocked the first layer of murderous aura. Many people were shocked. However, Xian Feng snorted. Don't panic. So what if this guy is strong? The 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. Each layer would increase the power by several folds. The fact that he could block the first layer did not mean anything. Don't worry, by the time he reaches the 10th layer, he will definitely die. No one would be able to resist it. Hearing this, the people felt more at ease. Indeed, the 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. The power of each layer would increase by several folds. Sure enough, when these people madly circulated their inner strength and poured it into the killing formation, countless murderous aura rose between heaven and earth again. This time, the energy was much stronger than before. It directly broke open the void and formed a terrifying black hole. Hellfire. Seeing the second layer of murderous aura, Lin Xian snorted. Countless black flames surged out and spread in all directions. This was the hellfire. It was extremely terrifying as it burned fiercely and ignited the murderous aura. Under the terrifying power of the flames, the second layer of murderous aura was burned clean. Damn it! Below, those people roared and launched the third layer of murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the murderous aura was extremely terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that descended from the nine heavens. That energy was absolutely unimaginable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy of the sea god's ice and the hellfire intertwined to form the power of ice and fire to resist the third layer of murderous aura. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. His palms danced non-stop, and the power of ice and fire intertwined to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Under his control, it flew down. He was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Since the other party had attacked, how could he not retaliate? The terrifying Hell's Ice Lotus spun in the air and kept expanding. The power of ice and fire on it quickly bloomed like a lotus of destruction. As soon as they got close and felt the power of ice and fire, the expressions of the King Almighties below changed. Their faces were all filled with fear. Damn it! Block it for me. These people released the fourth layer of murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky like a dragon, roaring ferociously. It collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus. The collision of the two caused an earth-shattering rumble. It was like thunder that spread in all directions. The entire sky was blown apart. Terrifying energy swept out, and a large number of palaces collapsed. The general's mansion below was once again heavily damaged. Boom! The fourth layer of murderous aura was too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not resist it. Chapter 22:30. The fourth killing aura was seriously too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not withstand it. It shattered in an instant. However, the energy formed by its explosion also blocked the attack of the fourth killing aura, causing the killing aura that filled the sky to dissipate into thin air. Humph! The fifth attack, begin for me. In the sky, Xian Feng snorted coldly, his expression grim. The other party was actually able to block 4 killing auras in a row. It was seriously beyond his expectations. One had to know, this was an ancient array formation, 10-directional killing array. Actually, the first killing aura was enough to exterminate a powerhouse. He did not expect that the other party could actually block 4. It was hard for him to believe. But so what? 10 killing auras multiplied. The other party absolutely could not block the following attacks. Sure enough, when the 5th killing aura rushed over, Lin Xian's expression was solemn too. He felt a terrifying aura pervading in the sky. This was still only the 5th killing aura. One could imagine how terrifying the last few auras would be. Boom, boom, boom. The power of ice and fire around him was instantly penetrated and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, the faces of those martial artists in the general manner were wild with joy. Penetrated. His defense was penetrated. Haha, this kid is absolutely dead for sure. Fighting for so long, they finally broke the other party's defense. Thinking about it, the killing aura this time would definitely be able to penetrate the other party. Annihilate the other party. Lin Xian also frowned. One had to admit that these 5 killing auras were indeed incomparably terrifying. His power of ice and fire was actually unable to contend with it. Then, adding in the power of thunder and lightning. The power of ice, fire, and lightning in Lin Xian's body right now all came from the 3-headed hellhound. These 3 types of power were originally of the same origin. So at this moment, Lin Xian displayed a great magical ability and directly fused the 3 types of power together. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, flames pervaded. Thunder descended. Cold ice drifted down. The terrifying 3 types of power intertwined in the sky, transforming into the 3-headed hellhound, roaring at the sky. Roar. The 3 heads were incomparably hideous. Although it was just an illusion, at this moment, it seemed as if it was real, crushing the void. That enormous body made everyone's expression change. Damn it! What was this thing? These people were horrified. 3-headed hellhound. This was the legendary Cerberus. Someone cried out in surprise. Damn it! How did he do it? Kill, Lin Xin roared. He stood on the Cerberus and waved his hand. Wong, Wong, Wong. The three heads began to bombard each other. Boom. Thunder and lightning bolts descended, piercing through the heavens and earth. This came from the middle head. The left head spewed out hellfire, while the right head spewed out terrifying ice. The three heads attacked at the same time, and a terrifying energy descended upon the world. These energies collided with the fifth killing intent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The aftermath of the energy was like a vast ocean, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the fifth wave of killing intent was blocked. Damn it, he actually blocked it. How is this possible? Dream. I must be dreaming. The people from the general's mansion were all stunned. They looked at the gigantic Cerberus in the sky, as well as Lin Xin's figure. With so many powerful cultivators working together, they unleashed the 10-directional absolute kill formation and unleashed the fifth wave of terrifying killing intent. However, they were unable to injure him at all. They couldn't believe it. Was he still human? Was he really from the younger generation? Perhaps even a peerless almighty couldn't do this. On the other side, Xin Feng's face was gloomy. His body was surging with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it! The sixth wave of killing intent. Kill him. Boom. The sixth wave of killing intent was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the fifth wave. Therefore, even the Cerberus with 3 types of energy couldn't block it. In the end, it was killed by the sixth wave of killing intent. Humph. Without the 3 types of energy, let's see how you block it. Xin Feng snorted. The powerful cultivators from the general's mansion also revealed a sinister smile. The other party's ice, thunder, and fire powers were completely destroyed. This time, the other party should be dead for sure. Strong indeed, but so what? I won't lose to you in terms of offense. Lin Xin snorted. This wasn't a battle of defense, but a battle of offense. The 10-directional absolute kill formation's terrifying killing intent, each wave stronger than the previous. However, Lin Xin's attack power was even more terrifying. The next instant, he brandished the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword and unleashed the Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. Battle Song, Demon Seal, 2 types of ultimate moves were unleashed, directly tearing the sixth wave of attack apart. What? He still had an ultimate move. Damn it. How was this possible? Everyone went crazy. In their view, the other party should be helpless without the 3 types of energy attacks. They didn't expect that the other party actually still had such a heaven-defying sword art. Could it be that the other party couldn't be killed? How was this possible? They went crazy and unleashed the 7th wave of attack again. Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword. Sky-shattering. Lin Xin's body bloomed with incomparable sword light. He launched the 3rd killing move of the Heaven Tier Sword Art. Heaven Tier Sword Art coupled with a Heaven Tier Treasure, that power was terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, the 7th wave of sword art was directly shattered, vanishing into the void. Not only that, this time, the swift and fierce sword light annihilated the killing intent, scattering towards the countless figures below. What? He was actually so powerful. Below, those people's scalps tingled. Seeing this scene, their faces turned incomparably pale. Hurry up and condense the 8th wave of killing intent. These people roared crazily. However, the 8th wave of killing intent had yet to condense successfully when this sword light already descended. Boom, boom, boom. The ground split open, and countless cracks appeared. Many people were directly slashed into a bloody mist. There were also some who vomited large mouthfuls of blood from the impact. In an instant, almost 1/3 of the people were killed. Panic. These people were extremely panic-stricken. All of them went crazy. They didn't expect the other party's sword to be so powerful. Damn it, the 9th wave of sword chi. Kill him for me. Kill him for me. Xin Feng roared crazily. His face was terrifying. In his view, when the 5th wave of killing intent was released, it should be able to kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that the 9th wave of killing intent would be released now. The 9th wave of killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions. One had to admit that this was the 10-direction ultimate killing formation. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. This wave of killing intent, even if a peerless almighty came, they probably wouldn't be able to contend against it. Buzz. Lin Xian naturally also felt the danger. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring, and the dragon sword domain revolved around him. It merged with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. With a slash, it seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, that wave of sword chi kept surging, turning into a long dragon and tearing the void apart. The surrounding sky kept collapsing. The terrifying energy swallowed the 9th wave of killing intent. Subsequently, the two dissipated in the void together. He blocked it. This kid actually blocked the 9th wave of killing intent. How exactly did he do it? The people below went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it at all. Xin Feng was also no longer calm. He quickly descended and also came into the formation. In the next moment, he threw out 9 flags and hit the formation. The 9 flags flickered with mysterious demonic runes. Xin Feng's entire person was also incomparably ferocious. He quickly formed seals, forming one after another magical runes that revolved around him. At the same time, an unusually cold voice came from his mouth and filled the void. Chapter 22:31. An unusually cold voice came out of his mouth and spread across the rift. The 10th murderous aura, absolute kill. The last murderous aura of the absolute kill formation was finally unleashed. Along with Xin Feng's voice, the entire absolute kill formation shone brightly and a terrifying force was formed. The expressions of the kings and almighties from the general's mansion changed. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they felt a mysterious suction force under their feet that sucked away all the energy in their bodies. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? These people screamed crazily. They could clearly feel that the energy in their bodies was quickly disappearing like flowing water. All of it was integrated into the absolute kill formation. This was completely different from when they activated the formation previously. Previously, they were active, but now they were passive. The formation could actually absorb their energy. This was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. No. Damn it. Open up. Some of the weaker kings screamed crazily. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. In fact, their bodies were on the verge of collapsing at any time. That was because the spiritual energy in their bodies had dried up. However, the devouring force did not disappear and was still sucking them dry. They could not take it at all. Screams were heard as these people fell to the ground without any energy in their bodies. Fortunately, although the formation had absorbed their energy, it did not endanger their lives. This made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, they were still shocked. Lin Xian naturally saw this strange scene as well. He frowned. The 10th murderous aura was too strange. It was even more terrifying than the previous 9. Its power was even more powerful than the previous 9 combined. Boom, 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 boom. Between heaven and earth, terrifying vibrations were heard as murderous auras swirled in the sky. These murderous auras were too terrifying. They emitted an extremely mysterious aura that shook people's hearts. Buzz. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the murderous auras that filled the sky danced in the sky and formed an inexplicable figure. That figure was very blurry, but if one looked closely, one could still vaguely make out that it was a human figure. However, it was too big and covered the sky. One could not see it clearly at all. There seemed to be a low voice coming from somewhere. It was like an ancient demonic sound, shaking everyone until their scalps went numb. Was this the final attack of the 10-directional killing formation? When the people from the general's residence saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This was because they had never seen 10 attacks before. At that moment, after seeing it, they all cried out in surprise. This was truly a miracle in the world. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of danger. That hazy figure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the blood in his body began to tremble as if it had been frozen. As expected of an ancient killing formation, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The great dragon sword spirit in his body revolved, turning into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Wong. Incomparable divine light bloomed from his body, as if he was wearing a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there were even dragon roars that resounded throughout the world. It collided with the mysterious voice in front of him, producing a thunderous sound. Damn it, what was that? King Lin Xian's dragon shadow aura was extremely shocking to these people. Tao of the Dragon aura. Damn it, how could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragon? Could it be that he was from the royal family? Impossible. How could he be from the royal family? These people were all crazy. The aura of the Tao of Dragon was a remarkable ability that only the royal family had, but the other party had actually used it. Moreover, the power was incomparably terrifying. This made them unable to believe it at all, as if they were dreaming. Who was this kid? He was too mysterious. Everyone was extremely shocked. They guessed that the other party was very likely to be from a certain dynasty, but his identity was too secretive. They had no idea at all. However, no one had ever thought of the great dragon sword, because these people would never have thought that this was the great dragon sword spirit. Perhaps other than the Golden Lion King, no one could have guessed it. Wong. The dragon shadow on Lin Xian's body continued to spread, coiling around the ancient dragon abyss sword and Lin Xian's entire arm. Wong. Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and the aura of the great dragon sword spirit erupted. A loud dragon roar resounded, sky-shattering. A terrifying heaven-grade sword technique surged out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth. In the next moment, this eternity of sword light collided with the 10th murderous aura attack. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled, and terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart, and countless abysses appeared. It was pitch black and extremely terrifying. The general's mansion below also collapsed. A large number of palaces were destroyed. Even with the defensive array, they could not withstand it at all. At this moment, the entire general's residence was completely impacted. It was split into several pieces and split into several halves. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, Lin Xian kept retreating. He was also affected by the shockwave, and the blood in his body was tumbling. His face was pale. Fortunately, the dragon-shaped sword aura circled around his body, emitting a terrifying attack that cut off all the surrounding energy shockwaves. On the other side, Xin Feng and all the other King Almighties kept retreating. Their faces were filled with fear, and the blood in their bodies was tumbling. Those who were stronger could still preserve their lives, but those who were weaker were directly sent flying. There were even some who were hit by the blood mist. Most of them had their bones broken, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This sword had severely injured all the King Almighties in the general's mansion. The terrifying energy was still surging, and the cracks between heaven and earth were still spreading. The 10-direction killing array below was spinning rapidly. Most of the murderous aura had collapsed, but some remained in the air, turning into vortexes that seemed to be absorbing something. Indeed, the blood below was all absorbed by these vortexes, and then they were absorbed into these vortexes. One should know that in the previous battle, the general's mansion had lost many experts. Their blood contained terrifying energy. Although it was spilled out in all directions, it did not disappear. At this moment, under the suction of the murderous aura vortexes, all of it came out. What? It could even absorb blood? How could this be? The surviving Almighties were shocked. Looking at this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be absorbed. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon and the other experts appeared. They were originally still fighting, but the energy shockwaves here made them feel bewildered. This was because the energy was simply too powerful. What had happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen the 10-directional absolute kill formation before, but they had never seen such a situation. Even that Xin Feng had a face full of shock. To be honest, he had never heard of the 10-direction killing array being able to absorb blood. What was going on? Chapter 2232. The 10-direction death formation can absorb blood? He had never heard of it before. What is going on? Xin Feng was dumbfounded. At this moment, Everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. What is going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he watched this strange scene unfold. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey came to his side. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, be careful. This formation is a little strange." Lin Xian nodded and held the ancient sword in his hand tightly. In front of him, the 10-direction death formation absorbed endless blood and kept rolling. A terrifying and monstrous blood chi gushed out, turning the entire void into a blood-red color. The void vibrated, and a blood-red figure appeared. The killing formation of 10 directions emitted countless blood-colored mists, forming a blood-colored human figure that hovered in the void. Looking at the blood-red figure, Lin Xian's pupil shrank, because he realized that the blood-red figure was very similar to the blurry figure that had appeared before. But this time, it was not as huge as before. Instead, it was sitting there like a normal person. Around him, endless killing aura circled and turned into swords and sabers. "This is?" Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. The people in the general's mansion were also shocked. Why would a blood-red figure appear in the 10-direction death formation? What is the relationship between this figure and the killing formation? At this moment, Xian Feng exclaimed, "I know. This is the killer god shadow." "What? The killer god shadow?" The King Almighties exclaimed. They had never heard of it before. Xian Feng was extremely excited, and his body started to tremble. "That's right, the killer god shadow. It is definitely the killer god shadow," Xian Feng said excitedly when he saw the confusion of the people around him. Legend has it that the 10-direction death formation was created by an extremely powerful array grandmaster in ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, this array grandmaster was fortunate enough to see a shocking sword mark. It was said that the sword mark was very scary and did not dissipate even after 1,000 years. This formation grandmaster had studied the sword scar for 300 years and felt the aura on it before he created the 10 directions absolute death formation. What? 300 years of looking at sword scars? What kind of sword scar was this? How could it be so terrifying? After hearing this, these King Realm Almighties were extremely shocked. They stopped attacking and fell into deep thought. After all, there was a mysterious crimson figure in the void. The aura that it exuded was much more terrifying than all of them combined. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon did not make a move either. The two of them also frowned. He also wanted to know where this sword mark came from. It was said that it was caused by the divine sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen this scene, I'm finally convinced. Do you see that blood-colored whirlpool? I think that sword scar was left behind by the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. What? Heaven-devouring sword? Did such a thing really exist? Everyone exclaimed. They had only heard of the 5 swords of the world in legends. However, no one had actually seen it. In the past few thousand years, it hadn't appeared in the world. In their opinion, it was just an ancient legend. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Perhaps such a supreme being really did exist. On the other side, Lin Xian was also stunned. In fact, he was even more shocked than these people. He did not expect this 10-directional fatal formation to be related to the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. One had to know that the heaven-devouring sword was in the hands of Wine Lord. Lin Xian had even experienced the power of the heaven-devouring sword before. He did not expect to see a formation related to the heaven-devouring sword again. Thinking of this, he was in a daze. He did not know how Wine Lord was doing. It had been a long time since he had heard from Wine Lord. When the King Realm Almighties of the general's residence heard that this formation was related to the heaven-devouring sword, they were all excited. Each of the 5 swords of the world was earth-shattering and terrifying. Legend had it that as long as one obtained one of them, one would become a supreme existence. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Now, the 10-directional fatal formation was actually related to the heaven-devouring sword. Come to think of it, its power was definitely beyond their imagination. The blood-red figure in front of them was enough to prove it. The aura that he emitted made one's hair stand on end. In fact, many people almost knelt on the ground. Xian Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He knew that the kid was dead meat. Anyone who dared to go against such a formation would definitely die. Perhaps even the Almighties would not be able to escape. In the next moment, he and the other King Realm Almighties activated the formation with all their might. Buzz. The blood-red figure sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. Buzz. Two blood-red eyes shot out. The void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces changed. Their bodies shook, and they instantly left their original spot. Crack, crack, crack. The place where they were standing was also pierced, and countless cracks appeared. There was even a pitch-black hole that kept shrinking. How terrifying! Behind them, the King Realm Almighties of the general's residence went crazy. Just one look was enough to shatter the void. This was definitely a god of death. That kid was definitely dead meat. Kid, how dare you go against the general's residence? Today is the day you die. Let's see how you fight back this time. No one in this world will be able to save you. These people sneered and quickly swallowed elixirs to recover their strength. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. In the sky, as the blood-red figure opened his eyes, the murderous aura became more and more terrifying. It made people want to kneel down and worship him. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon shadow circled around him like a god of war. The great dragon sword soul emitted light and blocked the terrifying murderous aura. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Humph, isn't it just a killing formation? What's so great about it? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you can stop me just because you are related to the sky-devouring sword? It's just a sword mark of the sky-devouring sword. It's not even the real sky-devouring sword. What's there to show off? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. Kid, you are too stupid. You don't know how terrifying the sky-devouring sword is. The 5 swords of the world, each of them is a supreme existence. Its power is beyond your imagination. With your cultivation level, you can't understand it. So, go to hell and slowly experience it. Xian Feng and the rest sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of disdain. He doesn't know the power of the 5 swords of the world? What a joke. Chapter 22:33. The sword spirit of the great dragon sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was in his body. This was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. As for the blood-red figure, it was only related to the sky-devouring sword. In a real fight, it was no match for Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, the blood-red figure had absorbed the blood of countless experts. Its energy was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword in his hand, and the dragon aura on his body became even brighter. Today, let me break this formation of yours. I will let you know that there is nothing in the general's residence that can stop me. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and streaks of terrifying sword chi gushed out and slashed forward. He dared to make a move? He was courting death. Just you wait. He will be killed in an instant. The people below sneered. In the air, a few streaks of sword chi flew out. It was extremely terrifying, and like lightning, it continuously descended. When they arrived in front of the blood-red figure, the light in the blood-red figure's eyes became brighter and brighter, and an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted from his body. Accompanying it was the energy of countless experts. The blood-red figure was originally condensed from the blood of countless experts. At this moment, its power was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 10th streak of sword chi. Boom! In an instant, the sky full of sword chi was shattered and turned into nothingness. The terrifying murderous aura, mixed with the blood-red light, rushed in all directions. Among them, even more charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian was hit by the impact and kept retreating. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, The people from the general's residence laughed complacently. Xin Feng's eyes were even colder. Humph, kid. So what if you were strong? In front of this killing formation, there is no way you can survive. The blood-red figure's eyes flickered. Although it was not a real life, there was a trace of mockery in its eyes at this moment. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually became sharper. The power was not bad. It was indeed powerful. But so what? This little bit of power is not enough to defeat me. I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as an unparalleled sword chi erupted from his body. A dragon-shaped shadow completely enveloped him. Then, it let out a loud dragon roar. A terrifying battle prowess erupted from his body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, unstoppable. Kill. With a furious roar, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying sword light shot out from Lin Xian's hand and slashed forward. Boom, boom. The red light that filled the sky shattered, unable to withstand the aura of the sword Dao. Below, Xin Feng and the other almighties were horrified. Many people trembled and knelt on the ground. Damn it! How could this be? How could this brat have such a powerful combat strength? They were all going crazy because they discovered that the other party's combat strength was like a bottomless pit that could be infinitely increased. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. The crimson aura that filled the sky was slashed apart. The terrifying aura of the sword Dao came directly above the crimson figure. It slashed down from the sky. Boom! The crimson figure raised a palm and blocked the terrifying sword chi. But in the next moment, his palm was slashed apart. Not only that, half of his body was also slashed into two. What? How could this be? Seeing that the other party had slashed apart the illusionary figure, Xin Feng and the rest went crazy. Wasn't this the mysterious figure related to the sky-swallowing sword? He should be extremely terrifying. How could he be killed in an instant? They could not believe it. But in the next moment, they were stunned. The reason for that was because the crimson silhouette that had been sliced in half was actually gradually healing itself. Then, it was completely undamaged. Nothing happened. There was no injury at all. These people almost bit off their tongues. What kind of superpower was this? Immortal body? They were too shocked. With such a terrifying sword chi, even a peerless almighty would be killed if he was hit. However, the crimson figure was completely unharmed. That's great. This figure was not a real life. As long as the energy was still there, he would not be killed. An old man said in a deep voice. His face was full of excitement. And after the others heard, they also came to a realization. Indeed, this was condensed from the blood of a powerhouse. As long as the energy of the blood was not extinguished, the crimson figure could exist forever. Thinking of this, they laughed wildly again. Kid, so what if your sword Dao is powerful? You can't kill this crimson figure at all. When your strength is exhausted, there is only one outcome for you, and that is to be killed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party could actually heal. It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything. How could it be so easy to heal? Lin Xian did not make a move again. Instead, he looked ahead coldly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crimson figure suddenly let out a roar. Then, the crimson light all over his body surged. That healed body split open again. Damn it! What happened? That kid made a move? Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance were all stunned. They clearly did not see the other party make a move. So how could the crimson figure split open again? Could it be that the other party's sword chi was so fast that they could not catch it? But how is that possible? They could also see the sword chi of a peerless almighty, unless the other party was an invincible king. However, this was simply impossible. Why was that crimson figure injured? They did not know, so they were all terrified. Roar! In the sky, the crimson figure roared crazily, letting out a thunderous sound. His blood-red body was split in half again. Fine strands of sword chi swam around the wound, preventing it from healing. That's right. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. No matter how strong the other party was, how could it be destroyed? It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist my sword chi at all. Seeing that you are related to the sky-devouring sword, I can give you a quick death. Sword light erupted from Lin Xin's body again. He slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Boom, boom. However, although the crimson figure was split into two again, he did not die. He grabbed at the sky with both hands. Countless crimson lights streaked across, and hundreds of palm shadows covered the sky. Among them, countless palm shadows grabbed onto the 9 banners and waved them non-stop. The 9 crimson flags danced wildly in the sky. It caused a crimson wind to blow between heaven and earth. It whistled incessantly as if an evil spirit was out. However, something even more shocking happened. The bodies of the powerful almighties in the distance suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, what happened? Chapter 22:34. One of the almighties flew halfway, and his body exploded. Another almighty's was covered in armor and surrounded by 18 shields. However, he still could not block this mysterious power. Boom! His body turned into a blood mist. A series of explosions rang out as powerful beings exploded one after another. As for the people around them, they immediately went crazy. The timid ones were scared out of their wits. Some directly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. As for the more powerful ones, they all roared madly and unleashed defensive techniques without any regard for their lives. Xin Feng's face was gloomy. He roared crazily. Damn it! Why? Why did it turn out like this? He could not understand why the crimson figure would attack them. Weren't they in the same group? In the blink of an eye, the 9 almighties exploded and turned into blood that danced in the sky. The blood did not flow but gathered around the crimson figure and integrated into the body of the crimson figure. It emitted an even more terrifying energy. The crimson figure absorbed the energy of the Almighty's blood. The body that was split into two started to heal. It actually used the blood of the Almighty's to forcefully erase the power of the dragon sword soul. On the opposite side, Lin Xin saw this scene and was shocked. He realized that although the crimson figure was not a real life, it actually had intelligence and knew how to make use of the blood. He had to admit that it was beyond his expectations. He felt that he had to get rid of the crimson figure quickly. Otherwise, if the crimson figure absorbed enough blood, it would definitely be a huge problem. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a move, something strange happened again. Because the crimson figure had absorbed the blood of the 9 almighties and erased the aura of the dragon sword soul, causing the broken body to heal again. However, this was not the end. A crimson palm instantly pierced through the void and grabbed Xian Feng behind. Ka! Xian Feng's head was grabbed by the crimson palm. He screamed and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! Get lost. In the next moment, a majestic energy surged out from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The space around him exploded. However, it was useless. In front of the crimson palm, his cultivation as a top almighty was nothing. You can't kill me. Xian Feng screamed in fear. He was no match for the other party. As for the other king almighties in the surroundings, their faces were filled with fear as they retreated continuously. Wang. The blood-red palm did not kill Xian Feng. Instead, it grabbed him and tore through the void, arriving beside the blood-red figure. What are you trying to do? Xian Feng's voice trembled. Originally, he wanted to use the bloody figure to kill Lin Xian, but this sudden situation made it impossible for him to control it. He didn't even know if this blood-red figure was a blessing or a curse for the general's residence. Wang. The bloody figure did not answer at all. He turned his head and fixed his red eyes on Xian Feng. When Xian Feng and the red eyes met, he felt like his soul was shaking and his mind was blank. He fell into a daze as he stood in the void. His eyes became blank. At this time, the blood-red figure's body began to melt and gradually entered Xian Feng's body. What was going on? Everyone went crazy. Could it be that the blood-red silhouette wanted to devour Xian Feng? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. When Lin Xian saw this, he harumphed coldly and slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. Rays of sword chi slashed forward. He would not let the blood-red silhouette have his way. However, The blood-red silhouette was too fast. In an instant, the blood-red figure had completely entered Xian Feng's body. Wong. Xian Feng's sluggish eyes instantly turned sharp and red. Two rays of red light, like a long knife, slashed the void and collided with the sword qi in the sky. Xian Feng also roared to the sky. The terrifying sound wave shattered the 9 heavens. His black hair had also turned blood-red, and blood-red patterns had appeared on his body, covering his entire body. A terrifying blood-red aura swept across the universe. Boom! The explosion of energy was too powerful. It actually blocked Lin Xian's sword qi. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided in the air and disappeared at the same time. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. On the other side, Xian Feng stood in the void. He looked at his hands and clenched them tightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Is this the body of a human? It is indeed magical. Hearing these inexplicable words, everyone was stunned. Was this still Xian Feng? Or is this the blood-red silhouette? They did not know that the Almighties were all looking forward in fear. Xian Feng looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a terrifying light. What powerful blood qi! I feel that there is a mysterious power in your body. If I can get your body, I will be perfect. Xian Feng stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shone with excitement. It was obvious that he had set his sights on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Go to hell. Lin Xian's sword qi exploded, and the ancient sword in his hand shone with a terrifying sword light. The terrifying sword shadow slashed forward. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. The sword qi in the sky exuded an unparalleled aura that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. The ancient dragon abyss sword also transformed. It grew bigger and turned into a huge dragon. The sword runes on it shone and trembled. It seemed to be very excited because it had not drunk the blood of an expert for a long time. On the opposite side, Xian Feng smirked. In the next moment, boundless blood-red light wrapped around his palm and he grabbed forward. The blood-red runes on his palm were emitting a terrifying aura. The palm covered the sky and earth as if it was going to grab the entire world in its hands. Buzz! Kill them all! Lin Xian roared. On the ancient dragon abyss sword, the first rune of the 9 mysterious runes was automatically unsealed. Boom! The power of the ancient dragon abyss sword exploded. The terrifying sword qi was as dazzling as the sun. Not only that, the power of the great dragon sword soul poured into the ancient dragon abyss sword, causing it to become unusually agile. It was as if a huge dragon was moving in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, and an unparalleled power exploded. The sky was shrouded in light, and nothing could be seen clearly. The entire general's mansion was shrouded in light. Damn it! At this moment, a scream was heard. It was filled with endless anger. That was because the blood-red hand had been slashed by the terrifying ancient sword. Cracks appeared on it, and they continued to expand. Boom! In the end, the entire palm collapsed. Not only that, a terrifying sword aura surged up the arm and chopped it off. Boom! 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 Xian Feng held his severed arm and retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian was also hit by the terrifying energy. Although he had the protection of the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the impact still forced him to retreat. He even spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. In the sky, the energy became even more violent. It formed countless turbulence and covered the entire space. Below, the kings and almighties of the general's mansion stared at it with sharp eyes. At the same time, they were extremely nervous. What was going on? Chapter 22:35. Those martial artists in the general's mansion were extremely nervous. How was the situation? Who won and who lost? Very soon, they saw it. But at the same time, they also screamed. Because they realized that Xian Feng was actually injured again. This was too unbelievable. They knew that the current Xian Feng was no longer the Xian Feng from before. It was the Xian Feng after being swallowed by the crimson figure. The power was absolutely terrifying, reaching the realm of an unparalleled almighty. But even so, he was actually injured by someone. Even his arm was chopped off by the other party. This scene was indeed hard for them to believe. When they looked inside, they were also shocked. They realized that although Lin Xian was injured, it was not fatal. Lin Xian was indeed injured. So he hurriedly grabbed a large amount of heaven and earth treasures and elixirs and swallowed them. The art of long life revolved quickly, absorbing these elixirs to repair his body. His body was tempered by various heaven and earth treasures and immemorial demon blood. It was incomparably tough. In addition to the powerful recovery ability of the art of long life, even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. Moreover, with the dragon-shaped sword shadow on his body, the injury he suffered was actually not too serious. So very soon, he snorted coldly and charged over again. On the opposite side, Xian Feng's face was gloomy and incomparably ugly. He realized that his severed palm was actually unable to heal. This made him unable to believe it. Damn it, how could this be? The current Xian Feng's face was filled with madness. One had to know that the broken body previously, he could heal it. But now, he actually could not heal his arm at all. There was not even a trace of possibility. What was going on? Those people below also had a look of astonishment. At this time, an old man frowned and said, "Could it be that because the original blood turned into a living human, so it could not heal?" Hearing this, many people came to a realization and increasingly felt that it was possible. Because previously, the crimson figure was just a mass of energy. As long as the energy was still there, it could be immortal and indestructible. But now, it swallowed Xian Feng and turned into a human from an energy body. With life, although the strength was stronger, there were also more restrictions. At least, it was impossible to be immortal and indestructible. So now that it was injured, it could not heal at all. Damn it, Xian Feng naturally knew this as well. That was why his body was filled with blood-red qi. A blood-red figure was struggling to get out of Xian Feng's body. However, how could Lin Xian give him this opportunity? Wang. A dragon-shaped sword shadow surged out from his body and then appeared in the void, fusing with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword qi slashed out. No. Xian Feng roared in front. That bloody figure also roared crazily, wanting to increase the speed of escaping. However, the power of this sword had far exceeded his imagination. Before he could escape, he was enveloped by the sword light. Boom, boom. The entire sky was enveloped by the world of sword Dao, and countless sword qi pierced through all directions. Boom. A figure fell from the sky onto the ground. Everyone glanced at it, and their scalps went numb. Because this figure was Xian Feng. At this moment, he had been split into two halves. Blood gushed out from his body, and he was no longer breathing. The crimson figure on his body was also slashed to pieces. This time, the slash was very thorough. It turned into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Dead. All of them were dead. Regardless of whether it was Xian Feng or the crimson figure, they were all killed by this sword. Demon. He's a demon. Everyone, run. Looking at this scene, everyone fled in a frenzy. In the sky, Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He grabbed some pills again to recover. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow returned to his body. After fighting for so long, he had used up more than half of his stamina. Fortunately, he had many treasures, so he could still hold on. Ruffian dragon, how's your harvest? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. At the side, the dark red divine dragon said, "We've robbed enough." "It's enough. That's good. Let's go." Lin Xian nodded, then strode forward. Since they had already robbed the general's residence of all the treasures, there was no need for them to stay. Now, they had to quickly leave through the super teleportation formation. Otherwise, when General Xian Ying and the other super mighty arrived, it would be difficult for them to escape. Seeing that the other party wanted to use the super teleportation formation, many people screamed in horror and quickly reported to General Xian Ying. "Tell him to come back. We have to catch this kid." General Xian Ying was not in the general's residence, but the palace. The general's residence and the palace were millions of miles apart. If General Xian Ying wanted to come back, He would not be able to do so in a short period of time unless he used the super teleportation formation, and it would take some time to send a message. Therefore, the time was enough for Lin Xian and the others to leave. Boom! The ancient sword slashed down mercilessly. Anyone who dared to block his path was killed mercilessly. He strode forward like a god of death. Behind Lin Xian, the dragon sword realm rolled and turned into a vortex. It also absorbed the surrounding energy to replenish his stamina. At the same time, there were a few divine crystals floating in it. Lin Xian had put them in to replenish his stamina. This won't do. I can't contact the general. He might be out and not in the palace. In a corner, a few elders quickly sent voice transmissions with ugly expressions. They had already sent a message to the palace, but there was no response. It seemed that General Xian Ying was not in the palace, but they did not know where he went. Damn it, the general can't come back. We can't stop this kid at all. What should we do? We can't just watch him use super teleportation to leave, right? But if this kid teleports away, he'll definitely leave the dynasty. It'll be difficult to find him in the future, and all of us will be sinners for letting him go. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to survive. Their expressions were ugly. At this moment, an old man with a walking stick gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is too serious. We can't let this kid escape. Let's use the general's residence's foundation." What? Do we really have to use that thing? But that thing is too precious. There's no other way. The situation is very special. I think the general will forgive us after we use it. As long as we can capture this kid, everything can be made up for. These elders quickly discussed. Their eyes flickered, and finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Then we'll use the foundation of the general's residence. The general's residence, other than these mighty experts and peerless experts, also had a powerful foundation. Usually, they would not use it. They would only use it when the general's residence was facing a life and death crisis. This kind of foundation was a secret trump card. Every time it was used, it would be used. Therefore, they would not use it if they could. But now, they had no choice. Lin Xian had already forced them into a desperate situation. If they did not use it, the other party would probably escape. Let's go and ask for the foundation. All of you, stop him for me. You must not let him escape. Chapter 22:36. Let's go get the foundation. All of you, stop him. Don't let him escape. The old man with the walking stick roared angrily. At the same time, he rose into the air and blocked the way. The other three old men rushed into the depths of the general's residence. It seemed that they were going to get the so-called foundation. How dare you come again? You're courting death. Looking at the cultivators gathering in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not expect these people to still dare to block the way. Were they not afraid of death? In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword, and a terrifying sword chi surged forward. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick roared angrily. Everyone formed another formation to resist. Boom, boom, boom. These people kept retreating, but the formation did not break. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect these people to still have such an exquisite formation. It seemed that the general's residence was indeed extraordinary. But so what? He had to leave today, so no matter how exquisite the formation was, it could not stop him. Boom. In the next moment, he used his sword technique again, and the sword chi was even more terrifying than before. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks appeared in the formation in front of him. Many King Realm cultivators vomited blood, and the old man with the walking stick also turned pale. A crack also appeared on his dragon-headed walking stick. Obviously, he could not hold on much longer. "Elder, are you still not done?" The people behind him asked. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick also had a gloomy expression. He said, "Wait a little longer. Our foundation will appear soon." You're courting death. Seeing that the other party still dared to block him and did not retreat, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, the sword chi in his body surged again and became incomparably huge. It was about to slash down. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the general's residence. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the sky was filled with light that shot into the clouds. The scene was so terrifying that it attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Lin Xian also frowned and looked into the distance. The dark red divine dragon beside him also screamed. Damn, could it be that a natural treasure has appeared? He was indeed surprised, because this scene was similar to the appearance of a rare treasure. No, be careful. This aura is a little strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for this to be some kind of treasure. It was likely that the people from the general's residence had activated some kind of mechanism to cause this. Could it be that the general's residence still had some trump cards? In the distance, the sky was filled with golden light. The scene was very strange. In addition to the light that filled the sky, there was also a shocking power that was rapidly recovering. This power was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it surged in all directions. The entire general's residence was enveloped. Those King Realm Almighties were all trembling, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. When Lin Xian saw this, he frowned as well. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and attacked. A beam of sword light slashed through the air like a vast ocean, slashing forward. The dark red divine dragon beside him also made its move. He stretched out a dragon claw, which blotted out the sky and slammed forward. Naturally, he also felt the danger ahead. They would not allow such a threat to happen. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light slashed down and landed on the golden light, causing a huge tremor. The dark red divine dragon's claw slammed down mercilessly, tearing the void apart. In an instant, the front was flooded by violent energy. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect these two to be so decisive. They actually attacked at this time. Then, wouldn't their foundation be threatened? Damn brat. Stop it. Many people roared crazily, but it was useless. The terrifying energy in front of them exploded and swept in all directions, forcing the King Realm Almighties to defend themselves. The King Realm Almighties' faces were gloomy. They were afraid that their foundation would be damaged. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief. This was because after the aftermath of the energy dissipated, the terrifying golden light did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It was like a sun rising high up in the sky. Seeing this scene, all of them became excited. The old man with the walking stick laughed arrogantly. There was a sinister look on his old face. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed loudly. You're dead meat, brat. The others also had sinister smiles on their faces. How dare you cause trouble in the general's residence? This time, no one will be able to save you. Do you really think that the general's residence is so easy to bully? Just wait and see. The foundation of the general's residence is about to be revealed. Kneel down and accept your death. Many people laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian also frowned. His attack and the dark red divine dragon's attack did not destroy the other party. It did not even cause the slightest impact. What exactly is this thing? Brat, be careful. This thing is very strange. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also frowned. This was because even he felt threatened by the thing in front of him. There were very few things that could threaten him. He really couldn't understand what it was. However, in the next moment, they saw it. The golden light rose high up in the sky. Within the golden light, there was a scroll. A golden scroll. What is this? Lin Xian frowned even more. In the distance, the old man with the walking stick suddenly knelt on the ground. The King Realm Almighties behind him all knelt down, requesting the imperial decree. The old man shouted loudly. The King Realm Almighties behind him shouted like a tsunami, requesting the imperial decree. Buzz. The golden scroll emitted a bright light. Then, it slowly opened. Buzz. When he opened a small gap, a terrifying light shot up into the sky. The power became even stronger. It made people's hearts beat wildly. This was only a small gap. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it was fully opened. Brat, do you see this? This is the imperial decree of the general's residence. Its power definitely surpasses that of the Almighties. What do you have to fight against us? Causing trouble in the general's residence is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Little brat, just obediently die for me. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the general's residence." Although the Almighties were kneeling, they let out sinister laughter. This was because they knew that the imperial decree was their treasure. It was given to General Xian Ying by the current emperor. It was something left behind by an invincible king. No matter how strong that brat was, how could he fight against it? Sure enough, the golden imperial edict in the sky opened, and 4 simple and unadorned words appeared on it. Heavenly gift, Xian Ying. Every single one of the 4 words was incomparably dazzling. They were like the sun, blooming with brilliant radiance. The energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even the Almighties could not fight against it. This was the aura of an invincible king. Chapter 22:37. The dark red dragon was extremely shocked. He said, "Kid, be careful. This is something left behind by an invincible king. It contains mysterious power." Lin Xian also frowned and took a deep breath. An invincible king was an existence even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, from the looks of it, this imperial edict was not left behind by an ordinary invincible king. It was very likely left behind by the current emperor. Such a person had lived in the palace for many years and absorbed the dragon vein of the earth. He had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Every move of his could cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Not to mention these words that were specially bestowed to generals. There was definitely a terrifying energy contained within, and it even contained the will of an invincible king. No matter how powerful a peerless mighty figure was, he could not fight against the will of an invincible king. As expected, when the 4 glowing golden words appeared in the sky, all the king realm almighties below began to tremble. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. They even felt a pressure on their souls, as if they would be extinguished at any time. "Kid, go to hell." Angry roars could be heard as the golden imperial edict in the sky slowly descended. The 4 words on it emitted a dazzling light like a golden sword that could pierce through the void and kill a peerless mighty figure. Everyone's faces were filled with madness. They knew that this kid was definitely dead. No one could resist this imperial edict because it contained the will of an invincible king. Boom. As expected, the place where Lin Xian was instantly exploded. It could not withstand this power at all. The terrifying aura caused Lin Xian to furrow his brows. He instantly summoned a dragon-shaped sword shadow and circled around him. On the other side, the dark red dragon's body was also glowing. Dragon blood surged, forming a powerful defense. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if there were thousands of mountains above them, forcing them to quickly descend. Boom. As the dark red dragon's body descended, cracks appeared on their bodies as if they had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. They were like 2 divine lamps that were about to break through the sky. "Kid, don't take it head-on." The dark red divine dragon let out a long roar. The dragon's roar rang out, rolling forward, resisting the will of the invincible king. However, he couldn't resist it at all. Although he was a dragon, he was now just an ordinary almighty. Compared to an invincible king, the difference between the 2 of them was too great. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Was this the power of an invincible king? He was indeed very powerful. Although Lin Xian was injured, he wasn't afraid. Instead, a trace of hot blood boiled in his body. "It seems like my path of martial arts is still very long. One day, I will also become an invincible king." Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had a goal in mind. I must become an invincible king as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to suppress a part of the world. In the distance, those people were laughing maniacally. "Brat, accept your fate. It's impossible for you to resist. This was the will of an invincible king. Go to hell. Go to hell and repent." When those people saw that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were injured, they laughed crazily. They knew that it wouldn't be long before the 2 of them collapsed and turned into clouds of blood mist. "You want to kill me? Not so easy." Not even the will of an invincible king. Lin Xian sneered. He had already felt the will of an invincible king and knew where his path of martial arts should be. Therefore, he wasn't prepared to fight head-on. In the next moment, he waved his palm, and a ball of white light appeared in front of him. He actually wanted to fight against the will of an invincible king. He really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to resist, those people sneered. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the aura emitted by the ball of white light was extremely terrifying, causing their souls to tremble. Its power was actually not weaker than the Golden Imperial Edict at all. Damn it! What was that? Those people were extremely terrified. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. They saw that within the ball of white light, there was a white bone that was only the size of a finger. The bone was incomparably white, like white jade, and it flowed with the radiance of divinity. As soon as it appeared, it crushed the void and brought about an endless gust of wind. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, and cracks swept in all directions. A terrifying force pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian gently took off the white bone and said coldly, "So what if it's the will of an invincible king? Today, I'll break the so-called invincible king." Boom! The white bone in Lin Xian's hand suddenly erupted with incomparable power. This was the power of a sage. Although an invincible king was powerful, he was still a king. However, a sage was an existence that surpassed the king realm. There was an entire realm between the two. That was the true difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the imperial edict of an invincible king was very terrifying. No one below the invincible king level could resist it. Even a peerless mighty figure couldn't resist it. However, those people from the general's estate had never expected that Lin Xian had an even more terrifying trump card. That was the bone of a sage. Anything related to a sage was extraordinary and beyond common sense. It had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian unlocked a seal on the bone of the sage. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura of a sage rushed out and spread in all directions. The void collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand it at all. In front of him, the endless golden light was also impacted and quickly retreated like the sea. Damn it! What happened? Impossible! Heavens! I don't believe it. Below, the powerhouses of the general's estate all went crazy and were dumbfounded. Those elders were even more shocked and couldn't believe it. What did they see? The will of an invincible king, the Golden Imperial Edict, was actually retreating. This made them feel like they were dreaming. That was the Imperial Edict of the Emperor, and it contained the power of an invincible king. It was extremely terrifying. In the world, probably only a true invincible king could resist it. But now, such a powerful treasure was actually retreating and seemed to be trembling. What exactly was that white thing? Could it be that it had surpassed the invincible king level? They didn't dare to imagine. They only felt that the young man in front of them was incomparably mysterious and impossible to guess. Perhaps it was a huge mistake for the general's estate to provoke such a young man. Boom! Boom! However, they didn't have time to think too much. When the pressure of the bone of the sage's hand was released, heaven and earth collapsed. Even if the Golden Imperial Edict contained the will of an invincible king, it couldn't withstand it at all. Damn it! Hurry up and put it away. The old man with the walking stick shouted coldly. He had already seen that even if he took out the Golden Imperial Edict, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. It was very likely that it would be damaged by the impact. In that case, he might as well put it away quickly. Chapter 22:38. In the next moment, the three elders faced the sky and resisted the powerful pressure. They wanted to put away the Imperial Edict. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Why? You want to stop now? It's too late." As he spoke, he unlocked the second seal. Boom! The pressure of the sage's hand bone increased again. A terrifying storm spread in all directions with the hand bone as the center. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed and the ground cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The experts and mighty figures below were sent flying. They vomited blood. The weaker ones were directly blown into a bloody mist. The Golden Imperial Edict was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Cracks instantly appeared on the surface, and the four simple and unadorned characters collapsed with a boom. Boom, 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 boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the Golden Imperial Edict split in half from the middle and turned into countless flames that burned fiercely. Finally, it disappeared into the sky. What? The Imperial Edict was destroyed. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy. They did not expect that the foundation that they were so proud of would be so fragile. In front of the other party, it didn't even manage to launch a single attack before it was destroyed just like that. In the end, it turned into a pile of waste paper and fell to the ground. They could not believe it. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of despair. Among them, the elder with the dragon-headed walking stick was covered in blood. He screamed loudly, "Damn it! How dare you destroy the Imperial Edict? You're dead meat. You're blaspheming His Majesty. No matter where you run to, the Tai dynasty will not let you go." Noisy. Lin Xian snorted coldly and flicked a ray of sword chi, which instantly pierced through the elder's head. Meanwhile, he controlled the sage's hand bone and was domineering all the way. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. The general's residence was now in ruins. Only the place where the super teleportation formation was still intact. That was because Lin Xian deliberately left it there. He would not destroy the super teleportation formation. When he got close, Lin Xian sealed the sage's hand bone again. His face was slightly pale. At that moment, he only had 1/5 of the spiritual power in his body left and would soon be exhausted. Fortunately, the entire general's residence had been destroyed to pieces. Under the pressure of the saint's hand bone, there was no one who could contend against him. Soon, the dark red dragon stepped forward and activated the formation. Then, Lin Xian threw out a few divine crystals. The entire super formation shone brightly as countless runes flickered. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stepped onto the super array. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. "Kid, this teleportation array can send you in 3 directions. One of them was the Imperial Palace, while the other 2 were from other dynasties. Julie and Inshang. Go to Julie." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then, the dark red dragon waved its hand, and endless runes wrapped around the 2 of them. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 2 of them teleported away and disappeared. As for the surviving martialists in the general's mansion, they shrieked hysterically when they saw this scene. "Quick! Hurry and find the general. Be sure to report the news to him." These people were crazy. They spared no expense to transmit the news. They also contacted the crown prince and the empress. After all, Lin Xian's escape was too big a matter for them to bear. The imperial city. This was the center of the Tai dynasty. Its territory was vast and boundless. In the imperial city, there was a drunken immortal tavern that attracted all the beauties in the world. It was said that even immortals did not want to leave. In the drunken immortal tavern, the largest room was surrounded by spiritual energy. It was like a fairyland. Beautiful women danced in front of it, and spiritual tea and spiritual fruits were placed casually. There were a few figures sitting inside, tasting wine and watching the dance. Among them, there was a young figure. He was wearing a yellow robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. If anyone saw that, they would definitely scream in shock. That was because only the members of the imperial family could wear the yellow robe. Moreover, ordinary members of the imperial family would not dare to wear it. Only the crown prince or the emperor would dare to wear such a robe. Of course, that young man was neither the emperor nor the crown prince. He was the crown prince. The crown prince drank while hugging 2 beauties in his arms. He said in a deep voice, "How's the defense of our 12 main cities?" Next to him, a middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, Crown Prince. The 12 main cities are heavily guarded. We've sent a large number of experts to guard them. Anyone below the invincible king level will be courting death if they enter. As long as that kid rushes to the 12 main cities, we can take him down in minutes." Another old man also said. They were hugging beauties in their arms, and their faces were filled with smugness. At that moment, another dignified middle-aged man also spoke. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. The trap this time is perfect. That kid will definitely not be able to escape." The dignified middle-aged man was General Xianying. They no longer set up the inescapable trap. They were only waiting for news. Therefore, at that moment, they were not worried. Instead, they were here to have fun. When the Crown Prince heard that, he laughed smugly. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. "That's good. When I capture that kid and send him to the war tribe, I'll see how he dies." The two beauties in his arms also laughed along with him. Bang, bang, bang. However, at that moment, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Hearing that sound, the Crown Prince frowned. The other people inside also frowned. One of the middle-aged men said coldly, "What's the matter? Don't you know that the Crown Prince is here? Didn't I say not to disturb him?" Reporting to the Crown Prince, "The matter is urgent, and we have no choice but to report it." The Crown Prince quickly replied, "What's the matter? Where did the news come from? Did that kid get caught?" The other old man also asked quickly, "It's indeed about that kid. However what? Hurry up and tell me. I don't know either. I only know that the news came from General Xianying's residence, and it even reached the palace. They used 3 urgent secret orders." "What? It came from General Xianying's residence?" Hearing that, those people were stunned. "That's not right. If it's about that kid, shouldn't it come from the 12 main cities?" They were extremely puzzled. General Xianying's face darkened, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Come in. Where's the secret report? Give it to me." He had a bad feeling, so he had to quickly verify it. The door opened, and a guard quickly walked in. He knelt on one knee on the ground and held a jade slip with both hands. General Xianying waved his hand and grabbed the jade slip. Then, he opened it. Streams of information turned into streams of light and entered the space between his brows. In the next moment, his face darkened, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes, instantly tearing the void in front of him apart. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura rose from his body and enveloped the surroundings. Sensing that murderous aura, the Crown Prince frowned. The others' expressions also changed, and their bodies were even trembling. That was because the Xianying general was too terrifying. "Uncle, what happened?" Seeing that scene, the Crown Prince hurriedly asked, "Could it be that the kid escaped?" "That's right, great general. What happened?" The others were also puzzled. They had never seen General Xianying so angry. Chapter 22:39. General Xianying did not say anything. He waved his hand, and the jade slip floated in the air. Countless rays of light appeared. Then, a heart-wrenching voice was heard. "General, our general's residence has been destroyed by that kid. He took the super teleportation array and escaped." "What?" Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in disbelief. These people were really dumbfounded. What did they hear? The general's residence was destroyed? That kid escaped? Heavens, how is that possible? Damn it, we miscalculated. That kid did not go to the 12 main cities, but went to the general's residence. That's right, other than the 12 main cities. Only the general's residence and the prince's residence had super teleportation arrays. However, both the prince's residence and the general's residence were extremely heavily guarded. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble there. They did not expect that kid to be so bold as to go to the general's residence. That was impossible. The general's residence was so powerful that even a peerless mighty figure could not break in. How could that kid enter? These people discussed animatedly. They did not quite believe the news. The Crown Prince also frowned. He pushed away the two beauties in his arms and stood up. "Uncle, the news should be fake, right?" To be honest, he did not quite believe it either. What kind of place was the general's residence? How could they let that kid leave? However, General Xianying's expression was gloomy. "Let's go back to the general's residence to take a look." It was useless to say anything now. He had to hurry back and take a look at the situation to find out. "Uncle, I'll go with you." The Crown Prince was also worried. After all, this matter was very important and related to whether he could become the Crown Prince. Therefore, he had to make a trip personally. Let's go together. The middle-aged men and old men also stood up one after another. The group of people left the drunken immortal inn and quickly arrived at the palace. They used the super teleportation array and returned to the general's residence. Buzz. The array flashed. When they appeared, they looked at the surrounding ruins in shock. How was that possible? The general's residence had really been destroyed. The middle-aged men and elders were shocked and could not believe it. Around them, palaces had collapsed and the ground had cracked. The surrounding mountains and trees had all fallen. There was nothing intact at all. If there was one place that was intact, it would be the super teleportation array beneath their feet. Other than that, everything else was destroyed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood made these people frown. One could imagine how tragic the previous battle was. Damn it, why was it like this? The first prince's face was also dark. The scene before him indicated that there had been an earth-shattering battle. It was possible that the other party had escaped. General Xin Ying's expression was incomparably ferocious. This was his residence, and now it had been destroyed to such an extent. How could he not be angry? The surroundings of the general's mansion were filled with corpses. There were also some surviving martial artists who were meditating and recuperating. When they saw General Xin Ying, the first prince, and the others arrive, they all stood up and cried in agitation. General, Crown Prince, how? Kill, 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 kill. These people roared crazily. They were injured and their expressions were incomparably ferocious. General Xin Ying shouted coldly. Where was Xian Feng? Where? Where were the magic crystal guru and the four symbols kings? See. He was enraged. Really enraged. Although he was not in the general's residence had countless super-killing arrays and two peerless powerhouses, and a terrifying foundation. As long as it was not an invincible king who came personally, no one could take down the general's residence. However, the current scene left him in a daze. The surroundings were destroyed beyond recognition. Therefore, he had to find someone to ask clearly. General, we are here. Light flashed. The demonic crystal guru and the four symbols kings came out. The two of them were also covered in injuries. Their faces were pale without any color. What was going on? Even these two peerless powerhouses were injured. Those middle-aged men and old men who followed behind felt their scalps tingle when they saw this scene. The crown prince's expression was even uglier. These two were peerless powerhouses. They were injured too. How many people did that brat bring here? What was that brat's background? How could he possibly have so many powerhouses? However, the demonic crystal guru and the four symbols kings laughed bitterly. That brat did not bring any powerhouses. Only him and a flood dragon. And a little white monkey. Other than that, there was no one else. What? One man and two demons destroyed the entire general's residence? How was this possible? Could it be that those two demon kings were 8-star demon kings? An 8-star demon king was equivalent to an 8-star human king, which was also the realm of a peerless powerhouse. In their opinion, only such an existence could destroy the general's residence. However, the two peerless powerhouses shook their heads again. No, none of their cultivation surpassed that of a peerless powerhouse. They were probably all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. They were all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. These newcomers were all crazy. Heavens, how was this possible? The crown prince's expression was even gloomier. Damn it, he gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Because previously, the other party had successfully killed the Golden Lion King. It could be said that the other party's methods were very powerful. He did not expect that he would destroy the general's residence now. At this moment, General Xin Ying asked in a deep voice, where was Xian Feng? As soon as these words came out, all the warriors in the general's residence fell silent and lowered their heads. General Xin Ying's expression was even gloomier. What was going on? Where was he? Ask him to come out and see me. Lord Xian Feng had been killed. An old man said in a low voice. What? He was killed? The crown prince and the rest were stunned. Xian Ying was even more stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He roared at the sky, shattering the surrounding void. Damn it, What was going on? How could he be killed? He was killed by that brat. These people roughly explain the situation of the 10 Directions' absolute kill formation. Hearing this, General Xian Ying and the rest's expression became even gloomier. The 10-directional death array was infamous. Even a peerless powerhouse could not withstand it. But now, the other party had broken through it. He even killed his younger brother. He deserved to die 1,000 times. Damn it! Where was that brat? I must capture him. I must tear him into pieces. General Xian Ying's killing intent was overflowing. Previously, he wanted to capture the other party to give the war tribe an explanation. But now, he was doing it for himself. His general's residence was destroyed. His younger brother was killed. It was all because of that brat. Therefore, he must capture him. That brat escaped using the super teleportation array. The warriors in the general's residence quickly said, "What? He really escaped?" Hearing this, the few old and middle-aged men were stunned. The crown prince and General Xian Ying's expressions were extremely gloomy. Chapter 2240. Facing the first prince's anger, these people trembled in fear. However, they could only say helplessly, "That kid is too strong. Even if we use all our strength, we won't be his match." "What about your foundation? Didn't you use your foundation? Do you know how important that kid is? You could have used your foundation." General Xian Ying also asked in a deep voice. His murderous aura, accompanied by his voice, constantly surged in the air. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. "We've used our foundation, but we still can't stop that kid." At that moment, another old man said. These words were like a bolt from the blue, knocking them unconscious. General Xian Ying, in particular, was even more shocked. He couldn't believe it. "What did you say? Even our foundation can't stop that kid? How is that possible?" "That's the emperor's imperial edict that contains the will of an invincible king. How can a kid like him withstand it? Not to mention him, no one below the invincible king level could stand up to him." The first prince's voice was like thunder. To be honest, when they heard the news, the first prince and the others were about to go crazy. They couldn't believe that someone could destroy the emperor's imperial edict. General Xian Ying's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Damn it, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Don't tell me a single word." Soon, the kings of the general's residence began to explain the entire process. They recounted all the details. Half an hour later, they finished. After General Xian Ying, the first prince, and the others heard this, their faces became even gloomier. They didn't expect the other party to have so many trump cards, especially at the end, when they heard that the other party had only used a white bone to destroy the Golden Imperial Edict. They exclaimed in shock. That was because it was too heaven-defying, too dreamy. They couldn't believe it. "General, what should we do now?" an old man asked. General Xian Ying snorted coldly. "What else can we do? We have to capture that kid. Wait here, I'll return to the palace now." How dare he destroy the Golden Imperial Edict? This is no longer a provocation to the general's residence. This is contempt for the emperor's authority. I'll report this matter to the emperor. Don't worry, no one can save him. Even if he left the Tai dynasty, he could still kill him. After that, the first prince, General Xian Ying, and the others left the general's residence and used the teleportation formation to return to the Tai dynasty's palace. The empress was already waiting, and the elders who supported the first prince were also gathered here. They had already heard the news about the general's residence and were discussing it nervously. When General Xian Ying and the first prince arrived, the elders all stood up one after another. Among them, the empress's eyes flickered. She asked, "How is it? Did that brat really escape?" He had indeed escaped, but he had also committed a heinous crime. He had actually destroyed the Golden Decree. Humph! This is the contempt of the royal family. The imperial family will never let him off. An elder coldly snorted. The other elder's eyes flickered. "I remember that your super teleportation formation in the general's mansion can teleport to 3 places. One of them was the imperial palace. The other 2 places should be Julie and Inshang." That was right. General Xian Ying nodded. the imperial palace can be ruled out. As for the other two dynasties, we will send people to search. At the same time, I will report this matter to His Majesty and ask him to send an army. Also, tell Zhang Wuhan of the war tribe about this. That brat is very strong and has many trump cards. I think it's best to let the war tribe's experts deal with him personally. All right, I'll make arrangements now. The Empress also nodded and prepared to tell Zhang Wuhan personally. In an instant, everyone split up and took action. As for General Xianying, he strode towards the Grand Imperial Hall. Soon, an imperial decree arrived. The world was shocked. Because of this imperial decree, the hunt for Lin Xian was once again announced. This time, it wasn't just the entire Tai dynasty, but the entire middle ground. Moreover, this time, they didn't want him alive. It could be said that if he was alive, they wanted to see his corpse. Even if he was killed, bringing him back would still be a meritorious service. One could imagine that His Majesty was really angry. When the imperial decree came out, the world was shocked. The entire Tai dynasty was abuzz with discussion. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would do such an earth-shattering thing again. It couldn't be helped. The destruction of the general's residence was such a big matter that it couldn't be hidden. In an instant, it swept across the world. When the 8th prince received the news, he was both happy and worried. He was happy that Lin Xian had finally left the Tai dynasty. This way, the other party's danger could be said to be reduced by a lot. However, what worried him was that although Lin Xian had left, he had caused a torrential rage. In fact, his father even issued another imperial decree. Moreover, this time, the reward was even more generous. This was the wrath of the emperor, and it would probably be difficult to calm down. Therefore, at this moment, the 8th prince also gathered a group of elders to discuss in the palace. A few of the elders said, "8th prince, don't worry about that kid. He'll probably find a place to hide after leaving the dynasty. He'll come out in a few decades, and by then, the storm will have disappeared. Therefore, as long as he hides carefully, he won't be in danger. However, I think we should set up a plan. If this matter implicates you, I'm afraid the first prince will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Yes, after all, you're just a prospective crown prince now. You can only relax when you become the real crown prince." It was obvious that these people were worried that the first prince would attack them. In short, because of Lin Xian's departure, the entire palace was in an uproar. Even the entire dynasty was excited. Countless experts went to the Ninli dynasty and the Yinshang dynasty to capture Lin Xian. General Xianying even mobilized a large group of experts in the name of the imperial decree to go to the two dynasties. Moreover, their targets were very clear. This teleportation formation was sent in two directions. One was the Ninli dynasty's Wanrun city, and the other was the Yinshang dynasty's Baiyun city. Thus, they all began to teleport toward those two cities. Ninli dynasty, Wanrun city. A huge teleportation formation suddenly shone brightly. Seeing this, a few martial artists who were in charge of guarding the teleportation formation frowned. They were puzzled. What was going on? They hadn't received any orders to teleport over recently. One of them was holding an array badge, and his eyes were flickering. This aura came from the Tai dynasty's general's residence. Tai dynasty? What are they doing here? They didn't receive any orders. These martial artists were discussing animatedly. However, at this moment, a light flashed, and then two figures appeared. Chapter 22:41. In front of them, a light flashed, and two figures appeared. "Stop! Who are you?" Seeing the two figures appear, they regained their consciousness and wanted to leave. The martial artists shouted coldly. However, the two figures ignored them. As soon as they appeared, they circulated all the spiritual power in their bodies to eliminate the dizziness. Then, they rose into the air and prepared to leave. "Stop! Do you have a teleportation token? Are you from the Tai dynasty's general's mansion? What's your purpose here? Why didn't you inform us in advance about the cross-country teleportation?" Angry roars came one after another. However, there was no answer at all. Only a cold snort answered them. The blood in their bodies churned, and their faces turned pale. When they came back to their senses, they found that the two people had already left. Damn it, those two people's identities were unknown. Hurry up and report to the city lord. These martial artists could not delay any longer. They quickly reported what happened here. At the same time, they sent some martial artist guards to track them down. However, those guards soon returned empty-handed. Because the other party's speed was too fast, they could not catch up at all. However, they still reported the news. After all, it was a cross-country teleportation. If there was any danger, they would have to bear all the responsibility. They did not dare to bear such a sin. As for the two mysterious silhouettes, they quickly left. Those two people were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They finally left the Tai dynasty through the super teleportation formation and arrived at the Ninli dynasty. However, they did not dare to delay. That was because Wanrun City was not safe. As long as the news spread, the people of the Tai dynasty would definitely know that they were teleported here. Therefore, they had to leave quickly. Thinking of that, the two of them quickened their pace and walked out of the city. However, as soon as they arrived on the street, they saw that the crowd on the street was moving. Countless figures kept running. Obviously, they were very flustered. Not only that, the ground under their feet and the city walls in the distance all lit up with runes. Rays of light flickered, emitting terrifying power. The city is sealed. Don't go out. Stay in the city and don't move. At that moment, a cold shout came from afar. The person who spoke was an expert. His voice was very clear and spread far and wide. Hearing that, those people became even more stirred and kept running into the city. In the distance, even more martial artists were surging over. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. What was going on? The city was sealed. Could it be that they had been discovered? Or had the people of the Greater One dynasty already made their move? Damn it, their speed is too fast. The two of them had ugly expressions because they couldn't help but be suspicious. They had just arrived and had yet to leave, but the city had already been sealed. It was obvious that they were trying to capture them. Damn it, these guys are too fast. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He checked his divine gems and treasures. Finally, he said, if there's no other choice, we'll use the Black Earth to rush out. In short, he could not be surrounded by them. Just as the two of them were discussing via voice transmission, a furious roar suddenly came from the front. The two of you, what are you standing there for? Either you go out and resist, or hurry up and run inside. Don't block the way here. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right. They didn't seem to be trying to capture them. Outside resistance? What resistance? Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, Brother, I'm sorry. We just arrived and don't know what happened here. You just arrived? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. He carefully sized up Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, then shook his head and sighed. Then you guys are really unlucky. Don't you know that there is a beast tide outside? How dare you come here at this time? Young man, I advise you to hurry up and run into the city to take refuge. This beast tide is very fierce. It probably won't disappear for a few months. Beast tide? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. It turned out that there was a beast tide outside. Then the city gate was sealed to block the beasts, not to capture them. Phew! They breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. Lin Xian thanked him and then left with the Crimson Dragon. Kid, what should we do? Now that the city is sealed, we can't get out. The Crimson Dragon asked. And if the other party also used a super teleportation array to come in, then we'll be trapped in the same city. Indeed, this was what Lin Xian was worried about, so he said, I also thought of this, so let's hurry back and destroy the super teleportation array so that they won't be able to teleport over in a short period of time. The Crimson Dragon nodded. This was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, if the people from the Tai dynasty were to teleport over, then the situation would be bad. Although they didn't know that the Tai dynasty had issued an imperial edict, they knew that destroying the general's residence would definitely provoke a monstrous anger. This time, the people who came to kill them would definitely be stronger and more terrifying. Therefore, the two of them had to quickly destroy the teleportation array here. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to teleport over. The two of them moved quickly and rushed in the direction of the teleportation array. This super teleportation array was located in a more remote area in the west of the city. There were martial artists guarding the area to prevent anyone from getting close. Not only that, because of the incident between Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the city lord sent a large number of soldiers over to strengthen the security. What should they do? There were more of them. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian stood in the distance and watched, their eyes flickering. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to simulate a few demonic beasts to lure the soldiers away. Go and destroy the array. You don't have to completely destroy it, just make it so that they can't teleport over." "Okay, let's do that." The Crimson Dragon nodded. He was an array master, so it wasn't difficult for him to destroy the array. As long as Lin Xian could lure the soldiers away, he could destroy the super teleportation array. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand and a black robe appeared on his body. The Crimson Dragon's body was covered in layers of chaos, covering his real face. Both of them didn't want to be exposed, so they hid at all times. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and countless energy gathered. Under the effect of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, they turned into demonic beasts. Roar! A golden lion rushed out from his fingertips and landed on the ground, roaring non-stop. At the same time, a black crocodile that was dozens of meters long appeared in the void, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Other than that, there were also a winged tiger, 3 demonic wolves, and a terrifying giant snake. In an instant, more than a dozen demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts weren't real. They were energy bodies. It was just that the Great Dragon Sword Soul had imitated Su Su. Those who didn't know the details wouldn't be able to tell. Chapter 2242. Rumble, rumble, roar. More than a dozen beasts appeared. Their terrifying aura swept across the area as they roared. Suddenly, the martial artists guarding the super teleportation array noticed it. When they saw it, their faces changed. Damn it! How did the beasts come in? Impossible! How could the beasts enter the city? And they came here? They were all crazy. Although they didn't believe it, the scene in front of them forced them to believe it. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor shouted coldly, "Shut up and attack! We have to kill them. We can't let them destroy the super teleportation array." The super teleportation array was complicated and delicate. If it was damaged, it would be difficult to repair. Therefore, they had to ensure the safety of the super teleportation array. 2 teams attacked. Each team consisted of 10 people. 20 of them were in armor and had a murderous aura. They held long spears in their hands and moved quickly. Rumble. In an instant, the battle broke out. However, the energy bodies of the beasts were formed by the Dragon Sword Soul. They were extremely terrifying. As a result, the 20 of them couldn't take them down. Damn it! Among them, a few almighties snorted coldly when they saw this and attacked one after another. Whoosh! At this moment, the black crocodile opened its mouth and spat out a black mist that covered the area. Whoosh! 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 The black mist covered the area. It covered the surrounding vision and prevented people from seeing clearly. It could even block souls. The black crocodile was the immemorial demonic crocodile that Lin Xian simulated. The black mist was the mist that he simulated in the dark canyon. At that time, he was shocked by the black mist because it could block the detection of soul power. Now that he simulated it with the Dragon Sword Soul, the effect was surprisingly good. In an instant, these people roared crazily. However, they couldn't see clearly. Whoosh! At this moment, the dark red divine dragon moved. It turned into a red flash and shuttled through the black mist. Soon, it arrived near the super teleportation array. Soon, it waved its dragon claws and started to destroy the super teleportation array. Rumble. The super teleportation array vibrated and countless lights shone. Seeing this, the martial artists and guards who were shrouded in the black mist finally reacted and roared crazily. Damn it! Not good. Someone is trying to destroy the super teleportation array. Stop him. He absolutely could not let him succeed. Boom. Boom. The two mighty figures attacked, their terrifying palms blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they grabbed forward. Other than that, there were also countless figures flying in their direction. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, streaks of sword chi flew out and flickered in the air, colliding with those large palms. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi slashed down horizontally, blocking those guards who wanted to go over. These guards were all at the king realm, and the few almighties were only ordinary almighties. The most powerful one was only an elite almighty. They were no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, they were soon forced back by the sword chi. Their faces were filled with fear, and the blood in their bodies was boiling. Of course, Lin Xian did not kill them. He had no enmity with these people. All he wanted to do was destroy the super teleportation array. Damn it, this was an expert. A powerful being gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you destroy our super teleportation array? Do you want to become enemies with the Ninely dynasty?" There was a strong warning in his words. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. What answered him was only the roars of more beasts. Damn it! The King Realm mighty figures' faces were gloomy as they kept attacking. On the other side, the dark red dragon concentrated all its power to destroy the super teleportation array. This was not an ordinary teleportation array, but a super teleportation array used to teleport across borders. Therefore, it was very mysterious and profound. It had a certain level of defense. It was not an easy task to break it, and it would take some time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful enough, and there were no peerless almighties around. Therefore, he could deal with it for the time being. Just as the battle was going on, in the distance, a few figures flew over. It seemed that they wanted to use the super teleportation array here. Walking at the front was a young girl in red. She looked very sweet, and her big eyes were black and bright like stars. Behind her, there were 3 or 4 figures, 2 women and 1 man. Their auras were powerful, and they quickly followed behind the woman in red. Among them, a middle-aged woman said, "Miss, slow down. Our people are separated. Why don't we gather first?" "Don't worry, it won't be too late to wait for them after I reach the super teleportation array." The young girl in red did not stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. However, when they arrived nearby, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because they discovered that there was a battle here, and there was a black fog in front of them that covered the scene. What's going on? What happened? The middle-aged men and women frowned, and the woman in red was also curious. She probed with her soul, but she did not see what was going on inside. Therefore, she took a few steps forward to take a closer look. However, at this moment, roars suddenly came from the black fog. Then, a 3-headed demonic wolf slapped her with its claws. Seeing this scene, the woman in red was shocked and quickly dodged. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men and women behind her changed their expressions. Demonic beasts. Damn it, how could there be demonic beasts here? Could it be that the beast tide has invaded? They were too shocked, because at this moment, countless demonic beasts were roaring and trying to attack the city. Fortunately, Wanrun City was relatively sturdy. Although there were many demonic beasts, they would not be able to attack for a while. However, there were demonic beasts in the city, and from the looks of it, there was more than one. All of them were so terrifying. This really shocked them to the core. Could it be that Wanrun City has been breached? But that shouldn't be the case. If it's breached, there should be a large number of demonic beasts coming in, but there are no demonic beasts in other places. There are only demonic beasts here. What happened? They could not figure it out. At this moment, their expressions changed again. That was because behind the 3 demonic wolves, a black crocodile with a ferocious expression charged toward the young girl in red again. The young girl in red screamed, and countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a red light screen in front of her. However, it was not very useful. That was the shadow of the immemorial demonic crocodile. It was very terrifying, and it broke through the light screen in an instant. "Beast, you're courting death." Seeing that, the expressions of the men and women behind her changed, and they attacked frantically. The two women shot out sharp sword chi, and the middle-aged man punched out. His terrifying fist was like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. A deep sound rang out, and the void exploded as energy surged. Many terrifying energy shockwaves swept toward the woman in red and were about to hit her. Oh no! Be careful, young miss. Chapter 22:43. Young mistress, be careful. The middle-aged men and women cried out in alarm when they saw that scene. They wanted to rescue her, but it was too late. The speed of the energy shockwave was far beyond their imagination. The woman in red also screamed. She took out a few more shields and blocked in front of her. At the same time, she closed her eyes in fright. She was too scared, and from the looks of it, she did not have much combat experience. Therefore, she did not know how to dodge at all. With a bang, the three shields in front of her were sent flying. The woman in red was about to be drowned by the energy. However, at that moment, a sword light flashed, and the woman in red disappeared on the spot. Young mistress! Behind her, the middle-aged men and women also screamed. However, when they saw the woman in red disappear on the spot, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still bewildered. Ani Shue, I'm fine. A voice came from the side. Those people turned their heads and saw that it was the woman in red. Young mistress, you're fine? That's great. They ran forward and were completely relieved when they saw that the woman in red was not injured. Soon, they ran to the side again. That was because there was a young man standing beside the woman in red. He was extremely handsome and was wearing a loose black robe. Who's that? They were puzzled. The woman in red said, It's this big brother who saved me. He saved you, young mistress. They came to a realization. They saw a flash of light just now and thought that it was this young man who saved her. Therefore, they hurriedly said, Thank you for saving me, young master. The black-robed young man was Lin Xian. He was fighting against the guards in secret, but he did not expect that someone would dare to come. Moreover, Lin Xian saved her when he saw that she was about to be injured by the monsters that he spawned. At that moment, when he saw those people, he said, Don't be polite. However, you should leave this place quickly. It's more dangerous here. Young master, what happened? Why are there monsters here? The middle-aged men and women were puzzled. The woman in red also said, Yes, big brother. We want to take this super teleportation array. I don't know either. I'm just passing by. Lin Xian shook his head. He naturally could not tell the truth. He could only persuade those people to leave as soon as possible. It was too dangerous here. It was better to leave first. If there was anything else, it could wait until it was safe. At this point, Lin Xian clasped his fists and said goodbye. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Big brother. Seeing Lin Xian leave, the woman in red hurriedly shouted, but she couldn't find him. She said with a face full of disappointment. She didn't even know his name. Let's go, Mississippi. Let's leave this place quickly. It's too dangerous here. Several middle-aged men and women pulled the woman in red and quickly retreated. Soon, they left the place. Within the black fog, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. He nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head again and looked into the distance. Ruffian dragon, how much longer do you have? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. The dark red divine dragon said, Almost done. Give me a little more time. Hearing this, Lin Xian continued to control the demonic beasts. Boom. Up ahead, the two supreme beings roared furiously. They let out long cries and hurriedly called for help. They couldn't hold on any longer. Clang. One of the supreme beings took out a large bell from his storage ring and suddenly rang it. The terrifying sound of the bell echoed in all directions. All the martial artists in the city heard it. Everyone raised their heads in shock and bewilderment. What's going on? The expressions of the city guards changed. Oh no! It's a signal for help. Damn it! It's coming from the teleportation portal. Could it be that an accident happened there? They were puzzled. When the people in the general's residence heard the bell, they were even more shocked. Soon, groups of powerful martial artists soared into the sky and headed toward the teleportation portal. Lin Xian looked at the sky and quickly said, Ruffian dragon, hurry up. They're coming. When he saw this scene, he also frowned. All right, kid, let's hurry up and leave. The dark red divine dragon waved his claws. As he said that, his body flickered, and he turned into a red flash of light and disappeared into the void. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he also quickly left. Crack, crack, crack. After the two of them left, the super teleportation portal suddenly dimmed, and cracks appeared in 3 places. There was also a gap in one of the spots. Not long after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, many powerful auras descended from the sky. Whoosh! An old man waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew away all the black mist in the sky. He was a peerless, almighty being. At this moment, his eyes were cold and piercing. Who is it? Come out! He shouted loudly, but there was no one around him. In the next moment, when he saw the dim light of the super teleportation portal in front of him, his expression changed. The other powerhouses who had rushed over also saw it. Damn it! They cried out in alarm. Oh no! The super teleportation portal has been destroyed. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to destroy the super teleportation portal? Forget it. Let's hurry up and kill the surrounding demonic beasts first. Those people roared and launched powerful attacks. Some of them were peerless almighty beings, and some new powerful martial artists were about to arrive. Those people quickly attacked and killed all the demonic beasts. There was another reason. After Lin Xian left, the demonic beasts had no energy to support them, so they were quickly exhausted. Boom! Puff! 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 The demonic beasts fell one after another, but there was no blood. Instead, they turned into spiritual energy that filled the sky and disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Damn it! Those aren't demonic beasts. Those are all energy bodies. Who is it? They actually have such a divine ability to be able to create such realistic demonic beast phantoms. Everyone was shocked, and the peerless almighty frowned. The others were also discussing. Why did this person destroy the super teleportation portal? What is his motive? Our teleportation portal was destroyed as soon as the beast tide arrived. Could it be that a spy from the demon race has come in? That's possible. It seems that our thoughts are preventing us from leaving. Damn it! These demonic beasts are too despicable. They actually managed to sneak into the city. We must interrogate and punish them severely. We can't let them off. These people guessed that it was done by a spy from the demon race. Their motive was to destroy Wanrun City. Therefore, these people also moved quickly. The original guards still stayed here to protect the super teleportation portal. Although the super teleportation portal was destroyed, it could still be repaired. In order to prevent further damage, it still needed people to guard it. As for the others, some of them returned to the city lord's mansion to gather powerful array masters to repair the portal. Some of them were preparing to join forces with the city guards to capture the demonic beast spy. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had completely left the super teleportation portal. They once again blended into the crowd, and the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the super teleportation portal has been destroyed, and it can't be repaired in a short time. Those people from the Tai dynasty shouldn't be able to teleport over. However, they had to think about how to leave Wanrun City. Chapter 22:44. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief after destroying the super teleportation portal. Then, they joined the crowd and began to discuss how to leave this place. On the other side, Tai dynasty, general's residence. The general's residence was still in ruins, and the ground was cracked. However, there were many people around. All of them had powerful auras and cold expressions. They were obviously experts. The one standing at the front was naturally General Xian Ying. This time, he would personally lead a team to the Jiuli dynasty to capture Lin Xian. This was only the vanguard team. After this, there would be a second and third batch of teams. In short, there would be countless experts on the move. In front, the huge super teleportation portal shone brightly. General Xian Ying took a step forward. Dozens of figures stood beside him. The rest of the people waited on the spot. Because they could not teleport so many people at once, They had to teleport in batches. Let's begin, General Xianing said coldly after he stood up. Buzz. There were a few elders around him who quickly cast spells. The super teleportation portal under their feet lit up. Runes rose into the air and wrapped around their bodies. Buzz whoosh. A terrifying spatial energy spread out, but in the next moment, it quickly disappeared like a tide, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. General Xianying's face also darkened. What's going on? Is there a problem with the teleportation? He was unhappy. Why did so many unlucky things happen to him during this period of time? So, he asked coldly, what's going on? Could it be that our teleportation portal is damaged? It's not that our teleportation portal is damaged. Our teleportation portal is intact. It's that there's a problem with the Jiuli dynasty. There's a problem with the Jiuli dynasty? What's going on? Could it be that they turned off the super teleportation portal? Didn't we send them a notice that we're going to teleport over? We don't know. We need to confirm it. A few elders walked down from the teleportation portal. Then, they activated another set of teleportation portals. That was the portal for transmitting messages. They wanted to ask the Jiuli dynasty. Half an hour later, these people received the results. The elders said quickly, General, something happened in the Jiuli dynasty's Wanran city. Something happened? What happened? Did that kid cause a ruckus in Wanran city? No, there's no news about that kid. But at this moment, there's a beast tide in Wanran. Moreover, the scale was very large. The city had already been sealed. There was a beast tide and the city was sealed. Hearing this, General Xianying frowned. Could it be that the teleportation array was also destroyed? The exact reason was unknown, but it should have been destroyed. We can't teleport over yet. We can only wait for the other side to be repaired. However, due to the beast tide, it would take some time to repair. If Wanran City was destroyed, would there be any problems with White Cloud City? White Cloud City was safe. There was no problem. All right then, let's go to White Cloud City first. No matter what, he had to capture that kid when he reached the Ninely Dynasty. These people activated the formation again and prepared to head to White Cloud City. Soon, the light flickered and the figure on the formation disappeared. Ninely Dynasty, Wanran City. At this moment, the city was packed with people. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Around them were endless roars that shattered the void. Terrifying demonic energy shot up into the sky and dyed everything red. But fortunately, Wanran City had a super strong defense, blocking the attacks that filled the sky. However, there were too many demonic beasts. Among them, there were even some terrifying demon kings. Wanran City was trembling nonstop. This made these people even more nervous. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. This was because dozens of figures had appeared in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the entire sky. Boom! Countless projections landed below. Everyone in the city looked up. They cried out in surprise. Damn it! Demonic beasts! Oh no, it's lightning birds. Everyone was shocked. These dozens of demonic beasts were extremely terrifying lightning birds. They opened their mouths and spat out bolts of thunder. They landed on the countless light screens and caused a shocking explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded and air currents spread. The sky above everyone was penetrated by endless lightning. The terrifying energy made their hearts palpitate. Roar! Dozens of lightning birds, each dozens of meters long, spread their wings and circled in the sky. They shot out bolts of lightning and bombarded the formation below. In the city, the martial artists shouted crazily and activated the killing formation to chase away the lightning birds. Boom! Countless lights flickered and runes condensed. Sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed at the sky. Ka ka ka. However, these lightning birds were unusually fierce. Their speed was very fast. They flew quickly in the air and dodged the sword chi. Boom! At this moment, an even larger black figure appeared. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Along with it, the sky was filled with thunderclouds, as well as a terrifying demonic aura. Oh no, it's the Lightning King. Damn it, attack. The martial artists below screamed crazily. Even more resplendent energy surged, trying to push back the huge Lightning King. Boom, boom. However, the Lightning King was too powerful. It was definitely a 7-star demonic beast king. Moreover, it was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its strength was even more terrifying. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying sword chi, it stretched out its sharp beast claws and grabbed at the sky, shattering the countless sword chi. Whoosh! It spread its wings and countless lightning bolts descended like 2 dark clouds. The thunder was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the previous ones. Therefore, the lightning bolts struck the light screens and caused them to tremble violently. The light screens kept trembling as if they would crack at any time. Oh no, the Lightning King was not an ordinary demonic beast king. It was one of the leaders of this beast tide. Hurry up and stop it, or it will be very dangerous. The guards in the city roared and activated the killing array again. Boom, boom. In the sky, an intense confrontation occurred. Crack. However, after hundreds of moves, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen in the sky. Then, a small hole appeared. Then, endless lightning bolts poured down and struck down crazily. Boom, boom, boom. The buildings in the city were destroyed, and the ground was charred black. Many people were directly hit by the lightning. Some exploded, and some were seriously injured and vomited blood. In short, the city was in chaos. Damn it, the array formation was broken. The guards guarding the city had ugly expressions. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the general's mansion. Then, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His body was emitting light like a sun. Accompanying him was a terrifying aura. Buzz. In the middle-aged man's hand, there was a large black bow that was drawn into a full moon. Boom. In the next moment, a black arrow flew out like black lightning, flashing in the sky. Chapter 22:45. Whoosh! A black arrow flew out like a bolt of black lightning, flickering in the air. In an instant, it passed through the defensive formation and pierced into the sky. A sea of lightning exploded in the sky, and a terrifying energy surged. The Lightning King screamed miserably, and a large number of feathers and blood fell. It roared crazily. Then, it led the dozen or so lightning birds and quickly left. It was injured. The Lightning King was injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who was that middle-aged man? He was too terrifying. However, more people cried out in alarm. The city lord had made a move. That's right, it was the city lord of Wanrun City. He was a peerless powerhouse. When he saw the formation above his head shatter, he finally made a move. He forced the Lightning King back with an arrow and scared it away. However, after the city lord chased the Lightning King away, he did not have any joy of victory. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Because looking from the sky, there were densely packed demonic beasts outside. They were like waves that kept surging over. If they only guarded, they would not be able to hold on. Therefore, at the next moment, he said loudly, "All the guards in the city, listen up. Activate the formation to resist the demonic beasts. At the same time, the elite team will go out with me to kill the enemies." Yes, figures in armor rose into the air. They held long spears, sabers, and swords in their hands, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. At this moment, when they heard the city lord's voice, they raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It was extremely terrifying. The city lord said loudly again, "Now, as the city lord of Wanrun City, I offer a reward for killing the demonic beasts." The reward was to be able to leave on the spirit boat first. After the demonic beasts retreated, the first spirit boat would head to Qianshan Domain. Whoever killed the demonic beasts would be qualified to sit on the first spirit boat. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and discussed animatedly. Many powerful people's eyes flickered, and they looked eager to give it a try. However, the city lord continued, "Although this is a reward, I still want to remind everyone, if you're not strong enough, don't go out. I don't want you to die for nothing. From now on, We will open the passage every 2 hours to allow martial artists to enter and exit. Every time, the passage will only be open for half an incense stick's time. You must seize this opportunity. Now, let's go. With a cold shout, the city lord took the lead and strode out. Behind him, a dense crowd of martial artists followed. These were all martial artists from the city lord's mansion. At this moment, they were seething with murderous intent, looking as if they were ready to die. They soared into the sky and left Wanrun City. Not only that, in all directions of Wanrun City, light vortexes appeared one after another. This was the passageway. It could allow other martial artists to enter and exit. Should he make a move? These people discussed animatedly. Among them, some of the bolder ones directly stepped into the vortex and left the city. Some of the others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, these demonic beasts were really despicable. Do you really think there's no one in the human race that can stand up to you? Kill them all. Many people soared into the sky and entered the vortex. However, some people also shook their heads, their faces pale. Stay outside for 2 hours? What a joke. He would definitely be killed. That was tens of thousands of demonic beasts. It was no joke. Therefore, the majority of the people stayed behind. From the looks of it, the city wouldn't be breached in a short period of time. It was absolutely safe here. If they went out, they might be able to leave earlier, but there was also a high chance that they would die. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The right to leave earlier? Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes flickered. He had long wanted to leave Wanrun City so that he could escape the pursuit of Tai dynasty. However, unfortunately, the beast tide had appeared, so he couldn't go out at all. However, the city lord actually stated such a condition. To him, it was simply a great temptation. Thinking of that, Lin Xian did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he entered the vortex. Lin Xian's departure caused the surrounding martial artists to discuss. That kid dares to leave the city? How audacious. That's right. I don't feel any powerful aura from that kid, and he's too young. Can he do it? Could it be that he's a prodigy? Or a prodigy from a large family? Some people were puzzled. However, more people shook their heads. I've never seen him before. He looks very unfamiliar, and he doesn't have any family symbols on him. He's probably not a disciple of a large family. Those people shook their heads, thinking that he would be courting death if he went out. He's probably too young and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Soon, many people went out, and the vortex in all directions gradually disappeared. It would take 2 hours for it to open again. As for whether or not they would be able to return after 2 hours, that would be up to fate. In the city, the other people were watching. Many of them rose into the air and looked into the distance. That was because they wanted to see how the battle outside was going. After all, those who dared to go out were the elites of the city. There were even quite a few mighty figures. Come to think of it, he should be able to resist and kill quite a number of demonic beasts. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Xian left the city, he felt a terrifying storm and overwhelming demonic chi around him. Looking around, there were densely packed demonic beasts of various attributes and forms. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! As soon as he appeared, dozens of beasts around him pounced on him. There were cyan pattern leopards and black demonic wolves, ghost hornets, and so on. In short, they were all very terrifying beasts. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword lights rose from his body and circled in the sky. In an instant, all the beasts that approached him were all cut in half. Puff, puff, puff. Corpses fell, and blood sprayed, dyeing the void red. However, it was useless. There was an endless beast tide around, and the corpses of these dozen beasts were quickly drowned. There was not the slightest splash. Then, more beasts charged over. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian made a move to clear the surrounding beasts. At the same time, the warriors who came out all began to fight. Among them, the group led by the city lord was the most powerful. As soon as they appeared, they used terrifying martial arts and instantly crushed a large number of beasts. Blood gathered and surged in the sky. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those powerful demon kings. Roar! The Lightning King from before quickly charged over. Not only that, there was also a single horn python. Its body was 1,000 feet long, and it was like an earth dragon that galloped quickly. In addition, there was a demon rat that was like a small mountain. Its teeth were abnormally sharp, and it could cut through the void with a gentle shake. It was also an extremely terrifying demon king. These demon kings all charged over and fought with those mighty figures and the city lord. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking storm swept in all directions, and countless beasts were sent flying. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in that place. However, not all martial artists were so strong. There were also some unlucky ones. Chapter 22:46. A few people were directly teleported into a pack of wolves and were instantly swallowed by hundreds of demonic wolves. There were also a few people who were teleported in front of a powerful bear king and were smashed into a bloody mist with a slap. They didn't even have the time to scream. In short, the demonic beast side was very tragic, and the human side was also very tragic. For a time, the battle was very intense. Some people fought alone, and some people joined forces. Some people formed killing formations, and some people could even control demonic beasts. In short, all kinds of methods were endless. It had to be said that those who dared to come out were all elites, and there were no weaklings. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out, and a bare-chested man waved his fists non-stop. His fists were like mountains, blasting open the void and shattering countless demonic beasts. None of the demonic beasts that came close to him could survive. This person was so strong. Who was he? In the city, the spectators were shocked. You don't even know him? You don't even know Iron Fist Xiao Kuang. What? He's Xiao Kuang. No wonder. He's so powerful. His fist technique is indeed extraordinary. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Clearly, many people had heard of the fierce man in front of them. In the crowd, the red-clothed woman who was saved by Lin Xian was also there. There were also a few people beside her. The red-clothed woman looked at the scene outside the city and kept clapping her hands. Great, Brother Xiao is indeed powerful. Of course. The surrounding middle-aged men also had confident smiles on their faces. At this time, a middle-aged woman said, however, other than General Xiao, there were a few people who were also so powerful. That old man should be from the Divine Fire sect. Looking at the cultivation technique he used, it should be correct. In the distance, there was a red-robed old man who was constantly spitting fire. The terrifying fiery red lotus spread all over the ground, burning many demonic beasts. That woman is also very powerful. However, I can't tell which sect she's from. At this moment, many people exclaimed softly, because they discovered that there was a beautiful figure among the demonic beasts, like a fairy from beyond the heavens. She wore a veil, and her body was emitting multicolored light. There was a lotus platform under her feet, and it spun, sending out terrifying rays of light that pierced through the surrounding demonic beasts. There was also an immortal flower in her hand. With a light wave, tens of thousands of rays of light scattered out, sending all the surrounding demonic beasts flying. What a strong woman! For a moment, many people's gazes were attracted. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a shocking explosion as countless sword chi filled the area. Streaks of blood-red sword light shot up into the sky. Everything within 100 miles was submerged. Heavens, who is this? Everyone was stunned. Just who was the one who released such a terrifying sword chi? For a moment, everyone's gazes shifted over. Then, they were extremely shocked. It was that brat. Many people cried out in alarm because they discovered that this was the brat that they had thought would not survive. Damn, this brat's strength is actually so strong. As expected, he had hidden his strength well. Unexpectedly, he was really a young prodigy. These people were extremely shocked. That's right, the one who attacked was Lin Xian. He used the demon-slaying sword formation, and streaks of terrifying sword runes rushed out. In such a place, it was most suitable to use the slaughter sword formation. As expected, when the blood-red sword chi filled the sky, The blood of the beasts that had been killed all gathered in the demon-slaying sword formation. This caused the power of the sword formation to increase once again. Boom! At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from afar. The ground cracked open, and a purple centipede that was 1,000 feet long crawled out from the crack. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, directly piercing through the void. Its terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Not good. It was another powerful demon king. The faces of the people in the city changed when they saw this scene. Humph, just in time. Iron Hand Xiao Kuang saw this scene and laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and he rushed over like a meteor. The fist in his hand kept swinging, and terrifying fist shadows blasted forward. Roar! The 1,000-meter-long centipede roared angrily. It spat out balls of purple venom, melting all the terrifying fist shadows. Damn it! What a powerful beast! The burly man roared and suddenly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The void where he was originally was wrapped in purple liquid, and then it pierced through, forming a black hole. What a terrifying demon king! In the city, the martial artists saw this scene and cried out in alarm. The woman in red and the others were also worried for the burly man. Iron Cloud Fist. The burly man roared and waved his fist. Balls of metallic luster appeared on his fist. Then, a terrifying fist mark tore through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled power as it blasted out. A great battle broke out. A man and a demon king fought in an earth-shattering manner. It was extremely terrifying. However, this demon king was too terrifying, and his entire body was filled with poison. As long as one touched it, even a supreme being would be seriously injured, or even die. It could be said that this battle was extremely dangerous. However, what shocked everyone was that the final result was the victory of the burly man called Xiao Kuang. The purple centipede was incomparably terrifying. Its 1,000-meter-long body was pierced through, and countless bloody holes appeared. In the end, it directly split open, turning into balls of purple liquid that scattered in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it melted. The surrounding demon beasts also crazily screamed as they were wrapped in the purple liquid and turned into a pool of blood. The burly man looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair danced wildly, and he stood in the void like a god of war. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the city sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with shock. It was too shocking. Such a terrifying demon king was killed so easily. It was enough to show how terrifying this burly man's strength was. The red-clothed woman and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao was indeed powerful. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. As expected of Iron Fist Xiao Kuang, he lived up to his reputation. That's right, that was an expert of the Hong sect. His Iron Fist was probably unparalleled. In the distance, Lin Xin looked at this scene, and his eyes flickered. This burly man was indeed powerful. It seemed that the central continent was indeed a place filled with outstanding people. Peerless experts could be seen everywhere. However, at this moment, he frowned. In the next moment, he waved his arm and a sword chi slashed out. The direction was precisely Xiao Kuang's direction. What? Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Xiao Kuang also frowned. What? Someone dared to attack him. They really didn't know what death was. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. Something wasn't right. They didn't attack him. This was because the void beside him had suddenly split open, and a dark red poisonous stinger had suddenly pierced towards his back. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kuang's scalp went numb. He roared angrily, and countless steel-like patterns appeared on the surface of his body. His strength exploded, and his body suddenly moved horizontally. However, the dark red poisonous stinger was too sudden and too fast. As a result, it firmly locked onto him. Chapter 22:47. However, at this moment, a sword light slashed down and sent the dark red poisonous stinger flying. Clang! The sword light flashed and sent the red poisonous stinger flying. He was saved. Xiao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief, and a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Previously, he thought that someone wanted to sneak an attack on him, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't sneak an attack and instead saved his life. Thinking of this, he looked around, trying to find the person who saved him. In the city, the cultivators were also exclaiming. They had the same thoughts as Xiao Kuang. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Who was this person? He was so powerful that he could sense the danger ahead of Xiao Kuang. Yes, not only did he know in advance, but the speed and timing of his attack were also perfect. He was definitely a top expert. Could it be the elder from the Divine Fire sect? Sounds of discussion could be heard. However, soon, they were stunned. Because on the distant battlefield, Xiao Kuang's figure swayed and flew in a direction. Thank you for saving me. Xiao Kuang arrived above a blood-red sword formation and said in a clear voice. Buzz. A vacuum appeared in the demon-slaying sword formation. Lin Xian stepped on the air and arrived above it. He said calmly, "It was nothing. It was just a small matter." What? Who was it? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually a young man. This kid was too powerful. Who was he? Which sect was he from? I don't know, but why do I feel that he was just lucky? What a joke. He definitely wasn't lucky. He must be a top expert. Everyone discussed intensely. On the battlefield, Xiao Kuang was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually a young man. Moreover, he was so young. From the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. He was also curious about the other party's identity. So in the next moment, he cupped his fists and said, I'm Xiao Kuang from the Hong sect. May I know your name and which sect are you from? I'm a rogue cultivator from the Longxian sect. Lin Xian reported his name. He didn't use his real name because he was still wanted by the Tai dynasty. So, he used an alias. When the two of them were talking, they didn't stop. The demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet was still attacking in all directions. An iron cloud domain appeared on Xiao Kuang's body. The terrifying energy kept bombarding the surrounding demonic beasts. Rogue cultivator? Hearing this, Xiao Kuang was shocked. To be honest, he did not believe that the other party was a rogue cultivator. But come to think of it, the other party must have some secrets or was unwilling to reveal his true identity. He didn't mind at all. The next moment, he smiled and said, Young Master Long, how about we join forces? Xiao Kuang's eyes lit up. Because killing ordinary demonic beasts was too boring, he had long since set his eyes on a demonic beast king. However, that demon king was even more terrifying than the 1,000-year centipede. He was probably no match for it alone. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. In the next moment, the two of them turned into streams of light and soared into the sky. Their target was the lightning bird in the distance. Boom. However, they had only flown halfway when a roar suddenly came from a few thousand meters to their left. Ka. The earth split open, and another colossus appeared. This time, as soon as the demonic beast appeared, terrifying demonic clouds floated in the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Another demon king. This demon king was also very large. Its body was like a mountain, and its body was covered in yellow scales like a thick battle armor. Earth Demon Pangolin. Many people exclaimed. As soon as the huge pangolin appeared, its huge beast claws covered the sky and directly smashed the void. The direction of the beast claws was where the mysterious woman was. Buzz. The mysterious woman stepped on the lotus platform, and the immortal puppet in her hand danced non-stop, sweeping out rays of divine light that continuously blasted forward. The two collided in the air, and energy waves spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Xiao Kuang both stopped. Especially Lin Xian. His eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. Previously, when he saw the mysterious figure, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that it was so close, he felt that it was someone he knew. Kid, look at what she's using. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the Jade Lake. At this moment, the dark red dragon in the black earth ship transmitted its voice. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Jade Lake Sacred Ground's divine ability. Could it be Qingqing? Lin Xian's heart beat wildly, because Morong Qingqing was in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. But had she come to the middle ground? He didn't know, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. No matter what, since she was from the Jade Lake sacred ground, he naturally had to help. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, "Brother Xiao, let's go over there and kill that earth demon pangolin." Okay. Xiao Kuang also laughed. He didn't care which demonic beast they killed. What he cared about was whether the Demon King was strong or not. This earth demon pangolin tore the sky apart as soon as it appeared. It was definitely a powerful Demon King. The two changed their direction and flew toward the huge pangolin. In front, a great battle broke out. The mysterious woman held the immortal puppet and launched a terrifying attack. This attack was definitely able to threaten a peerless almighty. Boom, boom, boom. The earth demon pangolin roared and kept retreating, but there were no obvious injuries on its body. It couldn't be helped. Its thick armor was too strong, as if it could resist everything. Not only was its defense strong, but its attack was also extremely fierce. Therefore, for a moment, the mysterious woman kept dodging and seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, although she seemed to be at a disadvantage, the mysterious woman didn't suffer any injuries. It was obvious that she was at ease. She probably still had many trump cards that she hadn't used yet. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Lin Xian and Xiao Kuang arrived. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll help you." Xiao Kuang laughed loudly and continuously attacked with his iron cloud divine fists. The terrifying fists landed on the pangolin's body, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending. On the other side, Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the demon-slaying sword array completely enveloped the pangolin. Streaks of blood-colored sword chi intertwined, forming terrifying demonic beast phantoms. They roared in all directions and pounced toward the pangolin. The void in front of them was instantly shattered, and the surrounding demonic beasts were all turned into blood mist. Even more demonic beasts were frantically fleeing, not daring to get close. With the addition of two experts, the pangolin was instantly at a disadvantage, and its body was constantly attacked. However, it was actually unharmed. It had to be said that it was really shocking. When the mysterious woman saw that someone had come to help, she also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she turned her head and saw a burly man and a handsome young man. However, when she saw the handsome young man, she was clearly stunned. She even stopped in midair. "Brother Xian, it's you." Chapter 22:48. "Brother Xian, it's you." The mysterious woman cried out in surprise, and her voice was filled with excitement. Hearing the shout, Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Finally, he saw the mysterious woman clearly through the light that filled the sky. Ching-chung. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He didn't expect this mysterious woman to really be Morong Ching-ching. Wasn't she cultivating in the East Continent's Jade Lake sacred ground? Why did she come to the Central Continent? Moreover, she was in the middle of the beast tide? You two actually know each other? Xiao Kuang was also extremely surprised. Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived beside Morong Ching-ching. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. "Brother Xian, be careful." At this moment, Morong Ching-ching exclaimed. Then, the immortal puppet in her hand quickly danced. Boom! In the sky, a terrifying beast claw grabbed at them. Its powerful aura extinguished the light on their bodies. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He turned around, his eyes bursting with a sharp light. He said, "Ching-chung, let's talk later. Let's work together to get rid of this guy first." Clang! He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed. Boom! Boom boom! Roar! The terrifying sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the earthen yellow beast claw. In the next moment, blood spurted out and a crazy roar sounded. It was injured. Xiao Kuang was extremely shocked. On the other side, Morong Ching-ching's beautiful eyes also flickered. The warriors in the city were even more shocked. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He injured the pangolin with a single slash. So powerful. This is a young genius. The team from the City Lord's mansion was also extremely shocked. because when the pangolin came out, they noticed it. The pangolin was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its attack power was strong, and its defense was even more terrifying. It was probably very difficult to break through. Even the city lord was thinking about whether to send experts to restrain the pangolin. Because the other party was too difficult to deal with, it was impossible to eliminate in a short period of time. However, before they could make a move on the other side, a young man had actually injured the pangolin with a single sword strike. How could they not be shocked? Boom! The pangolin roared crazily. His eyes glowed red, and his demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with demonic chi, covering the entire sky. The entire sky turned gloomy, and the biting cold aura caused the blood and chi in one's body to rumble. Not good. This beast had gone mad. Be careful. Xiao Kuang roared. The iron cloud domain revolved around him. His expression was incomparably solemn. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also had serious expressions. King domains rose from their bodies. Older brother Xian, let's end this quickly. I have so much to say to you. Murong Qingqing also did not want to delay here. Good. Since Murong Qingqing had said so, how could Lin Xian hold back? Wang, a sharp sword intent burst out from his body, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to revolve wildly. Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, sky-shattering. Slaying Chu with one sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Flying flowers. Murong Qingqing also used the wavering light, sacred land's great divine ability. Countless petals danced around her, and it was abnormally gorgeous and dreamy. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Every petal contained a terrifying killing intent that could easily pierce through an almighty. The two's terrifying killing moves covered the sky and the earth as they rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. All of them landed on the pangolin's body. The pangolin kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. What? These two people were actually so terrifying. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the city exclaimed. The city lord was also shocked. These were definitely two young geniuses, and they were the best of the best. The combat strength of these two people should be at the level of an almighty. Many of the older generation sucked in a breath of cold air. On the side, Xiao Kuang was also shocked. Although he thought of himself as a madman, in front of these two young men and women, he felt that he could not compare. However, in the next moment, he laughed out loud. A sharp light appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. His entire body emitted a metallic luster as mysterious runes appeared on his skin. Fist shatters mountains and rivers. Xiao Kuang roared as his black hair danced wildly in the wind. His fist released a terrifying energy that directly split open the earth and shattered the void. This punch was truly terrifying. Boom, boom. The three of them unleashed their powerful killing moves, forcing the pangolin to retreat again and again as it roared furiously. It resisted madly, but to no avail. All three of them were extremely terrifying, especially Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Thus, after a few dozen moves, the pangolin was already on the verge of death. After another dozen or so moves, its huge body exploded into pieces with a boom. He was killed. Such a terrifying demon king was actually killed so easily. Everyone was in a daze, feeling a sense of disbelief. The other demon kings in the surroundings also let out angry roars as the demon beasts on the ground wailed incessantly. Next, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xiao Kuang joined forces and killed another powerful demon king. At this time, the 2 hours were up. The three of them flashed and returned to the city. Soon, they entered the whirlpool and arrived at the city. The other warriors who left the city also returned one after another, because the 2 hours of battle had consumed a lot of their energy. After all, this was not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death with thousands of demon beasts. Thus, the consumption was extremely terrifying. Of course, only a small portion of the elites returned. Most of the warriors were killed, and even their bones were eaten by the demon beasts. Those who returned were heavily injured and had a slim chance of survival. Like Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Rong Qingcheng, who were not injured at all. It could be said that there were none. Brother Xiao, see you later. Lin Xian turned his head and said goodbye to Xiao Kuang. Then, he pulled Murong Qingcheng, and the two of them turned into a ray of light and flew into the depths of the city. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng arrived at a place with fewer people and hugged each other tightly. After not seeing each other for so long, they naturally missed each other. Thus, the two of them swallowed pills to recover their energy while telling each other what happened during this period of time. Murong Qingcheng's matter was very simple. She had been quietly cultivating in the Jade Lake sacred ground until recently when she broke through and became a powerful expert. However, Lin Xian's matter was not so simple. When Murong Qingcheng heard about Lin Xian's magnificent and shocking matter, she also cried out in surprise. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had killed the battle race's genius, she was even more shocked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and worry. She was no longer a simple little girl, but the Jade Lake's holy maiden. She had naturally heard of the legends of the battle race. It was an ancient race that was said to be born for battle. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. However, such a terrifying genius was actually killed by Lin Xian. Chapter 22:49. But now, Murong Qingcheng was more worried, because killing the genius of the war race would definitely incur the wrath of the war race. Moreover, she now knew that Lin Xian was wanted by the Tai dynasty. She was afraid that the situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, Murong Qingcheng asked, Brother Xian, do you need me to use the power of the Jade Lake to help you? No need, don't worry, the world is so big. It won't be easy for them to find me. Moreover, I'm not so easy to defeat. Lin Xian laughed. This was a battle between him and the war race. He didn't want the other sacred lands to get involved, nor did he want Murong Qingcheng to be injured. Oh right, Qingcheng, why did you come to the Ninely dynasty this time? Lin Xian was also very puzzled. I came here this time for two purposes. You haven't come to find me for a long time, so I have to come out and find you. As she spoke, Murong Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also chuckled. Am I not being hunted down? Humph. Murong Qingcheng snorted and grabbed Lin Xian's big hand with her small hand, gently leaning on his shoulder. Then she said, I have completed the first mission. However, there is still a second mission. The sacred lands asked me to investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons. News of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. The dark red dragon came out of the black earth with a whoosh. Little girl Murong, you know the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dark red dragon was incomparably excited. Murong Qingcheng looked at the dark red dragon and was also surprised. You're still here. I thought you had already escaped. Fuck. Hearing this, the dark red dragon was speechless. What a joke. How could I escape? Hurry up and tell me. Is there any news of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why are you so concerned? Murong Qingcheng blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian also said, we are also looking for the nest of 10,000 dragons, but there is no progress. Is older brother Xian looking for him too? Murong Qingcheng was surprised and said, actually, we don't know much either. He only knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons was in the middle ground. As for where exactly it was, he did not know. However, according to our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds calculations, the nest of 10,000 dragons will appear in the world soon. However, we don't know the exact time. Maybe a year or two, maybe 100 or two. Moreover, according to the analysis of the Sacred Land, the Ninely dynasty was very likely to be the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Because there have been many beast hordes in the Ninely dynasty recently, we suspect it has something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned out to be like this. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such news. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, this beast lair might really be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why don't we capture a few demon kings and explore it? That works too. Lin Xian nodded in agreement to this suggestion. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was the legendary land of dragons. There must be countless treasures inside. If they could find it, it would definitely be an earth-shattering fortune. He was different from Morong Qingqing. As the saintess, Morong Qingqing had the resources provided by the entire sacred land. However, he was alone, so he had to work hard for all the resources he needed. Since they were ready to attack again, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately recovered their strength. 2 hours later, the two of them opened their eyes and set off again. What? They still wanted to go out. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city was shocked. They didn't expect this pair of peerless geniuses to attack again. Buzz. Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian's figures flashed, entered the vortex, and walked out. When they went out, countless beasts fled, not daring to approach at all. They had no choice. The two of them had killed several demon kings previously, which had already terrified these beasts. Although they were violent, bloodthirsty, and loved to kill, these beasts weren't fools. All of a sudden, wherever Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing passed, a vacuum appeared. Not a single demonic beast dared to approach. Of course, ordinary beasts didn't dare to approach, but that didn't mean that demon kings didn't dare to approach. When the demon kings saw Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, their eyes were cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. It was these two despicable humans who had killed many of their companions. Roar. Just at this moment, the Lightning King roared. It flapped its wings and charged over with terrifying thunder and lightning. With a loud boom, thousands of lightning bolts descended, turning the world upside down. The Lightning King's huge body covered the sky, emitting an endless sea of lightning that pierced through the void. This scene was too terrifying. The power of a peerless demon king's anger was definitely unimaginable. Buzz. Lin Xian's dragon sword domain instantly rushed over, and then sword chi flew out of the domain. The sword chi turned into sword spirits that danced in the air. There were a total of 36,000 divine swords that covered the sky. Boom, boom. At the next moment, the Lightning King collided with the sword chi in the sky, emitting a deafening sound. Roar. The Lightning King roared, and 9 terrifying lightning balls appeared on its body. They connected to form a mysterious pattern that shattered all the sword chi. So powerful. The martial artists in the city were shocked. 9 balls of lightning floated in the sky, completely revolving around the Lightning King. They formed a dense lightning rune, bringing with them a monstrous power as they pressed forward courageously. Whoosh! At this moment, Morong Qingqing also made her move. She waved the immortal puppet in her hand, and endless light appeared like a rainbow as it slashed forward. These immortal puppets and the lotus platform under their feet were the secret treasures of the Jade Lake sacred ground, and they were extremely terrifying. Now that it was unleashed, its power was at its peak. Boom, boom. Endless divine light scattered, and the sea of lightning in the sky was pierced. Pong, pong, pong. The Lightning King was in pain and was forced to retreat. Countless bloody holes even appeared on its body. Roar. With a furious roar, 2 huge wings slashed toward Morong Qingqing like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Morong Qingqing controlled the lotus platform and quickly dodged the terrifying heavenly blade. A 1,000-meter-long spatial crack appeared in the void where she was previously. Ruffian dragon, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, the dark red divine dragon let out a dragon roar. Roar! The sound wave rolled forward and instantly enveloped the Lightning King. Woo! Hearing the dragon roar, the Lightning King's body stiffened and stopped in midair. Deep fear appeared in its eyes. In fact, its body even trembled. It was not only the Lightning King. The monster kings fighting in the distance were also bewildered and kept roaring. Their eyes were filled with uneasiness. As for the surrounding ordinary monsters, they were all prostrating on the ground. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? Whose roar was that? Could it be that an even more terrifying peerless monster king had appeared? Everyone was dumbfounded because this scene was too shocking. Thousands of monsters prostrating on the ground were definitely welcoming a monarch. Chapter 2250. Even those peerless powerhouses frowned. On the city lord's side, the city lord's eyes flickered, and his gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They didn't know that the sound wave was emitted by the dark red divine dragon, because the dark red divine dragon didn't show up at all. It only roared in the black earth, and the sound instantly resounded through the world. They didn't even know where the source of the sound was. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. While the Lightning King was stunned, he stretched out a palm. On his palm, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared and turned into a huge green dragon hand. It covered the sky. This palm was too terrifying. It covered 1,000 miles and completely enveloped the Lightning King. Countless people exclaimed, and Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Suppress!" Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sea of lightning spread, wanting to bombard the huge palm, but it couldn't do it at all. This palm that contained the dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying. It completely grabbed the Lightning King and crazily poured power into it. The Lightning King's body kept shrinking. Boom. The Lightning King kept wailing. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't do it at all. The surrounding monster kings were also roaring crazily. However, the dragon's roar was still echoing in the world, and they didn't dare to go forward at all. In the end, the Lightning King was completely enveloped by the uncle's palm, and then he disappeared with a whoosh. In fact, he didn't disappear. Instead, he was thrown into the black earth by Lin Xian. The people outside didn't know. They were still in shock. In the black earth, the Lightning King roared crazily as soon as he entered, wanting to counterattack. However, the dark red divine dragon roared again. The terrifying dragon's roar sounded, scaring the Lightning King. His shrunken body lay on the ground, shivering. His eyes were filled with shock. How was this possible? What was that sound? Why was the other party's bloodline pressure so powerful? It was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. He saw the other party lying there, covered in blood. The dark red divine dragon sneered and raised his hand to cast countless arrays, completely sealing the Lightning King. Outside, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. They had already captured the Lightning King. Next, they killed some monsters. When the city gate opened, they returned to the city again. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, countless demonic beasts roared. Their roars reverberated through the 9 heavens. The terrifying army of demonic beasts was like a tidal wave, pushing forward crazily. All the demonic beasts and demon kings had left. Only blood and corpses were left on the ground. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. He left. He actually left. The cultivators in the city were shocked, and the people outside the city lord's mansion were also surprised. Based on the previous situation, the beast tide would last for at least a day. Sometimes it would last for 2 or 3 days, or even longer. But now, not even half a day had passed. The beast tide retreated so quickly, which really surprised them. At this moment, an old man frowned. Could it be related to that angry shout from before? That was most likely the case. He didn't know what kind of existence it was, but its voice could stun all the demon kings. The city lord's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "We can't care so much. Let's go back first." At the same time, he sent out a call for help, asking Dynasty to send more powerhouses as reinforcements. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to resist it. Whoosh, whoosh. These experts all returned to the city. Victory! We won. In the city, countless people cheered. They felt as if they had survived a disaster. After all, the previous battle was too tragic, and it made them shudder with fear. But now, so many terrifying beasts had actually retreated. In other words, they were safe. For a moment, everyone cheered. When Lin Xian and Murong Jingjing returned to the city again, countless gazes looked at them. Their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude, because they knew that these two young geniuses had killed many powerful demon kings. They had stopped the beasts from attacking the city. They could be said to be their benefactors. For a moment, everyone was grateful. On the other side, the city lord returned with a group of powerhouses and was also welcomed by everyone. Everyone was overjoyed, but the city lord and the rest didn't relax. They quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. Those who had returned from the battlefield were waiting silently because they were waiting for the spirit boat to leave. Although the beasts had retreated, it wasn't safe outside. Who knew when these beasts would make a comeback? Perhaps they would encounter these beasts on the way out. Therefore, they wanted to leave on the spirit boat. The spirit boat's grade was very high, and it contained countless arrays. It was a special spirit boat used to travel between major cities. It was very safe. Even if they encountered a powerful demon king, they could escape. This was also the reason why those cultivators had risked their lives to kill the beasts, even though they knew that the battlefield was dangerous. After the city lord returned with a group of people, they began to take action. Of course, they also activated a spirit boat. After all, this was something that they had agreed on before. Those who went out to kill the enemy and returned alive would take the spirit boat. Among them, the most dazzling ones were Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xiao Kuang. The group of people boarded the spirit boat and quickly left. Those who didn't manage to ascend to the top of the mountainside. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, this qualification was exchanged with their lives. No one could refute it. The spirit boat set off from Wanrun City to Qinshan Domain. Qinshan Domain wasn't a city, but a region. There were a total of 9 regions in the Ninely Dynasty, and Qinshan Domain was one of them. Qinshan Domain was unimaginably large, and the cities inside were like stars. Of course, there was a main city, Qinshan Main City. The spirit boat headed to Qinshan Domain, but it didn't go directly to Qinshan Main City. Instead, it went to a city at the edge of Qinshan Domain, Sky Spring City. However, it didn't matter. As long as they left Wanrun City, they would be free from the Taiyi dynasty's investigation. It didn't matter if they went to Sky Spring City or Qinshan City. After a few days of flying, they finally arrived at Sky Spring City. The group alighted, and the spirit boat returned. Brother Long, we still have things to do, so we won't disturb you. Xiao Kuang walked over and said with a smile, if you have time, come to the Hong sect in Qinshan City. I'll definitely treat you well. Okay, I'll definitely go when I have time. Lin Xian also said with a smile. Both parties bid farewell. The red-clothed girl, Xiao Linger, was very reluctant. She waved her hand, Brother Long, you must come and see us. After Xiao Kuang and the others left, Morong Qingqing said with a smile, that little girl seems to have taken a fancy to you. Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Lin Xian shook his head. Even if she had taken a fancy to him, he wouldn't dare to admit it. Is that so? You're quite popular with women, aren't you? When I wasn't around, did you do anything dishonest? Morong Qingqing blinked and asked. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly shook his head. He hurriedly changed the topic. Where are we going? Let's go to Stellar Sky City. I have a senior sister there. We can go find her. Senior sister? Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Morong Qingqing said, let's take the spirit boat in the city. After all, the Ninely Dynasty isn't very safe. If we encounter a group of demonic beasts, it will be troublesome. That's fine too. Taking the spirit boat can save us a lot of trouble. The two entered the city and prepared to take the spirit boat to Stellar Sky City. Chapter 22:51. Inside the Black Earth, the dark red dragon also began to search his soul and interrogate him. The Lightning King was sealed and lying on the ground, but his eyes were filled with fear and anger. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you helping humans? The Lightning King spoke in human language and roared crazily. He really couldn't understand. The other party was obviously a demon, and he was very powerful and had a very pure bloodline. Why did he capture him and help humans? I didn't ask you, but you actually dare to question me? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in my matters? Now, you are a prisoner. Listen to me obediently, or I will roast you and eat you. The dark red dragon bared his teeth and asked coldly, what is the purpose of this beast tide? Who sent you here? Is it related to the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons? If you know, hurry up and say it. If you dare to hide it and let me find out, I will definitely roast you. What nest of 10,000 dragons? The series of questions left the Lightning King in a daze. The dark red dragon was indeed angry. Damn, you dare to play dumb in front of me? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know why flowers are so red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark red dragon opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward and instantly enveloped the Lightning King. Roar. Wrapped in flames, the Lightning King let out a miserable roar. He had been sealed and could not use his demonic energy and strength at all. He could only rely on his strong physique to resist. However, these were not ordinary flames, but dragon flames. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Even though he was a demon king and had a strong physique, he could not resist it now. Therefore, soon, some parts of his body turned black and even emitted the smell of roasted meat. The Lightning King was in so much pain that he screamed crazily. On the other side, the dark red dragon snorted coldly and waved his dragon claw, putting away the dragon flames. Then, he asked again, I'll give you a chance. Tell me what you know, or don't blame me for being impolite. You've already tasted the taste of the flames just now, right? That's just a little. If you don't say it, I won't be polite. When I use my full strength, you'll be roasted soon. Stop, stop, stop. The Lightning King screamed and roared. He was originally a demonic king, a high and mighty figure who ruled over countless demonic beasts. But now, in front of the dark red divine dragon, he had no temper at all. The other party's flames were too terrifying. They could really roast him. Thus, he had no choice but to tell the truth. This time, our attack on the city was indeed organized and planned. However, it has nothing to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons you mentioned. Moreover, we don't know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons. It's just that the experts of our Yao clan wanted us to attack the city. He didn't know? How could this be? The dark red dragon frowned and asked, Why are you attacking the city? I really don't know. I'm just a 7-star demon king. Although I'm pretty strong, I don't have access to these core secrets of the demon race. Fuck. Not saying anything? Don't blame me for being impolite. The dark red divine dragon extended its dragon claw and grabbed the Lightning King's head. Little dumb bird, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the dark red divine dragon used a secret technique of dragons to directly collect the other party's soul and check his information. The Lightning King screamed and resisted frantically. However, he was sealed. Moreover, this was a great mystical ability of the dragons. He couldn't resist at all. Thus, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon let go of his dragon claw and frowned. He realized that the Lightning King was right. The other party really didn't know, and there was no information about the nest of 10,000 dragons in his mind. However, there were a few pieces of information in the other party's mind that made the dark red divine dragon very suspicious. Firstly, the reason why these beasts attacked the city was to destroy the super teleportation array. In fact, these beasts even wanted to destroy the dragon veins on the ground. This was really too suspicious. Could it be that these beasts wanted to overthrow the Ninely dynasty? The dark red divine dragon didn't know, but he felt that with the power of these demon race, they couldn't do that. Could it be that the other party had something to rely on? In the Lightning King's memory, it seemed that the higher-ups of the demon race had given the order to welcome something. It was said that once those things appeared, the demon race would once again reign over the land and become the ruler of this continent. This news made the dark red divine dragon's expression even more solemn. One had to know that the human race was flourishing now. The 5 continents of the true spirit world were all ruled by humans. Although the demon race was also powerful, they couldn't be compared to humans at all. Only in the deep sea and the forest could they show off their might. In front of these sacred grounds and dynasties, they couldn't stir up any waves at all. But now, these beasts actually wanted to reign over the land? What did they have? Also, what were they waiting for? How could it have such power? After thinking about it, the dark red divine dragon felt that only the nest of 10,000 dragons had such power. Therefore, the beast tide of these beasts really had something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, this Lightning King didn't know much, so he could only get this information. Fuck, what a piece of trash. In that case, I'll roast you. The dark red divine dragon was very angry. This stupid bird actually didn't know anything. Thinking of this, he spewed out dragon flames that filled the sky and directly roasted the Lightning King. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing entered Sky Spring City. They came to the city, took Lin Zhou's main hall, paid the fare, and prepared to wait. At this moment, many martial artists in the main hall were sitting there, waiting quietly. They all took spirit boats. Because of the recent frequent beast tides, these martial artists were more cautious and generally didn't dare to act alone. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing found a seat and sat down to wait quietly. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, I've received some news." "Oh, how is it? Is it related?" Lin Xian asked. Then, the dark red divine dragon told him the information he knew. After Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing heard this, their eyes flickered. In that case, it really was related. Indeed, Murong Qingqing also nodded. She came to the Ninely dynasty this time to investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons. She didn't expect to find a clue now. However, the Lightning King didn't know much. It seemed that if they wanted to know more, they had to capture an 8-star Demon King and ask. Murong Qingqing frowned and then sighed. An 8-star Demon King was equivalent to a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, this kind of Demon King was definitely extremely terrifying. They controlled countless beasts, and it was very difficult to capture such a Demon King. There was no hurry. Since it was related and the beasts were attacking the city, it seemed that they had also taken action. Let's wait for the time. When the time comes, we'll definitely find some clues. Chapter 2252. Let's go to the Zhao family and ask my senior for help. Maybe they know something. Murong Qingqing said. The two of them continued to talk softly and waited. On the other side, White Cloud City. In the city, a super teleportation formation shone and a group of experts walked out. The person in front was wearing armor and had a cold expression. It was General Xianing. More and more martial artists appeared behind him. General. Just then, a young man in black armor walked over and knelt down on one knee. How is it? Is there any news from Wanrun City? The beast horde has retreated and Wanrun City is no longer sealed. We received news that before the city was sealed, the super teleportation formation was activated and 2 figures were teleported out. It came from the general's residence. Later on, after the city was sealed, the super teleportation formation was destroyed for some reason. It hasn't been repaired yet. It came from the general's residence? Hearing that, General Xin Ying's eyes turned cold and he sneered. There was no need to think. It must be that kid. General Xin Ying was relieved because he had finally found traces of the kid. Moreover, the time between the two parties wasn't long. The kid couldn't have gone far. He was in the surrounding area. Men, split up and search. Search through all the cities in the White Cloud domain, Wanrun domain, and Qinshan domain. Once you find traces of the kid, don't act rashly. Send me a message immediately. Yes. The martial artists under him replied. General Xianing said again. All right, I remember that Hell has a stronghold in Ninely Dynasty. Send someone to hire a few assassins to assassinate the kid. No matter how much it costs, you must hire them. Yes, I'll do it right away. The martial artist who was half kneeling on the ground quickly replied. Then, General Xianing waved his hand, and the people around him started to move. After these people left, General Xianing revealed a trace of a cold smile. He didn't believe that the kid could escape this time. Even if he couldn't find the kid, Hell would definitely be able to find him. Hell. It was an assassin organization, and it was an extremely terrifying one. It had been passed down since ancient times, and was extremely terrifying. None of the targets they set their sights on could survive. With them around, General Xianing was relieved. On the other side, Sky Spring City. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were still silently waiting. They estimated that they would need another incense stick of time before they would be done. At this time, another group of people walked in from outside the hall. At the front was a young man wearing an embroidered robe. As the robe swayed slightly, runes flickered on it. Clearly, it was a treasure. There was a half-moon jade pendant on his waist that was also shining with a similar luster. There were 3 exquisite rings on his fingers and a necklace around his neck. Each item was a precious treasure. From head to toe, this young man exuded an extraordinary aura. From the looks of it, he was the young master of some big family. However, this young man was very arrogant. He held his head high as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. As soon as he entered, he scanned his surroundings and snorted coldly. On his left and right, there were 2 beautiful women. They looked exquisite and had good figures. They wore pink muslin dresses. However, the 2 of them wore heavy makeup, making them look like fairies. Furthermore, her entire body was leaning against the arrogant young man. That arrogant young man's large hands were also constantly moving. Behind them, there were 3 people in black robes. They were 3 middle-aged men. Their faces were expressionless, but their eyes were sharp. They should be guards to protect the arrogant young man in front. Seeing these people enter, Lin Xian glanced at them and ignored them. Morong Qingcheng did not even look at them. The other cultivators also glanced at it before withdrawing their gazes and no longer paying attention. After the arrogant young master entered, he frowned. In the next moment, he took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of a middle-aged man. He said coldly, "Get lost. I want this position." What? Hearing that, those people turned their heads again and looked over. They were all surprised. The middle-aged man who was reprimanded also opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with anger. "What do you mean? Get lost? You've gone too far." He snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Buzz. That aura instantly filled the surroundings. It was obvious that he was also a terrifying king. However, the arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. He did not make a move, nor did he dodge. He continued to hold the 2 beauties in his arms and stood in front. However, the jade pendant and necklace on his body emitted light, forming a light screen that enveloped him. That frightening aura had been completely isolated. What terrifying Dharma treasures! Everyone was shocked. Needless to say, the jade pendant and necklace were defensive artifacts. A person who could carry 2 such treasures must have an extraordinary identity. However, the middle-aged man was extremely angry. So what if he has an extraordinary identity? Get lost after being reprimanded in public? No one would be able to stand it. As a king, how could he stand it? The arrogant young man looked at the other party and sneered disdainfully. "Why? You want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you." As he said that, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Throw him out." Behind him, the 3 expressionless men in black walked forward. Each of them was emitting a cold aura. They were also kings. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they surrounded the middle-aged man sitting there. Damn it! The middle-aged man's expression changed. None of the 3 people was weaker than him. Moreover, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. He could not resist at all. As expected, the next moment, he was thrown out. With a plop, he fell to the ground, and his expression became extremely ugly. Humiliation. That's a blatant humiliation. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed. They did not expect the young man to be so arrogant as to really throw someone out. Thinking of that, their expressions turned solemn. That was because the young man was completely unreasonable. If he targeted them in the future, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian and Morong Qingcheng also frowned, but the 2 of them did not meddle in other people's business. The king who was thrown to the ground roared angrily. "Damn it! I'll fight it out with you." His eyes were red, and the energy in his body circulated crazily. He wanted to fight with his life. However, at that moment, the arrogant young man turned around and sneered. "Fight it out with me? What do you have to fight me with?" As he said that, he shook the jade pendant on his waist. The half-moon-shaped red jade pendant flickered with light, and there were words engraved on it. Red Moon Clan. Seeing that jade pendant, the middle-aged man was completely stunned. He was stunned in midair and did not dare to attack again. His expression became extremely ugly. The next moment, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. His speed was even faster than lightning. Chapter 22:53. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Why did the middle-aged man leave? That shouldn't be the case. Judging from his angry look, he should be going all out. There were even a few people who decided to help, because they really couldn't stand the arrogant young man. However, they didn't expect him to leave just like that. It was really out of their expectations. Could it be that this young man has some special background? After chasing away the middle-aged man, the arrogant young man sat down casually. The two beauties beside him sat on his lap. Three men in black stood behind him. The arrogant young man sat down and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. The two seductive beauties also took out spirit fruits and spirit wine from their storage rings and personally fed them to the arrogant young man. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched and they were speechless. Not only is this young man arrogant, but he also knows how to enjoy himself. Beauties in his arms, spirit wine, and spirit fruits. This is a treatment that no one else has. As the arrogant young man enjoyed himself, his gaze swept across the surroundings again. When he saw Murong Qingcheng, he was stunned and his eyes burst with excitement. Beauty! She's indeed a peerless beauty. Just her back view was enough to cause endless reveries. The arrogant young man was extremely excited. Indeed, from where he was, he could only see Murong Qingcheng's back view. But even so, it still made him excited and hot blood gushed out of his body. The two beauties beside him were also considered top-notch, but compared to the other party's back view was enough to kill them in an instant. This made the arrogant young man's heart itch unbearably. The two beauties beside him naturally saw through this point. However, they didn't have any jealousy. Instead, their eyes became even more charming. Because the two of them were very smart. They knew that they couldn't have any dissatisfaction when following the young master in front of them. Otherwise, they would end up very miserably. Sure enough, in the next moment, the arrogant young man stood up and walked forward. The two beauties followed closely beside him, and the three bodyguards behind them also moved together. Soon, the arrogant young man arrived beside Murong Qingcheng. When he saw Murong Qingcheng's side profile, he exclaimed in surprise. Unfortunately, Murong Qingcheng's face was wearing a veil, and only a pair of beautiful eyes could be seen. He couldn't see anything else at all. However, this was already enough. Just based on this point, he was certain that this was definitely a peerless beauty. If he saw such a beautiful woman, he would definitely not miss it. At the side, Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes. What was going on? This guy actually dared to be so impudent. Could it be that they wanted to poach him? When he thought of this, his eyes turned cold and there was a cold glint in them. No matter who the other party was, if they dared to poach him, only death awaited them. Murong Qingcheng also frowned slightly. However, at this moment, the time limit of an incense stick was up, and the spirit vessel started moving. Everyone stood up and prepared to board the spirit vessel. Murong Qingcheng said tenderly, "Brother Xian, let's go." Okay. Lin Xian stood up and held Murong Qingcheng's hand as the two of them walked forward. The tall young man narrowed his eyes. How dare you ignore me? What a personality. Interesting. Only then would there be a challenge. Looking at Murong Di's back, the arrogant young man sneered. Let's go. He waved his hand, and the group of people also walked forward. Soon, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng boarded the spirit vessel. The two of them naturally bought the best seats. The chairs were made of superior demon beast skin and were abnormally soft. There was also a table beside them with exquisite spirit fruits and spirit tea. Murong Qingcheng chose to sit by the window, then closed her eyes slightly. She leaned her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, and her arm was around Lin Xian. She was prepared to rest for a while. Lin Xian did not sleep. He was also a little bored, and it was not suitable for cultivation right now. But fortunately, the spirit vessel was very comfortable. There were a few books on the table, and they were all about some strange things. There were also some books that introduced the geography and history of the Ninely Empire. Lin Xian was bored, so he took it over to read. Martial artists were still entering one after another, so the spirit vessel had not taken off yet. At this moment, the arrogant young man from before also walked towards the VIP area. It was obvious that they had bought the best seats. When the arrogant young man saw Murong Qingcheng, His lips curled into a smile again. He strode over with his men in tow. Beauty, I realize that we are really fated to meet again, the arrogant young man said. Throughout the whole process, his eyes were fixed on Morong Qingqing, and he did not look at Lin Xian at all. It was as if Lin Xian did not exist. Hearing this voice, Morong Qingqing opened her eyes, glanced at the other party, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I'm Chiyueka, the young master of the Chiyueka family. It's okay if you don't know me. We've met twice, so we're considered acquaintances." "Fairy, are you going to Stellar Sky City?" "Great, I'm going too. Why don't we go together? With my Chiyueka family opening the way for you, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey. Anything you want to do, you can do it." Chiyueka lifted his chin confidently. "Oh, you're done? Then you can leave." Morong Qingqing still said coldly. She was not interested in whether the other party was a young master or not. Seeing the other party's attitude, Chiyueka's expression stiffened, and his face darkened. No one dared to reject the beauty that he had his eyes on. Moreover, no one could escape from his grasp. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. After he got his hands on her, he would enjoy it. However, at this moment, Lin Xian spoke. "Are you done? If you're done, get lost. My wife wants to sleep and has no time for you." "What? Wife?" Hearing this, Chiyueka was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he shifted his gaze to Lin Xian. "What did you say? Say it again?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you deaf? You didn't hear me?" Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this guy was not only arrogant, but his ears were also bad. "Presumptuous. How dare you? Slap him." The 3 guards behind him shouted coldly. "How dare someone talk to their young master like that? She's your wife. Stop joking. This fairy is the best in the world. How can you be worthy of her? You gigolo, you must be this fairy's shield. I know that the fairy likes to be quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed. That's why she's using you as a shield. But don't be too arrogant. You're definitely not worthy of her. The only one worthy of her is me." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian sneered, then turned around and kissed Morong Qingqing's face. Then he said, "How is it? Now you can prove that she's my wife." "All right, get lost if you have nothing to do. You're blocking my sunlight." Chapter 22:54. What? The two of them were really a couple. He was so angry that his whole body was smoking. Damn it, the fairy that was so good had actually been taken. He could not accept this. Moreover, the other party's attitude was so arrogant. He was really courting death. Who was he? He was the young master of the Qiyu family. The Qiyu family was a large family in the Qianshan domain. Usually, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one had ever dared to be disrespectful to him. But now, a brat actually dared to scold him, going against him? He was really courting death. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Because previously in the main hall, this Chi-Yu-Ku had already displayed an extremely arrogant attitude. He had chased away a king in public. This caused everyone to be terrified, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, someone actually dared to challenge him? Could it be that he was crazy? Or was there something wrong with his head? They did not know, but they knew that the other party was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, in the next moment, Chiyuka's face was gloomy as he sneered. "Men, throw this kid out for me." He was really mad. So what if the other party was a couple? Once he killed this kid, this supreme grade fairy in front of him would be his. Yes, young master. Behind him, 3 guards, one of whom was a middle-aged guard, walked out. His expression was very cold. He had an aquiline nose and a cold face. His body emitted a terrifying aura. That aura caused the air to freeze. This was a 5-star king, and he was very powerful. One had to know that although middle ground was vast, and there were many powerhouses, there were still very few who could become mighty figures. There were even fewer peerless mighty figures. Most people were still kings, and 5-star kings were already considered experts. To be able to have a 5-star king as a guard, his identity and strength were definitely terrifying. When this five-star king came out, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, you actually dare to go against my young master. You really don't know what's good for you. Get out of here obediently. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. That palm bloomed with light, forming a palm of light that enveloped Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to throw Lin Xian out. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed. Sure enough, the other party made a move. It seemed that this kid was going to be unlucky. The blue palm slapped down with a sharp force. This palm strike was capable of turning a king's body into meat paste. It was obvious that these people from the Crimson Moon clan had the intention to kill. The people in the distance exclaimed. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. These people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to make a move on him. Thinking of this, he sneered. With a wave of his hand, a sharp light slashed out. The blue palm was instantly destroyed. Crack, crack. In the next moment, a scream was heard. That five-star king screamed crazily. His face was distorted, and sweat was dripping down his face. That was because his palm had been directly broken. Damned brat! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! That person roared crazily and reached out with his left hand. Blue lightning condensed in his palm. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Try moving again. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wong. Feeling this terrifying gaze, the black-clothed man trembled. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. His body started to tremble inexplicably. A death-like threat rose from his heart. Therefore, this palm strike could no longer continue. Damn it, what's going on? How can this brat's gaze be so terrifying? This five-star king felt a chill in his heart. He had never encountered such a strange thing. As for the others, they were all stunned. What was going on? That five-star king was actually injured? Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? They were all stunned. Chiyueka's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. He also did not expect this to happen. These three subordinates of his were all five-star kings. They were very powerful. Usually, when he dealt with people, it was like swatting flies. But now, he had actually failed. Not only that, but his subordinates were also injured. Who exactly was this brat? Could it be that he was an expert? Chiyueka's King Lin Xian's eyes flickered. How dare you hurt my people? You're courting death. No one can save you today. Chiyueka's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and the other two guards also walked up. These two guards' eyes were cold, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. They even drew their swords and sabers. They had also seen the previous situation. One of their companions was inexplicably injured. This made them extremely surprised. Therefore, they did not want to be careless at all, and prepared to attack with all their might. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, a maidservant walked over from behind. Behind her, there was a group of guards. These people were law enforcers who protected the safety and stability of the spirit boat. They said coldly, no fighting was allowed on the spirit boat. This was the rule. This rule was set by the dynasty. Violating the rule was going against the entire dynasty. A cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the other two guards did not attack. Instead, they turned to look at Chiyueka. Chiyueka's face was gloomy as he snorted coldly. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. But wait, when we reach Stellar Sky City, I'll deal with you. He snorted coldly and left with the group of people. Although he could not make a move now, it did not matter. These two were flying to Stellar Sky City, and their Chiyueka family was a large family in Qianshan region. It was absolutely terrifying. When the other party landed, he would let them know the consequences of daring to go against him. Seeing that the people from the Chiyueka family had left, the guards on the spirit boat secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they turned around and left. All right, the flies have left. Rest in peace for a while. Lin Xian turned around, looked at Murong Qingcheng, and smiled gently. Murong Qingcheng nodded and snuggled into Lin Xian's arms again. She did not sleep, but her big eyes narrowed into crescents. She whispered, "You rascal! Who did you say I was to you? Of course you're my wife." Lin Xian whispered into the man's ear, "You're mine for the rest of your life. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll definitely cripple him." Murong Qingcheng felt warm in her heart. At this moment, Lin Xian said again, Qingcheng, I really wonder if you're the reincarnation of a flower fairy. Your body is too fragrant. You rascal, when did you learn to be so glib? Murong Qingcheng blushed and gently pinched Lin Xian. Then she said, I'm going to ignore you. The two of them flirted here. When Chiyueka saw this scene, he was so angry that his whole body trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck. He was so angry that he went crazy. He swore that he would definitely kill this brat and snatch that beauty over. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were also shocked. Chapter 22:55. Previously in the hall, Chiyueka was very powerful, and no one was their match. And this young man and woman seemed to be alone, and they didn't emit any powerful aura. They should be ordinary cultivators. But they didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. He injured a 5-star king with a raise of his hand. By the looks of it, these two people should be geniuses as well. That's right, that kid is quite powerful. I didn't expect him to be so strong at such a young age. What's the use of being strong? He's in big trouble. However, some people also shook their heads and sneered. Do you know who that young man is? That's the young master of the Chiyu family. What? The Chiyu family? You're saying that those people are from the Chiyu family? Hearing this, many people gasped, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. In the Qianshan domain, everyone knew about the Chiyu family. It was a very terrifying family, and it was definitely a huge force. No wonder that young man was so arrogant and had 3 5-star kings as bodyguards. It turned out that he was the young master of the Chiyu family. When they thought of this, they looked at Lin Xian with pity in their eyes. It's over. This kid is really finished. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be enough to offend the Chiyu family. Not only that, even a mighty figure would be finished. The terror of the family was absolutely unimaginable. This kid dared to provoke the young master of the Chiyu family. He would definitely die. With that young man's attitude, he would probably attack as soon as he got off the spirit boat. Everyone discussed animatedly. Chiyueka and the others sneered. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng didn't care at all. What 5-star king? The young master of the Chiyu family was not worth mentioning at all. One had to know that Lin Xian was someone who even dared to kill the war race's prodigy, let alone the Chiyu family. Not long after, the spirit boat took off and turned into a stream of light in the sky. Some of the cultivators on the spirit boat were sleeping, some were drinking tea, and some were chatting. There were also those who were flipping through the strange things on the table. After about half a day, the speed of the spirit boat gradually slowed down and fell downwards. Everyone knew that it should be about time. Indeed, not long after, the spirit boat slowly landed. Boom! The door opened, and the sunlight from outside spilled in. The beautiful maidservant also spoke in a sweet voice. Everyone, we have arrived at the Stellar Sky City. These martial artists got up one after another and walked outside. Chiyueka sneered, waved his hand, and left with his people. At the same time, he said, go and bring some people over. We have to deal with this brat. Don't worry, young master, one of the guards said. The other guard's figure flashed and quickly disappeared into the void. Seeing that his men had left, Chiyueka hugged the two beauties and turned to look at Lin Xian and the others. His eyes were extremely cold. Soon, the group left Lin Zhou. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was over. It seemed like the young master of the Chiyu clan had gone to look for someone. That brat is definitely dead. Daring to offend the Red Moon clan in the Qianshan domain, he must have lost his mind. That was for sure. His fate would definitely be very miserable, and he would probably be killed on the spot. Many people were discussing and looking at Lin Xian with pity in their eyes. They guessed that Lin Xian was only a little stronger and did not have any background at all. Such a person who offended a clan would end up in a miserable state. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sneered. It was fine if the other party did not make a move, but if they did, then don't blame him for being impolite. Although he did not want to find trouble, he was not the kind of person who would be bullied. In the next moment, he took Murong Qingcheng's small hand and said softly, let's go. The two of them walked down the spirit boat hand in hand. Outside was a huge square. There was a pentagram array under their feet that flickered with runes. There were martial artists coming and going around. They were in a hurry. Some left, and some boarded the spirit boat. They had no choice. The recent beast tide made them not dare to fly, so they could only take the spirit boat. The sun was just right, shining down. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He did not find that arrogant young man, so he asked, "Qingcheng, how are we going to your senior sister's house?" "Before coming, I've already sent a message to my senior sister. I think she should be coming to pick us up. Let's go out." The two of them walked out. However, just as they were about to leave, a few figures stopped them. The two figures emitted an extremely terrifying aura. They were like demon kings, staring at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Not far away, Qi Yueka was hugging two beauties and sneered. There were more than a dozen black-clothed martial artists beside him. Each of them had a powerful aura and carried a sword on their back. "Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you go against me? Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you hit my subordinates? You want to snatch the girls I like? Today, I'll let you know how the word death is written. Men, do it. Invite the fairy over. As for this kid, break his limbs and bring him over. I'll torture him to death. I've recently raised a fiery demonic wolf. I can use the little demonic beast he gave me as food. Don't worry, young master. He's just a kid. I can kill him with a slap." The black-clothed men sneered. They moved quickly like ghosts and instantly formed an encirclement. They surrounded Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. How could someone dare to make a move here? Did they want to die? The martial artists who came with Lin Xian were also shocked. It was as they had guessed. The young master of the Qiyu family had indeed made a move. It seemed that this kid was really dead. Weren't they from the Qiyu family? How could someone dare to provoke the Qiyu family? Where did these two people come from? Did they want to die? Many people recognized the identity of these black-clothed men and stopped to watch from afar. It was human nature to watch a show. Even if these people had cultivated to the king realm, it was hard to change their nature. Therefore, the surrounding warriors all rushed over and gathered together in a short period of time. At the same time, on a wide street outside the exit, 3 snow-white ice snow lions were pulling an exquisite carriage as they slowly walked over. These 3 ice snow lions were emitting a blue light and emitting a cold aura. From afar, they looked extraordinary. As expected, along the way, the martial artists on the side of the road all looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Demonic Beast Kings. The 3 ice snow lions were actually 5-star demonic beast kings, using 5-star demonic beast kings to pull a carriage. The person who came was really generous. It was the second daughter of the Zhao family. Many people exclaimed when they saw this scene. It was obvious that this was not their first time seeing this. Chapter 22:56. Her face was delicate, and her black hair was draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a long red dress. At this moment, she was holding a snow-white ball of fur in her arms. It was a newborn snow lion. Its entire body was snow-white, without a trace of impurities. This snow lion was extraordinarily talented. It had reached the level of a 1-star demon king when it was just born. Moreover, it contained a special bloodline power. This beauty was so happy that she hugged it all day long. At this moment, the carriage slowly drove and arrived in front of a square. Then, it stopped at the side of the road. 3 snow lions squatted there, emitting a terrifying aura. No one dared to approach them. In fact, even without the 3 snow lions, just the sword symbol on the carriage was enough to scare away a group of people. That was because it was the emblem of the Zhao family. The beautiful woman in the car stopped. In front, a snow lion spoke in human language. "Master, there seems to be a sea of people in front. There seems to be some movement." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, the delicate beauty raised her eyebrows and revealed a look of interest. "Little darling, shall we go out and take a look?" The delicate beauty looked at the little snowball in her arms and said softly. Then, her figure flashed, and she got out of the carriage and walked forward. It was indeed very lively in front. Countless people surrounded and watched as if something big was happening. In this place, there were two figures standing. It was Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. There were more than 10 martial artists around them. These people were not ordinary martial artists. They were all kings. The weak ones were 3-star kings. The strong ones were 4-star and 5-star kings. A total of more than 10 people stood together at this moment. It was really terrifying. Together, they formed a terrifying domain that suppressed this part of the world. The surrounding martial artists felt this aura, and their expressions changed. They swallowed their saliva crazily. The surrounding people were shocked, but Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked indifferent. It was just a group of ordinary kings. They were no threat to them. However, when Qi Yueka saw this indifferent expression, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, what's going on? Why aren't these two afraid at all? How is this possible? One had to know that he was truly surprised. Among the people he had brought with him, there were already 5 5-star kings. There were also so many 4-star kings. If 3-star kings were to join forces, they would definitely be terrifying. Usually, as long as he called out to his subordinates, they would definitely be scared witless. But now, the other party was actually indifferent. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it. Damn it, pretentious. He must be pretentious. In his opinion, the other party must be faking it. In fact, he was already terrified. However, to dare to show off in front of him, he was really courting death. So, in the next moment, the scarlet moon roar coldly snorted. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Hearing this, the king tears all laughed coldly. Kid, you actually dared to offend the young master? You really don't know what's good for you. Humph. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. The auras of these kings were extremely terrifying. Their king domains surged out, and violent energy surged out like waves, shaking the heavens and earth. This momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire sky was trembling like 10,000 waves. It was extremely majestic. Seeing this scene, Qi Yueka laughed crazily again. Brat, I'll let you show off. Are you trying to act cool? I don't believe that you can escape. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you see how I play with your woman. As he spoke, Qi Yueka laughed wildly. His gaze was once again fixed on Morong Qingqing, and his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly, her small face cold. Lin Xian's face completely darkened. A cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and a terrifying aura was surging out. It was as if a killing god had awakened. You dare to release killing intent? You dare to release killing intent towards me? Qi Yueka felt the other party's gaze, and his heart beat wildly. He subconsciously took a step back, but soon, his expression became extremely ugly. The other party actually dared to release killing intent towards him. He really didn't know what was good for him. He swore that he would torture the other party to death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Originally, I didn't want to make a move on you, because killing an ant like you is really meaningless. But you actually dared to insult my wife. You've committed an unforgivable crime. Now kneel down and apologize to my wife. I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The surrounding kings were all dumbfounded. What was going on? What was this kid saying? Qi Yueka was also stunned. He seemed to not dare to believe his ears. The other party actually dared to threaten him and even dare to ask him to kneel down and apologize. The next moment, he laughed angrily. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Qi Yueka sneered again and again. The two beauties around him also sneered disdainfully. Qi Yueka was the young master of the Qi Yueka family. How noble was their identity? Who dared to provoke them? Usually, it was only others who knelt to them. Who dared to make the young master of the Qi Yueka family kneel? Wasn't this courting death? Not only was it courting death, but it was also a crime that could lead to the extermination of the family. This kid in front of him actually dared to say such words. It seemed that the outcome would be worse than death. Kid, very good. You're the first person who dared to provoke me. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you my slave. Every day, I'll skin you, tear your tendons, and train your soul. I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Go, the few of you, capture him for me." At the end, Chiueka roared angrily. It was obvious that the previous words had infuriated him. The dozen or so kings in black also had gloomy expressions. "Kid, since you're courting death, don't blame us." Boom. The kings shouted coldly and used all kinds of martial arts skills crazily. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Boom. A golden sword rose into the air, blooming in the sky and emitting waves of thunder. A large black hand covered the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The two blades were like the Milky Way, releasing murderous intent. Lightning, wind, hail, countless energies gathered in the sky and were about to fall. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind. "All of you, stop." What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Someone dared to meddle in the affairs of the Chiueka family? Did they not want to live anymore? Heavens, what was going on? Why did someone dare to challenge the Chiueka family? Chiueka was also stunned. Just when he was happy, someone dared to interrupt him. Who was it? His eyes were cold as he suddenly turned his head. He wanted to see who was so daring to meddle in his affairs. However, in the next moment, when he turned around and looked through the crowd, he was stunned. Chapter 22:57. Stop. All of you, stop. In the next moment, he shouted crazily. The dozen or so kings in black were stunned. What's going on? Young master wants us to stop? That was beyond their expectations. However, they still did as they were told. All of a sudden, the energy in the sky disappeared. What? He really stopped? The kings who were watching the show were all stunned as well. Who on earth had such great power? Who could make the young master of the Chiyu family stop? They were extremely puzzled, so they also turned their heads to look. On the other side, Lin Xian was also puzzled. He already wanted to attack. After all, the dozen or so kings were like ants in his eyes. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. However, someone had stopped him. Who is it? At the side, Morong Qingqing smiled and said, "My senior sister is here." Senior sister? Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him, a beautiful figure walked over. That was a woman with jet black hair and an exquisite complexion. She wore a long red dress that added a bit of charm to her appearance. In her arms, she was holding a furry snowball. It was very cute. It's her. She's here. Many kings recognized him, and they all gasped in shock. Chiueka's expression also became extremely serious. He was shocked, but soon, he smiled and said, "Sister Zhirua, why are you here?" However, this beautiful woman did not care at all. It was as if the red moon stallion did not exist. She walked straight ahead. "Junior sister, you're finally here." Walking in front of Murong Qingcheng, the beautiful woman smiled like 100 flowers blooming. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. However, hearing that voice, everyone's hearts beat wildly. What's going on? Do they know each other? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Chiueka's expression became extremely ugly, and a deep sense of anger appeared in his heart. However, he did not dare to show it, because the other party's identity was more precious than his. If he dared to attack her, he would definitely die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. What's going on? Do they know each other? How is that possible? Senior sister, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Scarlet Moondrake was even more shocked. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. The two of them were actually from the same sect. The second daughter of the Zhao family seemed to be cultivating in the Jade Lake sacred ground of the eastern state. This woman called her senior sister. Could it be that she was also from the Jade Lake sacred ground? It's over. It's over. The Crimson Moon clan has really kicked an iron plate. The Jade Lake Holy Land was an incomparably terrifying existence. Who would have thought that this woman actually had such a background? However, there were also people who shook their heads. So what? Although the Jade Lake was powerful, it was in the eastern wilderness. and it was tens of thousands of miles away. No matter how strong they are, I'm afraid they won't be able to reach us. It couldn't do anything about it, but the Zhao family could. Zhao Zhirua turned her head and looked behind her. Then, she frowned and asked, "What happened?" "That, Sister Zhirua, it's a misunderstanding. I have a misunderstanding with these two. I will take them away now," Chiyueka hurriedly said. "Misunderstanding?" Zhao Zhirua frowned. Lin Xian even snorted coldly. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. Chiyueka and the others also stopped in their tracks. Zhao Zhirua turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. "Junior sister, this is? He's my husband." Murong Qingcheng smiled. "What?" Zhao Zhirua was extremely shocked. "Husband? How is this possible? When did Murong Qingcheng have a husband? Why didn't she know?" However, looking at the two of them, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Therefore, she subconsciously took a few more glances. Then, she nodded slightly. His appearance was indeed not bad. He was very handsome. However, she couldn't see through his cultivation. Although the other party was fierce, his aura wasn't very clear. She couldn't see through his cultivation. "Forget it. Let's deal with the things here first," Zhao Zhirua said again. "Chiyueka, since you have offended my junior sister, hurry up and apologize." "Yes, I'll apologize now." Chiyueka said, "I'm sorry. I was blind before and offended the two of you. Please forgive me." He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore because the fairy in front of him was Zhao Zhirua's junior sister. He knew that Zhao Zhirua's sect was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Although the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was far away, the Zhao family was local, and their strength was stronger than his Chiyueka family. Therefore, with the Zhao family's support, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the two of them. After apologizing, Chiyueka wanted to leave because he didn't have the face to stay here. However, Lin Xian merely sneered. "What? Was it over just like that? What do you want?" Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, Chiyueka's face darkened. After all, he was the young master of a big family. Apologizing in public was already giving the other party face. Lin Xian sneered. "I said, kneel down and apologize, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "What? He really wants to kneel down and apologize?" The surrounding people were shocked. Chiyueka's face became even uglier. "Kneel? How could that be?" He was the young master of the Chiyueka family. Although he had done something wrong and apologized, kneeling down was out of the question, because if he kneeled down, it wouldn't just be his own face being slapped. The entire Chiyueka family would be humiliated as well. It was impossible for him to kneel down. However, Zhao Zhirua sighed. "Chiyueka, you'd better kneel down and apologize." "What?" Hearing that, the crowd was even more confused. Could it be that Chiyueka was really going to kneel down? Chiyueka's face darkened when he heard that, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. "Sister Zhirua, I'm apologizing to these two people because I'm giving you face. However, don't go too far. You're from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, but the Jade Lake is in the eastern wilderness, and this is Zhongzhou. Besides, although the Zhao family is powerful, the Chiyueka family is not to be trifled with. Don't forget, we're also the sixth prince's people. Threatening me? Chiyueka, you're courting death." Zhao Zhirua also frowned, and the smile on her face disappeared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Or die. Kid, you're courting death. Sister Zhirua, you've seen it for yourself. It's these people who are bullying me. I have to take action. When I catch them, I'll apologize to you in the Upper Zhao mansion." Chiyueka's face was filled with ferocity as he said that. He roared angrily, "Attack! Take this kid down." He was mad with anger. He was really mad with anger. The other party had asked him to kneel down and apologize again and again. He couldn't stand it. Hearing that order, the kings around him also roared ferociously, and their domains surged out quickly. Swords, sabers, divine wind, and raging flames quickly rushed down. Chapter 2258. He attacked. Scarlet Crescent Drake actually attacked. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. They did not expect Scarlet Crescent Drake to dare to attack at this time. It seemed that this kid was really going to die. Humph. However, in the next moment, a cold snort was heard. Boom. The king's domains that filled the sky directly shattered into countless pieces. More than a dozen kings' faces turned pale, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear and disbelief. The people around them were also going crazy. What happened? A voice actually shattered more than a dozen kings' domains. Heavens, who exactly is this kid? How strong is he? They did not dare to imagine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, they screamed. That was because the bodies of the black-clothed kings who attacked were all split in half and fell to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the ground red. Many people screamed, and Scarlet Crescent Drake's pupils constricted. His face was pale without a trace of blood. The two beauties in his arms were also trembling. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect that more than a dozen kings would be killed in an instant. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and trembled. An expert. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying expert. Lin Xian did not even make a move. With just a glance, he killed those people. Buzz. He stared at Scarlet Crescent Drake again and said coldly, "Kneel down and apologize or die." "I'll kneel down." Feeling that cold gaze, Scarlet Crescent Drake's body trembled. He did not dare to be arrogant anymore. At this moment, the glory of his family and face were all thrown to the back of his mind. His life was the most important. With a plop, he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. "Hero, please spare me. I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 times." As he spoke, he kept slapping his face. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Was this still the high and mighty young master Scarlet Crescent Drake? They could not believe it. "My mouth is cheap, so I'll slap myself." Scarlet Crescent Drake slapped his own face. The surrounding people were stunned, and Zhao Zhirua was also silent. He was afraid that this kneel would create a grudge with the Scarlet Moon clan. Although the Zhao family was stronger than the Qiyu family, the Qiyu family was no pushover either. They were also one of the big clans in Qinshan domain. Moreover, he was inextricably linked to the sixth prince. It could be said that unless it was absolutely necessary, their Zhao family did not wish to go against the Qiyu family. However, since it had already happened, it was useless to say anything more. If the Qiyu clan came knocking on their door, the Zhao family would welcome them with open arms. Furthermore, the Red Moon Dagger was in the wrong in the first place. Therefore, Zhao Zhirua did not mind. Ahead, Chiyueka knelt and begged for mercy, saying, "Hero, can you find me now? I'm leaving right now." "Humph." Su Chen sneered. "Did I say you could leave?" Chiyueka, who was just about to leave, stiffened and then became angry. Damn it. He had already knelt down and apologized, but the other party still refused to let him go? "What do you want?" At the thought of this, his face became ferocious, and he suddenly raised his head. "Kid, don't go too far." "Too far? I'm going too far. What can you do about it?" Lin Xian sneered. "I said that I could spare your life, but I never said that I would let you go." At this point, a cold murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Then, his eyes turned into two sharp rays of light that pierced forward. "Damn it, how dare you attack me?" Seeing the two rays of light flying over, Chiyueka was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily, and the jade pendant, necklace, and ring on his body emitted a misty light. It formed 3 light curtains that enveloped him. However, it was of no use. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The 3 light curtains instantly shattered, and then the 2 rays of light pierced into his dantian. With a boom, the spiritual sea in his body was completely shattered. Chiyueka screamed crazily on the ground, and his face became distorted. How dare you cripple my cultivation? I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you." He was really crazy. The other party had crippled his cultivation with a raise of his hand. This made him feel worse than death. One had to know that although he was not strong, he was still a five-star king. He was usually arrogant, not only because of his identity, but also because of his strength. And now, his cultivation had been crippled. From a high and mighty king, he became an ordinary person. How could he accept this kind of disparity? So, he screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to kill me? As he spoke, he walked over in large strides. Feeling the other party's gradually approaching figure, Qi Yueka was scared out of his wits. You dare to touch me? You're dead. If you kill me, my Qi Yueka family will definitely not let you go. Qi Yueka was really scared. The other party's methods were definitely extremely powerful. He could not imagine it at all. If the other party killed him, he might not even have a place to cry. The surrounding people were also terrified. Even Zhao Zhirua frowned. Making the Scarlet Moondrake apologize and killing the Scarlet Moondrake were two completely different matters. The former was just a slap to the Qi Yueka family's face. The Zhao family could still suppress it. However, if he really killed Qi Yueka, he would become a mortal enemy of the Qi Yueka family. This would definitely make the Qi Yueka family go crazy. Kill you? You think too much. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of me killing you. However, since you dare to have ideas about my wife, I'll make sure you have no fate with women in this lifetime. As he spoke, Lin Xian raised his foot and stepped on Qi Yueka's lower body. Crack! Qi Yueka was in so much pain that he fainted a few times. The surrounding people also trembled. They felt a chill down there, as if they were about to shatter. What happened? Not only did this kid cripple Qi Yueka's cultivation, but he also crippled his family jewels. Everyone was sweating profusely and swallowing their saliva. It's over. In this situation, the Qi Yueka family would definitely not let this go. No matter how strong this kid was, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire Qi Yueka family, right? That was for sure. The Qi Yueka family was so powerful. There were countless kings and powerful figures. Any few powerful figures would be able to kill this kid. This kid was too arrogant. Did he think that with the Zhao family behind him, he could do whatever he wanted? The Qi Yueka family was not to be trifled with. Everyone was discussing and felt that Lin Xian had gone too far. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered, but she did not say anything. As long as Qi Yueka was not dead, everything would be easy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, countless lights appeared in the sky. One after another, human figures descended quickly. These were groups of guards. There were about 20 of them. They were naturally the guards of Stellar Sky City. When they saw a fight below, they naturally wanted to come over. Who was fighting here? Did they not know the city rules? A shout was heard. Then, more than 20 people descended. Chapter 22:59. Uncle Chi, you're here. Quick, kill this kid for me. He crippled me. Seeing the guards land, Red Moon Kettle screamed crazily again. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Young Master Red Moon. The middle-aged leader of the guards was shocked when he saw Red Moon Kettle lying on the ground. What's going on? Someone dares to attack young Master Red Moon? Does he want to die? The next moment, he roared, Men, capture that kid. The middle-aged leader pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? You want to fight? Don't you want to know what happened? Don't you want to know who's right and who's wrong? We don't need to know. All we know is that you dared to injure young Master Red Moon. You're dead meat. Good. You don't care about right or wrong. I like this way of doing things. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then waved his hand impatiently. Do it. Don't waste my time. You're courting death. Attack. The middle-aged man roared, and the 20 guards behind him quickly attacked. The long spear in his hand transformed into numerous flood dragons that surrounded Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly as he looked at the 20 figures charging at him with his hands behind his back. Boom, 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 boom. The sound waves were like thunder, rolling out with unparalleled power. In an instant, the 20 spears exploded into pieces. The martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they were struck by lightning. Their armor was shattered, and many of their bones were broken. So powerful, everyone exclaimed. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Whoosh! The next moment, his vision blurred. A figure appeared in front of him, then he felt a grip on his neck. Lin Xian appeared in front of the middle-aged man, grabbed his neck with one hand, lifted him up, and asked coldly, "Why? Do you still dare to convict me?" "No, no, I dare." The middle-aged man shook his head frantically. "I've offended you, young master. Please spare my life." "Get lost." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm and threw the middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone around was completely stunned. Even Scarlet Moon Ku was stunned on the ground. The immense pain continued, but his mind was still blank. He knew that the young man in front of him was beyond his imagination. If he was arrogant, the other party might really kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. He only wanted to return to his family and get his family to send out countless powerful figures to kill the other party. On the other side, Zhao Jirua's eyes flickered. To be honest, judging from the attacks of Lin Xian and the others, their strength had definitely surpassed that of a 5-star king. As for whether they were a 6-star king or an almighty being, she wasn't sure. However, in her eyes, he should only be a 6-star king. After all, only the saintesses and saints could become almighties in their 20s. Whoosh! In a flash, Lin Xian appeared beside Morong Qingqing and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Zhao Zhirua nodded, and the group walked out. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically moved aside. No one dared to block his path. What a joke. The strength that Lin Xian displayed had shocked them. After Lin Xian and the other two left, the entire square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Powerhouse, this was a true powerhouse. With a wave of his hand, he killed more than a dozen almighties. With a roar, he sent countless guards flying. Just thinking about this scene made people excited. However, Scarlet Moon kept swallowing pills and roaring at the same time. "Damn it, men! Escort me for my family. I must kill him." Scarlet Moon family. When the Scarlet Moon kettle was carried in, the entire family exploded. Endless flames of fury burned, and smoke signals soared into the sky. Anger, endless anger. When they saw the crippled Scarlet Moon Ku, they were all furious. Moreover, when they heard that Scarlet Moon family actually knelt down to someone else, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They were the Scarlet Moon family, a big family in the Qianshan domain. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Not only did the other party make Scarlet Moon kneel down and slap the Scarlet Moon family's face, but he also crippled Scarlet Moon's cultivation and family jewels. This was the rhythm of starting a war with the Scarlet Moon family. Damn it! Who was it? Who did it? The patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family was a middle-aged man. He wore a purple robe and his face was cold. His eyes were filled with endless anger. It's a young man. We don't know his identity. However, he's related to the Zhao family. Previously in the square, it was the second daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhirua, who personally picked them up. The Zhao family. Hearing those words, the Scarlet Moon family's patriarch and the surrounding elders all frowned. How did this matter have anything to do with the Zhao family? Send someone to investigate thoroughly. We must get detailed information. Countless warriors moved out and used the Scarlet Moon family's huge information network to investigate. Sure enough, 4 hours later, the news came back. Patriarch, that man and woman. The woman is Zhao Jirua's junior sister, and the man and woman are lovers. However, we still don't know the identity of that young man. Junior sister? Jade Lake's sacred ground. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family frowned and then snorted. So what? This is middle ground. Their hands can't reach so far. Men, go to the Zhao family and ask them for me. I don't believe that the Zhao family dares to stop me. The patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family was really angry. This time, he must catch the culprit and tear him into pieces. Soon, the Scarlet Moon family sent people. 2 almighties and 4 6-star kings, a total of 5 people, soared into the sky and flew towards Stellar Sky City. On the other side, in Stellar Sky City, the Zhao family. The Zhao family was the strongest family in Stellar Sky City. Therefore, It occupied an extremely large area. There were palaces and pavilions scattered all over the place. There were countless guards and the security was tight. There were arrays flashing on the ground and walls. It was obvious that this was a powerful family. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stayed in an exquisite pavilion. The surrounding environment was very good. There was a waterfall, a stream, and countless gardens. Junior sister, the two of you should rest first. There's a banquet tonight. I'll bring you around tomorrow. Zhao Zhirua chatted with the two of them for a while, then got up and left. When the Zhao family learned of Murong Qingqing's arrival, they were also very excited. They began to prepare for the banquet, planning to properly entertain Murong Qingqing. After all, although she was only Zhao Zhirua's junior sister, her status was much more noble than Zhao Zhirua's. The Zhao family did not dare to neglect her. In the evening, Zhao Zhirua and the patriarch of the Zhao family, a middle-aged man, personally came to invite Murong Qingqing. Behind them, a group of elders followed. Saintess, please. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled. The patriarch of the Zhao family is too polite, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, she held Lin Xian's arm, and the two of them set off for the banquet. The Zhao family did not know about Lin Xian's identity, but they thought that his relationship with Murong Qingqing was definitely not shallow. Chapter 2260. The banquet was very lively. The patriarch of the Zhao family and the elders of the Zhao family all attended. Other than that, the outstanding young people also came. They also wanted to see how beautiful the Jade Lake Saintess was. When the young people of the Zhao family saw Murong Qingqing, they were all shocked. They had seen a lot of beauties, and they had seen a lot of peerless beauties as well. However, compared to Murong Qingqing, all of them seemed to pale in comparison. However, when they saw the handsome young man sitting next to Murong Qingqing, they all shook their heads and sighed. Judging from their behavior, they were undoubtedly a couple. Such a peerless beauty actually had a partner. This made their hearts ache. However, they did not dare to act rashly. However, everyone's gaze was fixated on Lin Xian. They were very curious about the identity of the other party. Judging from his current aura, his aura was not fierce. Could it be that he was just a gigolo? They were very confused. Boom. Halfway through the banquet, there was a sudden roar in the sky, followed by countless brilliant lights like fireworks. They lit up in the sky. What was going on? Seeing this, everyone put down their wine glasses. The patriarch of the Zhao family also frowned. It was obvious that the defensive array of the Zhao family had been activated. Whoosh! A warrior of the Zhao family flew over from afar, landed on the ground, and knelt down on one knee. Reporting to the patriarch, someone tried to attack, but we stopped them. However, the other party came aggressively and threatened to hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer? What murderer? The elders of the Zhao family also frowned. It was a good banquet. Why would someone come knocking on their door? How dare they behave so atrociously in the Zhao family? Did they want to die? Who dares to be so presumptuous? An elder asked coldly. They are from the Qiyu family, led by two powerful figures. They want the Zhao family to hand over the murderer who injured Qiyu Ku. The Qiyu family. Many people were discussing. Zhao Zhirua frowned and glanced at Lin Xian. Many people around them also looked over. They had also heard about what had happened during the day. This matter had spread throughout the entire Stellar Sky City, and it was hard for them not to know about it. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The few elders were also discussing. Zhirua, what do you think about this matter? An elder said in a deep voice. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered, and she was about to say something. However, before she could open her mouth, Lin Xian indifferently said, since they are here for me, I will go out and meet them. With that, Lin Xian stood up. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned, and the elders were all extremely shocked. The youngsters were even more shocked. Many of them curled their lips, thinking that the other party was just showing off. That was because the Crimson Moon clan did not send ordinary kings. They were two almighties. Almighty, that was an elder-level existence. The difference between an almighty being and an ordinary king was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how powerful this kid in front of him was, How could he possibly contend against a mighty figure? Furthermore, there were two of them. Serene. The elders of the Zhao family also opened their mouths, wanting to persuade him. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed as he soared into the sky. This? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Zhirua also looked at Murong Qingqing with deep worry in her eyes. Is it okay to let him go by himself? Why don't I send someone to follow him? Murong Qingqing smiled faintly. Don't worry, senior sister. It's just two almighties. It won't affect Brother Xian much. Just two almighties? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Murong Qingqing, the corners of their mouths twitching. However, they were extremely puzzled. Because Murong Qingqing was the holy maiden, she might have the qualifications to say such words. But where did that kid get such confidence from? Could it be that that kid was also almighty? But how is that possible? Almighty in his 20s, other than the holy sons and holy daughters, who else could reach that level? This kid was obviously not a holy son. How could he be almighty? Why don't we go and take a look? A few young people whispered to each other. In the end, they all looked at the elders. The elders' eyes also flickered. To be honest, they didn't believe that Lin Xian could defeat those experts from the Qiyu clan. The patriarch was also a little worried. He said that since the experts of the Qiyu clan had come, then the Zhao family could not be rude. Someone, go and welcome the Qiyu clan. Although it was said to welcome them, it was actually a tacit permission for them to go and watch the battle. Sure enough, when these words were said, the young disciples all cupped their fists and said, Patriarch, I'm willing to go. Buzz. They soared into the sky, looking impatient. In fact, two of the elders also waved their sleeves and followed after him. In an instant, many warriors at the banquet followed. However, Murong Qingqing did not go. She sat there with an indifferent expression. Zhao Zhirua was surprised. Are you really not worried? Senior sister, you'll know later. Murong Qingqing laughed. On the other side, outside the Zhao mansion, rays of light flickered, forming light screens that covered the entire sky. Outside the light screen, there were 6 figures, 2 almighties and 4 six-star kings. They were the experts of the Qiyu clan. At this moment, their gazes were piercingly cold, and their bodies were surging with killing intent. Of the 2 almighties, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man walked up and said loudly, Our Qiyu clan has no intention of starting a war with the Zhao family. We only want to capture the culprit who injured our young master. Why? Is the Zhao family trying to cover up for the culprit? Although the Zhao family is powerful, if this matter were to spread, you would probably be ridiculed by the world. The guards of the Zhao family had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. Hearing this, they did not reply. They had already sent someone to inform the elders of the clan. They would probably make a decision soon. What they needed to do now was to protect these formations and prevent the other party from attacking. Seeing that the Zhao family did not reply, the almighties of the Qiyu clan in front of them had gloomy expressions. The middle-aged almighty also snorted coldly. Why? Is the Zhao family not going to give an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you want? At that moment, a sneer was heard. Following that, a light flashed, and a handsome young man appeared in the sky. Seeing this young man, everyone was stunned. The people of the Qiyu clan also frowned. The old man snorted coldly. Kid, who are you? Who are you to speak here? Ask your elders to come out. What an idiot. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Aren't you here to capture the culprit? Why, you don't even recognize the culprit. What? Damn it. It's you. Chapter 2261. They didn't expect that the kid in front of them was the murderer they wanted to catch. However, he was really arrogant to have dared to come out. Kid, you don't know what death is. If you had stayed in the Zhao family obediently like a coward, we would have killed you. Perhaps we wouldn't have been able to catch you. However, we didn't expect you to come out of your own accord. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Kneel down obediently and surrender. Come back to the family with us, and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Humph. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Cut the crap. You just want to catch me, don't you? Go ahead and do it. Let's see if you have the ability. What? The young disciples of the Zhao family who had rushed over were all dumbfounded. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. He dares to talk so big in front of two almighties? Does he think that the Zhao family will help him? This kid is too arrogant. I'm worried that he'll be killed later. Maybe he'll be killed. The Zhao family won't let him be captured. However, it's certain that he'll be embarrassed. I really don't know where he got the right to be so arrogant. These people whispered to each other and watched the show from the back. The few elders who had rushed over also frowned. Although they also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant, after some discussion, they still decided to save his life at the critical moment. After all, this was someone who had a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. They wouldn't let him be in danger. The Zhao family was preparing to save him at the critical moment. On the other side, the cultivators of the Red Moon family were furious. This time, they had 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star kings with them. Each of them was very powerful. And the other party, a little brat, actually dared to look down on them? Elder, let me go kill him. A 6-star king roared. Okay, go ahead. Be careful not to kill him. You must catch him alive. The old almighty nodded. Then, the 6-star king who had spoken stood up with a sinister smile. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was more than 300 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. He was just 1 step away from reaching the almighty realm. It could be said that he was a genius. This person walked out, stood in the void, and laughed coldly. Brat, get over here and accept your death. Seeing this person come out, the Zhao family began to discuss among themselves. It was actually him. New Red Moon. That's right, this was a genius of the Scarlet Moon clan. Rumor had it that he was about to reach the almighty realm. Unexpectedly, the first one to make a move was actually him. Looks like that kid is going to be out of luck. The young disciples of the Zhao family discussed animatedly. A few elders also secretly transmitted their voices and prepared to help. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered disdainfully. Just you? It wasn't enough. The 6 of you can attack together. I don't have the time to accompany you here. What? The 6 of them attacked together. The corners of the Zhao family's mouths twitched. They increasingly felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. On the other hand, the Qiyu clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Qiyu Eshin. His face was gloomy, and a wisp of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. If you weren't in the array now, I could kill you with a slap. Is that so? Then try slapping me. Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and instantly left the Zhao family's defensive array. Fuck, that kid really left. The martial artists on the Zhao family side were dumbfounded. Those from the Qiyu clan were also stunned. But soon, that Scarlet Moon Shinshin started laughing maniacally. What a reckless fool. Buzz. He raised his hand and slapped out. In the center of his palm, countless blue lights shone and turned into stars that rapidly descended from the sky. Astral palm. The palm covered the sky as if it was the universe that was mercilessly descending. What a terrifying energy. This new Red Moon clan had indeed surpassed an ordinary 6-star king. He was probably not far from becoming a true almighty. Humph, how dare you attack new Red Moon clan? You really don't know what's good for you. The Qiyu clan's martial artists sneered. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking at the rapidly descending astral palm, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The next moment, he also stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. You don't know the difference between life and death. If I were him, I would have escaped long ago. The young martial artists of the Zhao family discussed. The few elders of the Zhao family sighed and shook their heads. Sure enough, he was still too young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's save him. They were ready to make a move, but soon they were stunned. In the sky, the incomparably mysterious astral palm transformed into countless stars, and all of them suddenly exploded. Stars exploded one after another, tearing through the void and forming black holes one after another. Boom! In an instant, the astral palm was torn apart. As for Qiyu Eshin, He also screamed in pain as his palm bled. His face was filled with horror. Damn it! What happened? Not only him, but everyone else also did not know what had happened. However, in the next moment, their vision blurred. Chi Yueshin let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt a sharp hand grab his head and pull him far away. It was naturally Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the terrifying astral palm with one palm, then grabbed Chi Yueshin and pulled him in front of him. Then, he sneered. You want me to kneel and die? Surrender without a fight? You want me to die? Damn it! How is this possible? I don't believe it. Chi Yueshin screamed crazily. His opponent had broken his ultimate move with one palm. He even grabbed him. He did not dare to believe it. He was a genius. He was a powerhouse who was about to become an almighty. Damn it! Get lost. The energy in his body exploded, forming a terrifying storm that wanted to blast the kid in front of him to pieces. However, in an instant, his body turned cold because the violent energy in his body was instantly frozen into ice. You want me to kneel and die? Kneel down before me. Lin Xian held his head and pressed it gently. Chi Yueshin screamed in pain and knelt in midair. He did not kneel down of his own accord. He was pressed down forcefully. Therefore, his legs were instantly broken and turned into a bloody mist. Countless cracks appeared in the void below and spread to the surroundings. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He had subdued Chi Yueshin in an instant? How was that possible? The young warriors of the Zhao family were stunned. The elders were also stunned. They did not dare to believe it. The Chi Yueshin family was even more adorable. However, they soon came to their senses. Especially the two almighties. They roared crazily. Damn it! Stop! He was a genius of the Chi Yueshin family. He would soon become an almighty. They would not allow anything to happen to such a person. Therefore, in the next moment, the two of them turned into shooting stars and rushed over quickly. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Fine, I'll return him to you. Chapter 2262. That's great. Seeing this, the two almighties smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. That was because Chi Yu's new body suddenly exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that floated in the sky. Dead. A mighty late-stage 6-star king tier was actually killed in an instant. Everyone went crazy. The two almighties of the Chi Yu family even screamed crazily. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Let's attack together. The two almighties snorted coldly, and the three 6-star kings behind them also rushed out quickly. Their king domains covered the surroundings. They blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. They wouldn't let the other party escape. However, why would Lin Xian escape? He had no intention of escaping at all. Looking at the people rushing towards him, his eyes gradually emitted a cold light. Buzz. He waved his arm, and countless sword lights lit up in the sky. Each of them was as fast as lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, Lin Xian turned around and slowly descended towards the Zhao family. The martial artists of the Zhao family were stunned. What's going on? However, soon, they screamed and almost fainted. In the sky, two almighties and three kings suddenly broke into pieces. Blood flowed wildly, and the broken corpses fell to the ground. They were all dead. At this moment, the nearly 100 martial artists of the Zhao family, including the guards and elders, were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What did they just see? Two almighties and three 6-star kings were killed in a single strike. When they came back to their senses, the elders of the Zhao family gasped. Their eyes were filled with horror. They were all almighties, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to kill Almighty. However, this man had slain two supreme beings with ease, and he had even taken three 6-star kings with him. This could no longer be described as shocking. This was absolutely heaven-defying. At this moment, they finally understood why the other party was so nonchalant earlier. It was because he was definitely a top genius. He killed almighties like cutting grass. If they had such strength, they would not be worried. The young disciples of the Zhao family swallowed their saliva crazily. They looked at the figure in front of them, and their scalps went numb. Previously, they thought that the other party was acting cool and that he was not worthy of Morong Qingqing. However, it seemed that they were very wrong. The other party's strength was definitely far beyond their imagination. It was even far beyond the Almighty's. They had never seen a young man about their age being so powerful. They did not even dare to think of chasing after him. After dealing with the members of the Crimson Moon clan, Lin Xian turned around and returned to the array. Then, he said to the Zhao family's elders, "A few small shrimps, you've delayed our banquet. You'd better go back. However, I still need you to clean up the battlefield." "Ah, okay." The warriors and guards of the Zhao family nodded blankly. Even now, they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Xian shrugged and turned around to return to the banquet. Zhao family of the banquet. At this moment, only a small number of people were left. Apart from the family head and a few elders, only Zhao Zhirua and Morong Qingqing of the younger generation were left. To be honest, apart from Morong Qingqing, these people were also puzzled. They did not know what was going on over there. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a bolt of lightning descended towards the banquet. Seeing this scene, the elders all raised their heads. What was going on? Could it be that something had happened and they were here to report it? However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they realized that the figure was not a martial artist of the Zhao family, but Lin Xian. What was going on? Why did he come back? Could it be that he came back because he was afraid? Or did he not dare to come out? These elders thought so in their hearts. Zhao Zhirua had similar thoughts in her heart, so she frowned. In her opinion, the other party was too pretentious. If he did not dare to come out, then so be it. Why did he have to put on an act and come back halfway? In fact, she wanted to find a chance to persuade Morong Qingqing if it was worth it to associate with such a person. However, before she could say anything, countless figures quickly descended from behind. This time, it was the elders and young disciples of the Zhao family. Why did they all come back? Where were the people of the Qiyu family? Did they leave already? These people were very puzzled. Many elders laughed proudly. What Qiyu family? In front of the Zhao family, they were nothing. They were probably frightened by the strength of the Zhao family, so they went back obediently. These people were immensely proud of themselves. But the elders who had just returned looked at these people strangely, speechless. What's going on? What's with your expressions? What happened? These people stopped laughing because they realized that these people who had just returned had serious expressions. Even the young people were pale, as if they had been frightened. What was going on? What happened? Great Elder asked. Where were the people of the Qiyu family? Could it be that you fought with them? Lin Xian returned to his seat and did not speak. As for the young people of the Zhao family, they seemed to have recalled something. Their bodies trembled, and they did not dare to speak. A few elders of the Zhao family took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The people of the Qiyu family were killed." Was he killed? Who told you to do it? Great Elder Zhu frowned. Although they were not afraid of the Qiyu family, they were still a big family in the Qianshan region. They could not be underestimated. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not become enemies with such a family. But now, the people of the Qiyu family were killed by them. This would definitely cause a war between the two families. Great Elder, it was not us who did it. A few elders of the Zhao family shook their heads. They naturally knew how powerful it was. How could they kill the people of the Qiyu family? It was not you who did it. Then who did it? Great Elder Zhu frowned even more. Other than their elders, who else could have such strength? However, in the next moment, he was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. Could it be this kid? A thought arose in their minds, but they did not dare to believe it. However, when they saw the frightened faces of the people who had returned to watch the battle, their hearts beat wildly. Could it be that it was really this kid? Don't blame them. It was indeed me who did it. They were just a few small fries. How dare they jump around in front of me? I killed them while I was at it. Don't worry. If the people of the Qiyu family want to blame someone, just tell them to come to me. I won't cause any trouble for the Zhao family. What? It was really him. The elders who did not go exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 2263. The Zhao family's patriarch spoke, and those few elders hurriedly recounted what had happened earlier. When these people heard that Lin Xian had killed 2 mighty figures and 3 six-star kings with a single strike, they were all stunned. Clang, clang, clang. The wine glasses in their hands all fell to the ground. Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? How could the other party be so powerful? These elders did not dare to believe it. Zhao Jirua's beautiful eyes were also shocked, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She knew that she had misjudged this time. Although she did not know the young man in front of her, he was definitely at the level of a saint. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly. Originally, she still looked down on the other party, but she did not expect that she was too ignorant. Everyone was shocked. Only Morong Qingqing had a smile on her face, because she had already guessed this result. Lin Xian also smiled as he raised his wine glass. He smiled and said that the wine was still warm, so he could drink it. Lin Xian was tasting the wine, but the others were not in the mood. Now, everything they ate tasted tasteless because the news was too shocking. It was as if lightning had struck them unconscious. On the other side, the Qiyu family. The entire Qiyu family quickly moved. They invited the best doctors and alchemists to treat Chiyuka's injuries. Although Chiyuka's life was saved, his crippled cultivation could not be recovered in a short time. More importantly, his genitals couldn't be repaired either. This news made the patriarch of the Qiyu family extremely gloomy. With his cultivation crippled and his manhood destroyed, it could be said that Chiyuka's life was over. Although he was not killed, it was worse than death. When Chiyuka learned of this result, he naturally could not accept it. He screamed crazily, "Kill him! You must kill him! You must kill him! Avenge me! Don't worry, Kuer. We will definitely avenge you." A middle-aged woman held Chiyuka's hand and said with gritted teeth, "I will capture that kid and pull out his tendons and bones. I will let him taste torture 10 times more painful than you. And that woman, I will also capture her and make her serve you for the rest of her life. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who offended you have a good ending." The middle-aged woman's expression was incomparably ferocious. The Red Moon family head's expression was also ice-cold. He said in a cold voice, "What's wrong? The people I sent out haven't returned yet? Why would it take so much effort to catch a brat? Or was it that the Zhao family refused to let him go? Master, something bad has happened." At this moment, news came from afar. A martial artist ran over in a panic. His face was extremely pale. "What's going on?" The clan leader of the Qiyu clan asked coldly. Could it be that they had captured that brat? "No," the subordinate said, trembling. "Our men were killed." Was he killed? Hearing this, all the martial artists in the room were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Those were 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star king tiers. How could he have been killed? The Red Moon family head's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, could it be that the Zhao family had made a move? In his opinion, only the Zhao family could deal with these powerhouses. We don't know, but according to the Zhao family, that kid did it himself. The Zhao family didn't participate at all. Did that kid do it? What kind of joke was this? Did he really think that we were idiots? The Red Moon family head snorted coldly. The others in the room also had looks of disbelief. That kid looked like he was in his 20s. How powerful could he be? Even if he was a 6-star king, it would be fine. However, they had sent out 2 supreme beings. How could that kid resist them? It must be the Zhao family. Damn it, they've gone too far. Master, what should we do now? The person beside him asked. It seemed that the Zhao family was determined to protect the other party. So what if they protect him? Do they think that the Red Moon family is easy to bully? I don't believe that the Zhao family really dares to start a war with us. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth as she spoke. She was Red Moon's mother and the wife of the Red Moon family head. At this moment, when she learned that the mission had failed, she was so angry that her face was filled with madness. The Red Moon family head's face was also gloomy. He snorted coldly. How dare they protect the murderer? I will definitely not let this go. In this way, he sent more people over. At the same time, he contacted the other families and went together. Tell them that our Red Moon family is being asked for an explanation. I don't believe that the Zhao family dares to make a move on the other big families. Yes, I'll go and prepare now. His subordinates, the elders, also began to move. This time, the Red Moon family was really angry. Therefore, they sent out a powerful team again. This time, they sent 3 elite supreme beings, 5 supreme beings, and dozens of 6-star kings. There were also other kings. There were a total of more than 100 people, and they set off in a mighty manner. This lineup was absolutely terrifying. Not only that, they also contacted the other big families in the Qinshan domain. They were all on good terms with the Red Moon family. The other 3 big families also sent some people over. The 4 big families headed to Sky Star City together in a mighty manner. When they arrived, it was already the next morning. The sky had just brightened. The sun rose, and the people in the city gradually increased. However, at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above their heads. Then, a gust of wind whistled, and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was as if it was going to crush the entire city. The martial artists in the city raised their heads and looked up. Then, they screamed. What's going on? Could it be that someone is going to attack the city? Is it a demonic beast? Or something else? They were terrified because they realized that it was not a dark cloud above their heads, but a dense shadow. Each of them emitted a cold and terrifying aura as if they were going to break the world. It was not a demonic beast, but a human. Countless people. Countless powerhouses. Many people exclaimed, and even more people were shocked. Damn it! Are they going to attack my Sky Star City? Stop fooling around. This is the Ninely dynasty. All the lands in the world belong to the king. Who dares to attack a city? Damn it! Who is this? What are they trying to do? Everyone went crazy. More and more people looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. Even the people of the City Lord's mansion were alarmed. Countless guards formed a formation as if they were facing a great enemy. He moved quickly, holding his sword and saber, and raised it to the sky. There was even a middle-aged man in armor who shouted coldly, "Stop! Who are you?" In the sky, countless figures flashed, but they did not descend. This made the warriors and guards in the city heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a cold figure stood out. It was an old man dressed in black. His entire body was emitting a black light. He looked down, his gaze piercing through the void, and said coldly, "We are from the Red Moon family. This time, we have joined forces with the 3 big families to ask the Zhao family for an explanation." The Zhao family? Ask for an explanation? What explanation? Chapter 2264. Since when did the Qiyu family go against the Zhao family? They did not know. And from the looks of it, the hatred was especially great. Humph. In the sky, the old man snorted coldly and said loudly. His voice was like thunder, clearly spreading to every corner of the city. My young master Qiyu is crippled, and the culprit is now in the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family refused to let him go, and even mercilessly killed the people we sent out. Until now, they have not even given us an explanation. Since that is the case, my Qiyu family has no choice but to come personally and demand an explanation. In the end, his voice was like thunder, causing everyone's ears to go numb. What? The young master of the Qiyu family was crippled? Are you talking about what happened 2 days ago? Many people were discussing. Obviously, they had heard about the previous incident. After all, it happened in Stellar Sky City. However, they did not expect that the matter was not over yet. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was very likely that it would evolve into a duel between 2 large families. Although the Qiyu family's overall strength was not as good as the Zhao family, it was still a large family. However, the Crimson Moon clan was a big clan after all. This time, they had joined forces with the other 3 big clans. Even if the Zhao family was extremely powerful, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Moreover, from the current situation, no matter how one looked at it, the Zhao family was in the wrong. The scene here naturally alarmed the City Lord's mansion. Immediately, the people of the City Lord's mansion hurried to the Zhao family to inquire about the situation. The Zhao family also received the news. For a moment, countless Zhao family warriors looked up at the sky. Seeing the black mass of people in the distance, they frowned. What was the Qiyu family trying to do? They actually dared to join forces with the other three large families and come looking for them together? Did they think that the Zhao family was easy to bully? Don't be rash. The Qiyu family is the sixth prince's people. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to start a war with them. However, this does not mean that the Zhao family is afraid of them. Quickly send someone to explain clearly. The Zhao family's patriarch gave the order, and countless Zhao family warriors began to move. However, on the other side, Lin Xian stood up. He said loudly, "I said that I will deal with the Qiyu family alone. It had nothing to do with the Zhao family. So, you don't have to worry." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, flying into the distance. What? This kid wants to solve it himself? Seeing this scene, these people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had been shocked by Lin Xian's strength yesterday, the Qiyu clan was incomparably terrifying. They didn't just have almighties. There were elite almighties, pinnacle almighties, and even peerless almighties. If such a terrifying clan was angered, even if Lin Xian was a prodigy, no matter how strong he would not be able to resist. Therefore, the patriarch of the Zhao family quickly sent people to follow them. In case something bad happened, a few elders hurriedly led the martial artists over. On the other side, after Zhao Zhiruo received the news, she did not delay any longer. She quickly went to find Murong Qingqing. The two of them also flew over in a flash. In an instant, many young people from the Zhao family followed them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky above Tianxing City, the atmosphere was heavy. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them, making it difficult for the martial artists in the city to breathe. However, at this moment, a ray of light cut through the void and instantly cut through the heavy atmosphere. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Then, they were all shocked. Who had come? Could it be that a peerless powerhouse had come? In the next moment, they looked over. Then, they were stunned, because they realized that the person who came out was actually a young man, a very unfamiliar young man. They did not know this person. Many people were discussing, and a small number of people even exclaimed. It was him. He was the one who crippled the young master of the Qiyu clan. What? Are you saying that he's the murderer? Heavens, he still dares to come out? Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know Lin Xian's true strength and identity. Therefore, in their opinion, a young man who dared to come out at this time was definitely crazy. Under normal circumstances, he would have secretly run away. Who are you? The martial artist of the Qiyu clan shouted coldly. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. A bunch of idiots. I'm the person you're looking for. Why? You're not convinced? Then do it. You're courting death. Those people reacted and were extremely angry. That kid was the murderer they were looking for? He didn't seem like much. Not only was he arrogant, but he was also an idiot. He actually dared to fight against their army alone. That made them feel that it was unreal. They even felt that there was some kind of trap. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar again. Then, countless people quickly rushed over. The first to appear were a few elders of the Zhao family. They stopped near Lin Xian, looked ahead, and frowned. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Behind them, the martial artists of the Zhao family arrived one after another and also stopped in the void. Zhao Zhiruo and Murong Qingqing also came. They came to Lin Xian's side. In an instant, the martial artists of the Zhao family all released powerful auras to resist the other party. In the sky, two huge forces of energy collided and tore through the void. A shocking crack appeared like a black hole. It was so deep that it could not be seen. There was indeed a trap. Seeing so many powerhouses and elders of the Zhao family, the Red Moon family's faces darkened. Kid, do you think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the Zhao family? Let me tell you, if you provoke the Red Moon family, no one in the world can save you. Is that so? Why don't you try? Zhao Zhiruo shouted. Although she was a woman, the aura on her body was incomparably fierce. Since when did the people of the Qiyi family dare to behave atrociously in front of the Zhao family? It seemed that the Red Moon family had become more and more presumptuous in the past 2 years with the support of the sixth prince. Today, they would let them know the foundation and strength of the Zhao family. Seeing that the Zhao family wanted to stand up for them, the people of the Red Moon family frowned. However, the black-clothed old man only sneered at this. What? Just because the Zhao family is powerful, they want to be lawless and bully us? The Zhao family is powerful, but you can't be unjust. That's right. Capturing the murderer is a matter of course. Why is the Zhao family stopping us? Could it be that there's some shady business between you? The people of the three great families also stood up. They sneered. For a moment, these people had pushed the Zhao family to the forefront of the storm. Those people below, they also began to discuss. Damn it! How dare these people slander the Zhao family? After the elders of the Zhao family heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian sneered. All right, don't waste your energy. I did kill them. Your young master Qi Yu was crippled by me. The two mighty figures and 4 six-star kings yesterday were also killed by me. I did everything. It has nothing to do with the Zhao family. What? You killed them all? Chapter 2265. The people of the Red Moon clan were even more stunned. The martial artists below were discussing animatedly. This kid could actually kill 2 almighties and 4 six-star kings? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is definitely fake. It can't be real. The people of the Red Moon clan also sneered. Kid, don't joke around. You think you can kill almighties? Who do you think you are? This was definitely done by the Zhao family. Humph, isn't the Zhao family powerful? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Or are you trying to be a coward? The people of the Red Moon clan sneered. The people of the other 3 clans also agreed. This time, the combined strength of the 4 clans was still not inferior to the Zhao family. Hence, they were unscrupulous. The martial artists of the Zhao family were furious. Lin Xian's face also darkened. Why, are you suspecting me? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Speaking of this, he took a step forward and clenched his fist. A sword light lit up between heaven and earth. Clang. Poof. Then, the sword light disappeared. On the opposite side, Almighty from the Red Moon clan screamed as he was split in half. Blood stained the void red. What? He was killed. Everyone screamed in disbelief. The people of the Red Moon clan were even crazier, especially those who were closer. Their faces were splashed with blood. They trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. What was going on? They didn't have any time to react at all, and one of their almighties was killed. Damn it, what kind of technique was this? The people of the Red Moon clan were crazy, and the people of the other 3 clans were also terrified. The martial artists of Stellar Sky City below were completely stunned. Shock. This scene brought a huge shock to them. They were completely stunned. The Zhao family was also shocked. Fortunately, they had seen Lin Xian's technique yesterday, so they could still stay awake at this moment. Now, believe what I said. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth again. Everyone was stunned. What kind of strength was this to kill an almighty with a single sword? They didn't dare to imagine. When Lin Xian's voice sounded, these people even trembled. The whole world fell silent. Even the people from the Red Moon clan were scared silly. Lin Xian said coldly as he scanned the surroundings. I did cripple the young master of the Qi Yu clan, but that was because he deserved to die. He coveted my wife's beauty and wanted to take her for himself. He even relied on his status as the young master of the Qi Yu clan to bully others. They sent over a dozen kings to kill me. Let me ask you, if you were in such a situation, what would you do? What? So that was the reason. Below, when the martial artists in Stellar Sky City heard these words, they all started discussing. Many of them clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it, this Scarlet Crescent Drake was truly too detestable. That's right, he was the kind of person who used his power to bully others. He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. A person like him deserved to die. Not killing him was already a great favor. That's right. Looking at this kid's skills, he must be a peerless genius. How could such a person endure such humiliation? If I had such strength, I would have killed that young Master Chiyu long ago. Not killing him is already giving him face. I didn't expect the Chiyu clan to be so shameless. That's right, they inverted right and wrong and even tried to confuse us. How despicable. Hurry up and get lost. Angry roars came one after another. The martial artists below were all enraged. They were originally ordinary people. Therefore, what they hated the most was this kind of bullying. And this time, young Master Chi Yu's reputation was already in tatters. Naturally, everyone didn't have a good impression of him. Seeing this scene, the Zhao clan members heaved a sigh of relief. The Chi Yu clan members opposite them had gloomy expressions. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the victim's identity that they had created had been exposed in an instant. Not only that, their current situation was very bad. The cultivators of Stellar Sky City below were so enraged. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. Damn kid, you're courting death. The black-robed elder roared with a gloomy expression. The time from when the other party killed their almighty to when he said this was too short. So much so that they didn't even react. Now that they reacted, the matter was already irreversible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I didn't say these words because I'm afraid of you. I just didn't want people to misunderstand the Zhao clan and didn't want to drag the Zhao clan down. Now that the matter has been clarified, we can settle the matter between us. To be honest, in order to keep a low profile, I've already been very merciful. But you don't know what's good for you and dare to send an army to kill me? Since that's the case, you don't have to go back. Are you going to kill yourselves? Or do you want me to do it? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. As soon as this voice came out, the clamor below broke out again. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Domineering, too domineering. He dared to say such words when facing thousands of troops alone. One had to admit that Lin Xian's current figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. The Zhao clan members were also stunned. Zhao Jirua's eyes flickered as she looked at the figure, seemingly in a daze. Murong Qingcheng, on the other hand, stood there with a pair of beautiful eyes and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the people of the Qiyu clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The four great clans had joined forces to suppress him. How dare he be so arrogant? He's courting death. Stop talking nonsense with him and quickly capture this kid. The people of the three great clans said coldly. They originally came to show off, but now, no matter how they looked at it, they felt so sullen. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Therefore, they asked the Qiyu clan to hurry up and attack. Go, kill him. The three mighty figures snorted coldly, and 20 kings followed behind them. They turned into a torrent and quickly charged over. That's all? It's not enough. Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers quickly formed a seal. A hell's ice lotus flew out from his fingertip, spinning in the air and quickly charging over. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the hell's ice lotus completely exploded, enveloping the three mighty figures. Between heaven and earth, terrifying black flames erupted, and the power of ice filled the sky. In an instant, countless screams sounded. Soon, these people fell silent. When all the energy disappeared, everyone looked up at the sky and were all dumbfounded. The three almighties and 20 kings were instantly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. They were all killed. These people's voices trembled, and the people of the Qiyu clan went crazy. In fact, they were even trembling. The faces of the people of the three great clans were pale without a trace of blood. Damn it, who is this person? At this moment, the people of the three great clans were in despair, because they realized that they had been tricked. Before they came, the people of the Qiyu clan had told them that they were only here to capture a young boy. Moreover, the main reason they joined forces this time was to intimidate the Zhao family. Chapter 2266. No matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like a brat. He was a peerless demon king. Now, the Zhao family had not even made a move. Just the other party alone had killed three mighty figures and more than 20 kings with a raise of his hand. Such means could be said to be heaven-defying. They had never seen such a thing before. Therefore, These people felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions were extremely ugly. After Lin Xian succeeded, he looked at the other party and sneered. Why? Not making a move. Then it's my turn. Whoosh. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed forward. Damn it. Kill him. Kill him with all your might. The black-robed elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The people behind him attacked crazily. At the same time, he also roared angrily, and majestic energy surged out of his body. To be honest, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had 3 elite mighty figures this time. As long as the 3 of them attacked with all their might, they could definitely suppress the other party. Boom. The black-robed elder took the lead and stretched out his palm. Buzz. In the sky, a pitch-black palm pressed down, and the entire sky turned into night. Humph. You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The terrifying fist carried black flames that filled the sky and blasted out fiercely. Boom. The two collided, and thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as terrifying energy erupted. An extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space as the terrifying energy swept down. The warriors in Stellar Sky City trembled when they felt the impact of this energy. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. Damn it. However, amidst the violent energy, there was a crazy roar. The black-robed elder kept retreating, stepping on the void. His palm directly exploded. Blood dyed the void red. Then, Lin Xian attacked again. Kid, you're courting death. Another elite roared. This was a middle-aged man. He held a red longsword in his hand and quickly charged over. Buzz. The longsword swept across, and the red sword light swept across the sky as if it was divine red. Boom. Lin Xian's palm slammed into the sword chi that filled the sky, causing a resplendent light to erupt. A terrifying voice tore through the void. After the deafening explosion, Lin Xian's palm didn't change at all. It was still grabbing forward in an overwhelming manner. On the other side, the middle-aged man was sent flying while vomiting blood. You want to capture me with just the 2 of you? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian sneered as he looked ahead. Brat, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. The purple light shot straight into the clouds, drowning out the entire world. Then, a figure appeared. This was a young man. His eyes were incomparably cold, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was not a young man, but an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was an elite almighty, and he was the strongest among the people who came this time. The purple-robed ancestor was actually him. Seeing this purple-clothed youth walk out, many people exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Zhao family also frowned, because the purple-robed ancestor was indeed not simple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, they were a little worried. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Indeed, the purple-robed ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the previous 2 elite almighties. His roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Boom! A large purple hand reached out to grab him. Heaven and earth instantly split open, and a terrifying aura pressed down below. The kings of Stellar Sky City trembled and couldn't stand it all. He had some strength, but it wasn't enough. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but his eyes were full of disdain. How dare an elite almighty behave so atrociously in front of him? In the next moment, he also stretched out his palm. Endless aura revolved around his palm. One after another, stars began to appear in the sky. The astral palm was an ultimate technique used by an almighty of the Qiyu family. However, at this moment, when Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, its power was hundreds of times more terrifying. When he stretched out his palm, heaven and earth were completely covered. Only the stars could be seen rotating one after another. It was as if the real universe had descended into the human world. Heavens, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't the astral palm an ultimate technique of the Qiyu family? How did this kid know it? Many people exclaimed. The people of the Qiyu family went crazy. Damn it! The astral palm was indeed their family's ultimate technique, and many people had practiced it before. However, they couldn't hit the opponent's terrifying power at all. More importantly, how did the other party do it? However, they didn't have time to think about it anymore. Wretched cries rang out in the sky. Those spinning stars were releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of many martial artists were crushed into a bloody mist by these stars and directly exploded. Boom, boom. In an instant, at least 30 kings were killed. Moreover, there were even more screams. This time, not only the Chiyu family, but even the warriors of the other 3 families were affected. Damn it, impossible. How could he be so powerful? Countless people screamed crazily, and the faces of the elite almighties became extremely ugly. In an instant, more than half of the people they brought were dead. Moreover, it was still going on. It wouldn't be long before all of them were killed. This made their hearts bleed in disbelief. These were all the elites of their families. They were the hope of their family's future. But now, they were all killed. A red star descended, bringing with it endless flames as it flew towards the black-clothed old man. The black-robed elder roared crazily and slammed his palms continuously. Ghost claws tore through the void and attacked fiercely. However, it was useless. The red star was like a sun, burning fiercely and directly enveloping the black-robed elder. Then, it was completely refined. What? Even the elite almighties were killed. The death of the black-robed elder had a huge impact on them because he was an elite lord. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse with unimaginable strength. But now, he had been killed like a blade of grass. Who was the other party? They didn't dare to think. Therefore, in the next moment, those who were still alive screamed crazily. Run, run. At this moment, revenge and the mission of their families were all thrown away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. However, could they escape? The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by Lin Xian's astral palm, forming a heaven and earth cage. They couldn't escape at all. Therefore, the ordinary kings were all killed very quickly. The almighties couldn't survive at all. Now, only 5 elite almighties were left. They were from the 4 great families, and 2 of them were from the Chiyu family. Chapter 2267. Now, there were only 5 elite almighties left. They were from the 4 major families, and 2 of them were from the Red Moon family. The other 3 were from the 3 major families. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. They were covered in blood, both their own and their subordinates. Damn it, the 5 of us should join forces and attack in the same direction. I don't believe that he can fight against the 5 of us. The purple-robed ancestor roared crazily. Although he had delicate features, his small face was ferocious like a demon at this moment. Purple extreme demonic art. The purple-robed patriarch used his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. The other 4 elite almighties also used their best ultimate skills, not daring to hold back at all. Heavenly Rainbow Sword. The middle-aged man waved the long sword in his hand and released terrifying sword lights one after another. Sky Demon Fist. The demon roared. Immovable mountain. Terrifying divine abilities burst forth, and the crazy energy between heaven and earth swept towards the starry sky. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Now it was over. Destroying the stars. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, the stars in the sky exploded in his palm. The entire universe turned into chaos. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely torn apart, and an endless black hole appeared. As for the 5 almighties, they were completely drowned by this violent energy. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy between the heavens and the earth lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before gradually dissipating. In Tianxing City, all the warriors were lying on the ground, their faces pale. When the energy dissipated, they stood up from the ground and looked at the sky in shock. In fact, they had already thought of this. With such violent energy, It was impossible for the five almighties to survive. However, they still had to verify their thoughts. Sure enough, when they looked up at the sky, the terrifying spatial cracks in the sky had already healed. However, the figures of the five almighties had already disappeared. Only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell in Tianxing City. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned, because at this moment, their feelings could not be described with words. The four major families, hundreds of kings, and so many elite almighties were all killed in an instant. This scene was like a legend, and they could not believe it. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and landed again, returning to Tianxing City. Countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. The young people of the Zhao family also felt their scalps tingle. The elders of the Zhao family became extremely respectful. Among them, the Grand Elder hurriedly walked over. Their attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different. Before, they were all respectful of Lin Xian, but that was because of Murong Qingqing. However, things were different now. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed had definitely surpassed that of an elite mighty being. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the almighties. Such strength was incomparably terrifying and worthy of their respect. The group once again, the group. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also made their intentions clear. You want to know the reason? Almighties. Hearing this, the first elder narrowed his eyes. Zhao Zhirua's eyes also flickered. This beast tide is indeed a little strange, but I really don't know the exact reason. The Grand Elder shook his head. You don't know? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were a little disappointed. They thought that with the status of the Zhao family, they should know something special. They did not expect that they did not know either. Then, the Grand Elder left. Zhao Zhirua also left, but before she left, she said, Junior Sister Qingqing, don't be anxious. I'll help you ask around. Sure enough, half a day later, Zhao Zhirua returned again. She said, My grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. Then, Lin Xian asked, Is it a clue about the beast tide? You'll know when you get there. Zhao Zhirua smiled mysteriously. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed Zhao Zhirua and left the pavilion, walking towards the depths of the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family was very large, so they did not reach their destination after walking for half a day. However, Lin Xian realized that the surroundings had already changed. The Zhao family in front of him was dotted with palaces and pavilions, as if it was a palace. Behind them, there were very few sights. There were forests, mountains, waterfalls, and running water everywhere, as if it was a paradise. Not only that, he also realized that the spirit energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Compared to the spirit energy outside the Zhao family, it was denser. There were even some spirit beasts around at any time. They were all cute and harmless. The little fur ball in Zhao Zhirua's arms was also whimpering. However, at this moment, Little White also came out of the black earth and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around with its big black eyes. Obviously, this little guy had smelled some spirit fruit. You have a little white ball too. Zhao Zhirua turned her head and exclaimed when she saw Little White on Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked similar to Snowball in her arms, except that one was a monkey and the other was a lion. Come here. I'll give you a spirit fruit to eat. Zhao Zhirua was very experienced in raising pets, so she flipped her palm and a red fruit appeared in her hand. When Little White saw it, it flew over with a whoosh. It jumped onto Zhao Zhirua's shoulder, hugged the spirit fruit, and chewed happily. Zhao Zhirua looked at it and liked it very much. However, at this moment, she realized that something was wrong. That was because the little lion in his arms actually began to tremble slightly. Its black eyes looked at Little White with a trace of fear. What's going on? Zhao Zhirua was extremely surprised. The little lion in her arms had a very strong bloodline power. It was born as a one-star king. In the future, it might even become a peerless demon king. Therefore, she liked it very much. She even took care of it personally. But now, this little lion with the potential of a peerless demon king was actually trembling. It was afraid of this monkey. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhirua gasped. What kind of background does this monkey have? Could it be even more terrifying than the little lion in my arms? She didn't know, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the little white monkey. Little White hugged the spirit fruit, glanced at the little lion, and then made a face. Then, with a swoosh, it returned to Lin Xian's side. So fast, Zhao Zhirua was surprised that she could not catch the other party's trajectory. A mutant of heaven and earth. This was definitely a very terrifying mutant of heaven and earth. She did not expect that not only was Lin Xian powerful, but he also had such a terrifying pet. Aya, little guy, long time no see. At the side, Murong Qingcheng was also happy. She picked up Little White from Lin Xian's shoulder, hugged it in her arms, and kept rubbing it. Awoo, awoo. The little white monkey looked like it was enjoying itself. Murong Qingcheng was happy to see it. She followed Zhao Zhirua and hugged Little White in her arms. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked for a while. Buzz. Chapter 2268. Suddenly, two silhouettes flickered and appeared. They were wearing bronze masks and carrying two sharp swords on their backs. Their expressions were extremely cold. Their eyes, in particular, were emotionless. Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks as soon as the two figures appeared. Behind her, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also looked solemn. They could sense that the two people in front of them were definitely experts. Seniors, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. These two are my friends. My grandfather wants to see them. This is a token. Zhao Zhirua took out her family's token as she spoke. In front of her, one of the masked men took the token and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded and returned the token to Zhao Zhirua. Then, the two figures flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The leaves on both sides rustled, and birds chirped. It was very ethereal. It was as if the appearance of the two masked men was a dream. Let's go. My grandfather is right in front. However, the two of you have to follow me closely. Follow my footsteps. Don't make a single mistake. There's a formation inside. If you take the wrong step, it'll be very dangerous. Okay. Murong Qingcheng smiled. Lin Xian also nodded. Then, he looked around. Indeed, with his knowledge of formations, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying formation in front of him. Although there was no light, it was extremely dangerous. There was only one way out. Next, Zhao Zhirua led the way. She did not walk in a straight line, but in all kinds of curves. Sometimes, she even went backwards. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing knew that they were walking on the only way out of the formation. If they did not follow this path, they would immediately activate the terrifying killing formation under their feet. It took them an hour to walk through the formation. Finally, Zhao Zhirua heaved a sigh of relief. All right, there's no danger ahead. Let's speed up. In front of them was no longer a forest, but a grassland. There was even the sound of flowing water in the distance because there was a waterfall in the distance. On the opposite side of the waterfall was a huge lake that was embedded in the ground like an emerald gem. Beside the lake, there was a figure. However, soon, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were stunned. That was because they thought they would meet an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. However, the scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. The figure in front of them was indeed an old man. However, he was dressed casually. He wore cotton clothes and a bamboo hat on his head. At this moment, he was holding a hoe and waving it in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't some terrifying divine ability. It was very ordinary, just like a farmer plowing the land. His trousers were rolled up, and the sweat on his face kept dripping to the ground. If it had not been Zhao Zhirua who had brought them here, if it had not been for the terrifying guards and the terrifying killing array, then they simply didn't believe that the old man in front of them was the old master of the Zhao family. That was because he was too ordinary. Such people could be seen everywhere in the countries of ordinary people. However, Zhao Zhirua was not surprised. With a smile on her face, she ran over. Grandpa, I've invited him, Zhao Zhirua said softly. The old man stopped waving his hoe, stood up, and wiped his sweat. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Please wait for a moment. I still have a little more to finish. We're not in a hurry, old master. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also walked up and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing blinked curiously. Lin Xian glanced at it and was extremely surprised. That was a mortal grain rice. Lin Xian was too surprised. That was a type of rice, which was also an ordinary food. The rice in front of them was not ordinary. It was known as an ancient variant. That was because it contained pure spiritual energy when it was planted. It could be said that it was the same as spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, it was much more effective than ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, it could be eaten as a meal. If one ate it from a young age, the foundation and physique would be unimaginable. He did not expect the old man of the Zhao family to be planting such a thing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, old Master Zhao raised his head again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know about this? He had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Can you give me a few stalks, old master? Lin Xian asked. Old Master Zhao laughed when he heard that. All right, it's fate that we meet. I'll give you a few stalks. Lin Xian picked 10 stalks, then waved his hand and kept them. He cupped his fists and smiled, thanking the old man for his help. Next, old Master Zhao continued to work on the unfinished ones. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing watched from the side. Gradually, the two of them became serious again. That was because they realized that old Master Zhao's every action was very ordinary, but there was an inexplicable charm to it. Returning to simplicity, the two of them were shocked. Old Master Zhao was definitely a terrifying expert, because there were very few people who could do that. After some time, old Master Zhao was finally done with his work. He put the hoe in his hand aside, took off the bamboo hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." The few of them sat by the old lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was sparkling. A gentle breeze blew, and it was very cool. I've heard from Zhirua why you're here. The beast tide had started a year and a half ago. It had been intermittent, and it would come once every few months. However, there hasn't been a large-scale beast horde in Qianshan region yet. However, this matter has attracted the attention of all parties. We've investigated it. However, due to the lack of clues, we didn't find anything. However, after our analysis, this beast horde is indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the target of this beast horde is very obvious. They're all heading for the main cities. Among them, for main cities, including Wanrun City, were attacked by the beast horde. The Ninli dynasty also attached great importance to this matter and sent a large number of experts to help suppress the beast horde. They even caught a few peerless monster kings and wanted to search their souls. They found useful information. Unfortunately, after those peerless monster kings were caught, they immediately self-destructed and even sacrificed a few peerless mighty figures. It's very crazy. Therefore, we can't get any useful information at all. However, if you really want to know something, you can go to Qianshan City. That's also a main city. Maybe you can find some information there. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered when they heard that. They didn't expect it to be like this. Although they didn't get any exact information, they were sure that someone was secretly manipulating it. The self-destruction of the peerless monster kings was obviously to hide the information. It seems that the monster clans are making a big move recently. Moreover, they're attacking main cities. Their purpose is very obvious. Since they didn't get any information, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing didn't stay any longer. They stood up. Sorry to disturb you, old master. Then, Zhao Zhirua left again with Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Chapter 2269. At this moment, although he was still wearing plain clothes, he was definitely not ordinary. The aura on his body was like a peerless divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of him, ripples suddenly appeared on the huge lake, rippling out in circles. Following that, countless water pillars rushed up, and a huge monster slowly appeared under the water. Whoosh. Water splashed all over the sky, and under the sunlight, it shone with a crystal-clear light. A black shadow that was like a small mountain appeared in front of Old Master Zhao. It was a turtle, a black turtle. Its body was as big as a small black mountain. Its head was incomparably ferocious, and it was as big as a house. On its back was a black turtle shell with mysterious patterns on it. Old man, you're dishonest. How dare you leak our information? The black turtle spoke in human language, and there was a hint of fierceness in its eyes. Humph. Old Master Zhao snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and his cold voice sounded. Leak information? What did I leak? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say anything, right? Cunning human. The black turtle slowly bent down, and its huge head came in front of Old Master Zhao. The coldness in its eyes was like 10,000-year-old ice. Then, what about now? Have you thought it through? No. This is an important matter, and I need to think it through carefully. If there's nothing, don't come out. Old Master Zhao said coldly with his hands behind his back. In front, the black turtle heard this and snorted coldly. However, its huge body slowly descended and disappeared into the water. Whoosh! Countless waves rolled, but with the disappearance of the black turtle, the entire lake returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Old Master, something bad has happened. In the Chiyu family, a figure hurriedly sent a report. What happened? He was flustered. The warriors of the Chiyu family were very confused. The patriarch of the Chiyu family also frowned. This time, he had sent a large number of experts, and he had joined forces with the other three families. It could be said that it was foolproof. Even if the Zhao family made a move, they would be able to resist. Therefore, during this period, he had been patiently waiting for news. At that moment, he frowned when he saw how flustered his subordinates were. What have I always taught you? You have to be calm in the face of trouble. No matter what, my Scarlet Moon clan is still a big clan. Don't you know the rules of the clan? Hearing this, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Patriarch, I know I was wrong. The Red Moon Patriarch nodded slightly, then took a sip of spirit tea and asked indifferently, what happened? Did you catch that brat? All he had to do was push him back. No, that's not it. The people we sent were all annihilated. The four great clans were all annihilated. Clang. Hearing this, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. The spirit tea in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were also stunned. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. The Chiyu clan member stood up and said coldly, Damn it, what did you say? Say it again. This voice was like thunder, piercing through the void. The entire house even exploded, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. The subordinate trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground. Patriarch, all our martial artists were annihilated. None of them came back alive. How was that possible? When the surrounding people of the Scarlet Moon clan heard this, they were all stunned and could not believe it. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's face was also ugly. To be honest, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. This time, he had sent nearly 100 martial artists. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other three great clans. With such a lineup, the Zhao family would not be able to annihilate them. Damn it, who was the one who did it? Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind that brat? It was not anyone else, nor was it the Zhao family. It was that brat who did it himself. He did it himself. Hearing this, everyone almost bit off their tongues. What a joke. A brat annihilated hundreds of kings with a raise of his hand? Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch was furious. He slapped his subordinate to the ground, causing the subordinate to vomit blood and lie on the ground. He struggled to say, Patriarch, it's true. Everyone in Stellar Sky City saw it. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the city saw it. There was no way it could be fake. However, they still could not believe it. Could it be that the brat was a peerless, mighty figure? A peerless, mighty figure in his 20s. Heavens, who exactly was that person? They did not dare to imagine. At that moment, an old man next to him frowned. He's so young and so mysterious. That brat is very suspicious. Third elder, what are you trying to say? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked. Patriarch, have you forgotten? There was news from the prince's residence that a young demon king came from the Tai dynasty. He's the one who's wanted by the Tai dynasty. It's been confirmed that he's in the Ninely dynasty. Do you think it's that brat? Is there a portrait of him? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch took a deep breath. With this reminder, he really did remember. Not long ago, the Tai dynasty had joined forces with the Ninely dynasty and released a notice nationwide. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch naturally received the notice. However, they did not take it to heart at all, and they did not intend to interfere. After all, it was rumored that he was a very terrifying person. He was able to escape from the Tai dynasty alone. One could imagine how terrifying he was. But now, the third elder's words made him suspicious. It might be that brat in front of him. Yes. The third elder raised his hand and cast a light screen. Then, a figure appeared in the void. That was the wanted person. In the sky, there was a three-dimensional image of a handsome young man. He didn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Is that the person? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked coldly. The subordinate who was beaten to the ground raised his head and looked at the void. Then, he trembled. That's right. It's him. What? It's really him. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those elders were extremely shocked. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's pupils constricted. They did not expect that they had provoked such a terrifying demon king. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. So what if that brat is strong? This time, the Tai dynasty had sent a large number of peerless powerhouses to hunt that brat down. Moreover, it was said that those who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. It seems that we don't have to do anything to kill that brat. That's right. The surrounding elders all sneered malevolently. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to go against an entire dynasty. In their opinion, that brat would definitely die. Men, quickly send a message to the sixth prince. Tell him that we've found the murderer. Chapter 2270. Yes. A few subordinates hurried to do it. However, at this moment, the Chiyu clan spoke again. Men, send someone to follow that kid. Don't show yourself. Just follow him secretly. Don't let that kid escape. Looking at the departing figures of his subordinates, the Chiyu clan's leader smirked. Humph, this is what you get for going against my Chiyu clan. And that Zhao family, let's see how you deal with them this time. Ninely Dynasty, White Cloud City. In the city, there was a manor that was extremely quiet. However, on this day, a few martial artists in battle armor descended from the sky. Their expressions were solemn as they walked over quickly. General, there's news? The three martial artists knelt on one knee, looking excited. In front of them, a valiant middle-aged man sat on a huge rock. When he heard the voice, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a blade. It was General Xianying. Have you found that kid's whereabouts? General Xianying asked. Found him. He's in Skystar City in Qianshan region. Is the news reliable? Yes, it's from the Chiyu clan in Qianshan region. It said that the kid had a conflict with the Chiyu clan and even crippled their young master. The Chiyu clan sent out hundreds of kings, but they were all killed by the kid. Only then did they discover the kid's identity. Very good. General Xianying sneered. Since that's the case, let's do it. Send our men over and suppress the kid. Also, inform the people from Hell to take action. Hell might have already succeeded by the time we arrive. Yes, I'll do it now. Three figures soared into the sky, and General Xianying stood up as well. Kid, you won't be able to escape from me. Skystar City, Zhao family. Since they couldn't get any news here, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng decided to go to Qianshan City to take a look. However, Zhao Zhirua hoped that they could play here for 2 days, or at least tour Skystar City. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng felt that a day or two wouldn't take too much time, so they agreed. On this day, the three of them went out of the Zhao family together. Young Master Lin, Junior Sister Murong, our Skystar City is still very fun. The snacks here are delicious. Let me take you to have a taste. Stellar Sky City was huge and was divided into many regions. If Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were left alone, they might not be able to find it. However, Zhao Zhirua was familiar with the road and soon arrived. The streets ahead were bustling with noise and excitement. There were many martial artists in front of them. Moreover, all of them looked very excited and happy. Whoosh! The three snow lions stopped and Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua walked down from the carriage. Looking at the sea of people in front of her, Murong Qingcheng exclaimed. There were so many people. That was natural, because the food here was delicious. Look, there are quite a few kings and even almighties among these martial artists. They were all regulars here. Let's go. Zhao Zhirua led the way while Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed behind. They looked at the food on both sides and swallowed their saliva. To be honest, one of them had been cultivating in the sacred ground while the other had been fighting nonstop. It could be said that they rarely had the time to visit the city, not to mention eating delicious food. Basically, apart from medicinal pills, Lin Xian only ate spirit fruits. Damn, it smells so good. I can smell it. The dark red dragon came out of the black earth and looked around while drooling. The little white monkey was also mumbling. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and threw it away. He looked around curiously with his big eyes. Damn, I want to eat this. The dark red dragon stared at a golden bird and couldn't move. That bird was as big as a house and was completely golden. It was currently being roasted on a huge fire rack. From afar, one could smell the fragrance of roasted meat. You guys have good taste. This is a 6-star king golden sparrow. Its meat is very fresh and contains powerful energy. Do you guys want to have a taste? A 6-star demon king. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were also surprised. They didn't expect the food here to have such extraordinary origins. I want it. The dark red dragon didn't say anything and directly tore off a piece of golden roasted meat. Damn, it smells so good. Soon, the dark red dragon let out a hearty laugh. The little white monkey was also very curious and tore off a piece to eat. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Okay, I want it. Lin Xian directly bought the entire golden sparrow. This scene shocked the surrounding people. One had to know that this was a 6-star demon king. It was definitely expensive. Most people would only buy a small piece. Those who bought the entire golden sparrow were definitely rich. And they were rich to an unimaginable extent. This 6-star demon king was indeed expensive, but Lin Xian didn't care about such a small amount of money. I want to eat this. Murong Qingcheng looked at the shop on the other side with her beautiful eyes shining. The group of people walked over. The dark red dragon directly lifted the house-sized golden roasted meat with its 2 dragon claws and ate it as it walked. The little white monkey directly lay on the roasted meat. Although it usually loved to eat spirit fruits, it couldn't resist the fragrance of the roasted meat. The shop in front was also doing very well. Looking at the layer of white jelly-like things, Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and the others were curious. Shop owner, give us an introduction. Zhao Zhirua smiled. A middle-aged woman walked out. She looked at them and knew that they were of noble status, so she carefully introduced them. This is called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. It is made by mixing 13 types of spirit herbs and adding earth spirit liquid. There are a total of 3 types in this shop. There are 100-year-old, 500-year-old, and 1,000-year-old. The age naturally refers to the age when the 13 types of spirit herbs were grown, and the prices are from low to high. Especially the 1,000-year-old ones. They were shocking. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. After all, 13 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were absolutely priceless. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed, "He's a tycoon, a real tycoon. He doesn't even bother to bargain when buying things." One had to know that people like them only wanted a 100-year-old spirit herb at most. Even the mighty ones would only buy a 500-year-old spirit herb. These people are ordering 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Even the mighty ones wouldn't dare to spend like that. However, the wealth in Lin Xian's hands was far beyond their imagination. Buying 5 bowls was not a problem at all. Soon, each person had a bowl, and they ate with relish. Just like that, they ate as they walked. The surrounding people were amazed. However, they also knew that the identities of the people in front of them were not ordinary. Zhao Zhirua was the daughter of the Zhao family, and they knew this young man. Not long ago, he killed the powerhouses of the 4 major families with a slap. He was definitely a peerless genius. It was not surprising that such a person would have such wealth. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.